Chapter 501, Identical Mysterious Script. He stretched out his hand as fast as lightning and grabbed that black-covered book under Mu Hanyan's pillow. Opening it up and taking a careful look, he was endlessly shocked in his heart. However, no matter how shocked Long Yi was in his heart, he remained calm and collected on the surface. Why on earth are you taking other people's books? You are unable to read it, am I right? Mu Hanyan saw that Long Yi wanted to leave and a feeling of sadness appeared in her heart. However, she was surprised as he grabbed the book under her pillow. Yes, what kind of writing is this? It looks like someone scribbled on the book. Long Yi casually said, "This is the local script from my hometown." Of course, you would be unable to read it. Mu Hanyan said with a smile. It was the same language she used in her hometown. The heart of Long Yi jumped violently. This strange script was written in the exact same language as the books he found in the Shrine of Lost City. Could it be that Mu Hanyan also came from Lost City, or was her hometown related to Lost City from thousands of years ago? I wonder where your hometown is. It actually gave birth to such a beautiful person. If I have an opportunity, I must go and take a look at the place. Long Yi said with a smile. It is just a small area located in a remote region. It is not worth going out of your way in order to see it. As for the place with most beauties, it is naturally White Cloud City where we are right now. Mu Hanyan sensed something. Although she couldn't see through Long Yi, she was also very familiar with him. Although he seemed calm on the surface, his abnormalities didn't escape her eyes. Casually flipping through the book in his hand, Long Yi suddenly asked Mu Hanyan a question. He had a smile on his face and he seemed to be interested in the book in his hand. The script of your hometown appears more complicated than the common script we use in the Blue Waves continent. However, it seemed very interesting. Can you teach me how to read this book? What's the use of learning it? You cannot use it anywhere. Mu Hanyan was even more suspicious. With Long Yi's personality, he wouldn't spend the time to learn this sort of useless thing, especially at this sort of critical juncture. That might be the case, but I'm really interested in these kinds of things. You should also know that all of the spy organizations belonging to various powers have been infiltrated. They use all kinds of strange scripts in order to transfer intelligence. I want to learn this just in case something happens. Moreover, there is no harm in learning more. Long Yi replied with a smile. Is that so? Aren't you coming up with some sort of wicked idea or something? Mu Hanyan chuckled and said, "Are you teaching me or not? I wonder if Hale knows about this script. If he does, I can ask him to teach me." Long Yi smiled and casually asked Mu Hanyan. His hands began to move about Mu Hanyan's sensitive areas and he started teasing her body. Mu Hanyan's breathing suddenly quickened. She held down Long Yi's hand which was messing around her huge chest and she requested, "You, not today. I am feeling unwell. If you want to learn how to read this script, I'll teach you." "Alright, you said it yourself. Tomorrow, I'll be returning to Soaring Dragon City. I don't think you have anything left to do here. Let's go back together," Long Yi suggested, and he had a grin on his face. "Since you have already decided it for me, what else can I say?" Mu Hanyan coquettishly rolled her eyes and her gaze wandered about. Her eyes finally rested on the tent at Long Yi's crotch. Those sexy eyes made Long Yi's fire of lust burn even violently. Her gaze almost made him lose control of himself. He had to sigh inwardly. She was truly a heavenly gifted great beauty. Long Yi jumped out of the bed and rushed out after fixing his clothing. If he were to stay in the room any longer, he would have turned into a criminal who should be executed on the spot. However, all the blame couldn't be placed onto him. If he could only touch but he couldn't eat, it was simply torturous. After Long Yi left Mu Hanyan's room, her smile disappeared. She looked at the book and she became lost in her thoughts. Long Yi slowly flew in the sky with a pleased expression on his face. Although he didn't know what kind of relationship Mu Hanyan had with Lost City, as long as she taught him how to read the script, everything would be great. He would be able to understand the mountains of books which were lying in his space ring. He had obtained those books from the shrine in Lost City. Just looking at Lost City's magic civilization in the past, The value of that pile of books was incalculable. Entering the luxurious suite inside Phoenix Inn, he discovered that the hall was pitch black. However, with Long Yi's night vision, he could see that there was a figure sitting on the sofa. "Big sister, it is already so late at night. Why aren't you sleeping? It's scary for you to be sitting here alone so late at night." Long Yi closed the door and asked with a smile on his face. He slowly walked towards Red Lady, who was sitting on the sofa. "You, this romantic fellow, happily left the place. How can your big sister sleep after knowing that you are not here?" Red Lady sensed Long Yi sitting beside her and her heartbeat suddenly accelerated. This sounds a bit ambiguous. It's easy for you to cause some misunderstandings." Long Yi had a smirk on his face and he joked. "Stinking kid, you are teasing this old aunt again. Are you looking for another beating?" Red Lady scolded and pinched Long Yi's thighs. Long Yi screamed in pain and he had a bitter expression on his face as he explained himself. "I say, big sister, can't you be a bit gentler? Everything is swelling because of your pinch." "Swelling? Let me see." Red Lady felt that she might have used too much strength on accident and she quickly reached out in order to look at Long Yi's injury. "Ah, isn't his swelling a little too large?" Red Lady softly cried out in alarm. All of a sudden, the burning hot object in her hand became thicker and longer. She instantly realized that she was holding on to little Long Yi. "Yes, it's swollen and it's so big. Big sister should take responsibility and make the swelling go down." Long Yi held on to Red Lady's little hand, which she was about to retract. The evil fire within him, which was burning ever since Mu Hanyan's teasing, completely erupted. Red Lady was short of breath and her maiden heart appeared as if it wanted to jump out of her chest. With her little hand touching the thick and long thing, she felt as though her entire body was on fire. She also felt as though her body became softer and all her strength left her. She didn't have the ability to struggle free of Long Yi's grasp. "Big sister." Long Yi was unable to endure the feeling any longer. He turned over and pushed Red Lady down against the sofa. Her fully ripe jade body could drive people insane. Long Yi repeatedly kissed Red Lady's beautiful face and he finally seized her red lips. His tongue entered her fragrant mouth and their lips and tongue tangled with each other passionately. This sofa was too narrow for the two people to roll about. However, their bodies were twisting and turning about of the small sofa. Just as the passion reached the peak and Long Yi was about to explore Red Lady's mysterious forest, the sofa flipped over with a loud bang. In the dead of night, the sound was extremely loud and it probably woke everyone up. "My husband, did you return?" Feng Ling opened her bedroom door and asked. Her eyes were half open. She yawned after asking her question. Red Lady was embarrassed and she wished that she could crawl into a crack in the ground in order to hide from Feng Ling. Long Yi didn't know how, but Red Lady managed to push him away and she rushed into the room where Lai was sleeping. In a single night, he was forced to stop twice. How could Long Yi possibly endure this kind of treatment? Since Red Lady had escaped, he brought this sheep, Feng Ling, into her room. Before long, soul-stirring moans resounded through the night. It was destined for many people to have a sleepless night. At the end of the 10th month of the 87 year on the Blue Waves continent, the capital city of the Proud Moon Empire, Icewind City, was besieged by the allied armies of the two empires. With their food and water source cut off, everyone knew that the Proud Moon Empire was nearing its fated end. However, the Imperial Murong clan was still fighting back. It was just like a trapped beast. But Tang Yu wisely chose to surround the city and not carry out any attacks. This war had already taken the lives of too many soldiers from the allied army. If they were to siege the city, they would definitely be able to erase the Proud Moon Empire from the face of the Blue Waves continent. However, the armies of the two empires would suffer serious damage. She wanted to return with millions of soldiers. She didn't want to return with whatever was left of her grand army. She felt that even if they won like that, they would have lost in her heart. Icewind City was located in the northern part of the Blue Waves continent. In the past, snowflakes would have filled the land along with a bone-chilling northern wind. However, this year, The sun hung high in the sky and the weather was hot and suffocating. This was a 100 meters high small hill. It was a rare sight to see such a hill, as after passing through the Yatzana defense line, the entire northern land was a wide expanse of flat land. Batanyu stood at the summit of this hill and she looked towards the horizon in the east. Her helmet was placed beside her legs and the wind was blowing against her. Her pitch black, beautiful fair was fluttering behind her. A group of guards stood at the foot of the hill. They guarded Batanyu, who was looking into the distance. General Batang is definitely missing General Zeman. One guard said. In this world, only General Zeman is worthy of General Batang's care. Why on earth are those fellows inside Icewind City not surrendering? If they were to surrender earlier, the two generals would be able to reunite. Another guard resentfully complained. Don't talk anymore, someone is coming. The captain of this squad warned and everyone suddenly entered an alert state. However, all of them relaxed the moment a graceful figure entered their sights. She was wearing a white robe and she was none other than the younger sister of General Zeman, Zeman Wuan. Now, in the military camp, she was regarded as an angel. Practically every single soldier respected her as she was the one who saved the lives of countless soldiers on the battlefield. Miss Zeman, are you looking for General Batang? One of the guards stepped forward and asked. Yes, may I pass through? Zeman Wuan faintly smiled. Her ethereal temperament didn't dull in the slightest after experiencing the bloody battles. Instead, it became even stronger. Her entire body emitted a comfortable and warm aura. Flying to the top of this hill, Zeman Wuan and Batanyu stood side by side. One of them had an indifferent expression and a frosty aura surrounded her. The other had a warm expression and the aura she gave out felt as though a gentle breeze. They both had peerless appearances, but they gave out completely different vibes. Big Sister Batang, are you thinking about my second brother? Zeman Wuan asked softly. In private, she had always been addressing Batanyu as her big sister. Batanyu softly agreed and suddenly said, this time, your second brother should be on the way back to Soaring Dragon City. Now that we have already stabilized the situation, you can also return to Soaring Dragon City. Zeman Wuan was dumbfounded and she looked into the distance in a daze. She shook her head and sighed. Linger doesn't want to return and neither do I. Moreover, Zeman Wuan didn't know how she was going to face Long Yi. There was a bitter feeling in her heart. She felt extremely conflicted in her heart. Speaking of Long Linger, Batanyu's pupil shrank. She knew that Long Linger was Long Yi's woman. However, she was also the daughter of the current emperor, Long Zan. I know that Linger is unwilling to return because she doesn't want to face the current situation. She would greatly suffer no matter the outcome of the battle. Even now, she has already become so thin. She hasn't been eating well due to her worries. Zeman Wuan softly sighed. When she thought about Long Linger's haggard appearance, her heart ached. Batanyu was indifferent about it. Her situation was similar to Long Linger's. Her clan stood on the opposite side of her husband. However, she had already given up all hope for her clan. Now, she had only Long Yi in her heart. Everything she achieved today was all because of him. Chapter 502, Returning Home. General Batang, there is a secret report. Just when the two women were having a heart-to-heart talk, they heard the voice of the bodyguard captain. Zeman Wuan tactfully asked to be excused. Originally, she sought Batanyu out as she wanted to ask about Long Yi. When she was on the verge of speaking her mind, she swallowed her words again. She was almost unable to control the feeling that was filling her heart. She was afraid that Batanyu would find out about her feeling for Long Yi if she were to ask any more questions. Zeman Wuan was in a dilemma as she didn't know what she should do. Although she loved Long Yi, it was wrong of her to love her brother. The feeling in her heart was extremely complicated. Batanyu opened the secret report and her eyelids jumped. Her beautiful pupils became ice cold. Beat the drum, issue my military orders. Batanyu indifferently said with a dense killing intent leaking out from her body. This subordinate obeys. that captain of bodyguards excitedly replied. It seemed like General Batang was about to make her move. The entire military camp began to turn lively. Numerous officers and men rubbed their fists and their palms together. They were prepared to give it their all in order to destroy the proud Moon Empire. This decisive battle would be their most glorious battle. It was also a battle at the most important moment. Even if they died, they would die a worthy death. And at this moment, at one northern corner of this military camp, it seemed as though everything was quiet. However, whispers could be heard from time to time. A figure with dark green hair was wearing a snow-white priest robe, and a young girl with fiery red hair who had a hot figure were speaking to each other. 10 steps behind them, Li King was quietly guarding them as he had always been doing. He was standing there holding his sword, and just his ice-cold handsome face was enough to make any living creatures within the radius of 3 li retreat on their own. If Sibai took 1 step forward, he would also take a step forward. If Sibai took a step back, he would also retreat by 1 step. He always maintained the distance of exactly 10 steps between them. Sibai, do you truly want to leave? Lin asked again. As a matter of fact, she wanted to head over to Soaring Dragon City together with Sibai in order to look for Long Yi. However, the conflict between the Imperial Long clan and the Simon clan had worsened. Their conflict was extremely fierce, and Long Linger was running away from Soaring Dragon City. She was escaping from reality, and she didn't say a single word about it. As for Zeman Wuan, she had already made up her mind to accompany Long Linger in the military camp. As such, she was naturally unable to avoid the problem by walking away from it. Yes, I cannot change anything even if I stayed here. Moreover, I miss my husband very much. I want to see him. Sibai softly said. In these past several days, her relationship with these few girls improved. However, she still decided to leave even though all of them decided to stay in the military camp. Lin Na nodded her head and didn't reply. Sibai. Long Yi's evil face appeared in her mind, and she couldn't decide if she hated or loved him. A bitter feeling rose in her heart. In the big tent located in the military camp, Tyrant Bear and Batang Yu were standing at 2 different ends, and their expression was abnormal. General Batang, do you truly want to do this? They have many innocent people. Tyrant Bear couldn't help himself, and he reminded Batang Yu, warfare is always cruel. If they want to blame, they can blame their superiors. Batang Yu indifferently said. Tyrant Bear opened his mouth and he seemed as though he wanted to say something. However, he just sighed in the end. When he was killing his enemies, he could become a cold-blooded killer and turn heartless. However, this time, his objective was to trap a portion of people in the midst of the army. Orders had been issued from his superiors. The situation in the Violet Dragon Empire had already turned very urgent. After surrounding Icy Wind City for a long time, the plan changed all of a sudden. In order to decrease the number of troops working against the Simon clan, there was a long list of officers who had to die. The air of the early morning was fresh and pure. The cool mist which filled the area made people feel very comfortable. The sparkling and crystal clear dewdrops on the leaves of the grass were sparkling, and when a cool breeze blew across the land, the dewdrops rolled off the grass and fell onto the ground. The dew soaked the fertile land. At the eastern gate of White Cloud City, there was a gorgeous carriage traveling on the public road. Long Yi and his group were standing beside it. Big sister, are you truly not returning to Soaring Dragon City with us? Long Yi asked again as he looked at the coquettish Red Lady. Red Lady looked at Long Yi with a smile and shook her head. This stinking kid nearly took her chastity last night. However, they were interrupted halfway through by Fingling. Although she was relieved, a trace of regret appeared in the bottom of her heart. After parting ways with Long Yi this time, she had no idea when they would be able to meet again. She was a woman who longed for freedom and wanted to live her dreams. She felt as though it was not time for her to settle down yet. This time she was passing through White Cloud City for a mission. She was headed in the complete opposite direction from Long Yi. Long Yi didn't force her to follow him back to Soaring Dragon City. He took 2 steps forward and pulled Red Lady into his bosom as he whispered into her ear, "There is always a chance to get together just like last night. Big sister, don't forget, you need a shoulder to rely on. This younger brother will always be there for you." When Red Lady heard Long Yi's sweet words in her ear, she buried her head deeper into Long Yi's chest. Her nose felt a little sour and she almost cried. In this world, only one person knew her heart. She tightly hugged Long Yi's waist and she kissed him just like the last time they parted. She turned around to leave and she left a faint fragrance lingering on his nose. "Let's go, we are leaving." As he looked in the direction of where Red Lady disappeared, Long Yi knew that it was time for him to leave as well. Long Yi, Lai Lai, Feng Ling, Lai Yuxu, Nai and Mu Hanyan got into the carriage. Mu Hanyan was a new addition to the group and the number of girls following Long Yi increased by one. Now, he truly was hugging a beauty on his left and embracing one on his right. Long Yi seemed exceptionally happy. As for Mad Lion, he was not used to staying inside the carriage. As such, he volunteered to be the coachman. Having the mercenary king as a coachman, only Long Yi might be able to do something like this. However, Mad Lion was also satisfied with being a coachman for Long Yi. Actually, he was happy to be Long Yi's coachman as Long Yi had agreed to duel with him every day. Previously in White Cloud City, he had a contest with Long Yi. He found out that he wasn't Long Yi's opponent at all. However, he was able to benefit from Long Yi's instructions. He was naturally willing to be Long Yi's coachman in order to obtain pointers from Long Yi. Although Long Yi was giving pointers to Mad Lion when they fought, Long Yi had also learned a lot from Mad Lion. Being able to hold the title of Mercenary King for 3 times in a row was not just for show. Long Yi turned into Mu Hanyan's student for most of the remaining time they spent on the road. He pestered her to teach him that mysterious script shamelessly. A month later, which was the beginning of the 12th month, the temperature had already dropped a lot compared to before. At least it was not unbearably hot any longer. However, the temperature was not cool either. Many people were still wearing extremely thin summer clothing. The abnormal weather made some people feel ill at ease. Recently, there was a rumor spreading all over this continent which said that the Blue Waves continent was about to suffer a great calamity. However, there were many people who didn't take it seriously. Great calamity? Doesn't this already count as the Great Calamity? How many people were killed in the war? Now, Long Yi's carriage was already nearing Soaring Dragon City. Looking at that grand city wall in the distance, Long Yi's heart became agitated. A wave of nostalgia hit him. He wondered if his parents were doing well. At the same time, he thought about his wife, Nangong Xiangyan. He wondered about Nangong Xiangyan's well-being. In the past, he left for the Nelan Empire almost immediately after marrying Nangong Xiangyan. He went to the Nelan Empire with Nelan Ryuayu in order to carry out the ceremony. It had already been 2 years since then. Homesick? Seeing the expression on Long Yi's face, Mu Hanyan couldn't help but ask. She had a smile on her face as usual. "Yes, I am really excited." "Could it be that you never get homesick?" Long Yi smiled and shrugged his shoulders. He returned the question to Mu Hanyan. When Mu Hanyan heard Long Yi, she was startled. She avoided Long Yi's gaze and she didn't want to reply to him. At this time, the carriage had already arrived inside Soaring Dragon City. Long Yi's group was still in disguise and as such, no one was able to recognize them. Even after 2 years, it seemed like nothing had changed in Soaring Dragon City. Broad streets, pushing and squeezing crowds, imposing buildings. Everything was flourishing like before. The carriage slowly drove past one street after another as it slowly approached a heavily guarded area. There were patrolling guards everywhere and basically no one dared to cause a disturbance here. "Brother Mo Yan, stop the carriage." Long Yi lifted up the curtain and looked outside. He quickly asked Mad Lion to stop the carriage. Mad Lion stopped the carriage and Long Yi threw him a piece of order tablet. He said, "Take this and go to the Zaman clan. Someone will naturally arrange everything." Lai, Ling, go to my house with Brother Mo Yan. I will return after a little while." Long Yi said to the women in the carriage. I want to return to my beauty shop first. I will go to your house some other day." Mu Hanyan said with a smile. Long Yi nodded his head and gestured for the carriage to leave. After he saw the luxurious carriage disappear into the busy street, He caressed the mustache above his lips and rushed towards a store which sold silk and satin. The shop was diagonally across the bustling street and he entered the shop without anyone noticing him. This shop which sold silk and satin was extremely well known in Soaring Dragon City. This was because even the imperial tailors purchased cloth from this place. This was the store preferred by the nobles and officials when they wanted to make clothes. The store was very big. It occupied several hundred square meters of land and it was 3 stories tall. The higher the floor, the higher the grade of clothes. Long Yi directly went to the 3rd floor. There were many madams and misses here selecting their favorite silks and satins. Near the window, there was a beautiful young lady who wore a bright yellow dress. The dress was extremely gorgeous. She was in the process of carefully choosing some silk and satin. Behind her, there were 2 beautiful maids as well as 2 robust manservants carrying lots of stuff. Young Madam Zeman, are you going to buy all these silk and satin in order to make clothes today? An assistant's girl asked with a smile. She was clearly very familiar with young Madam Zeman. Yes, I think that my husband is coming home soon. I want to make him wear the clothes I made personally after he returns home. The young lady smiled. Her thin and beautiful face was full of yearning and longing. Generally, this kind of appearance would appear on the face of a young girl in love. Young women who were married rarely showed this kind of expression on their face. Just by looking at the amount of silk and satin young Madam Zeman bought in the last 2 years, they are sufficient for you to make several hundred sets of clothes. The young girl said with a smile. The young lady smiled and she pointed at the 3 most expensive rolls of silk and satin. She said, I want this, this, and this. Send them to the Zeman residence. Long Yi stood behind Nangong Xiangyun and he listened to their conversation. The corners of his eyes unconsciously became moist. He truly didn't fulfill any responsibility as a husband towards this wife whom he had married legally and formally. Wait, this lord wants those stuff. Just when that young girl wanted to send the things Nangong Xiangyun had bought to the Zeman residence, Long Yi stopped her. He started to make a ruckus as he walked over. Then, he stopped that young girl and he wanted to snatch everything young Madam Zeman bought. The entire 3rd floor instantly became silent. They were all wondering who had eaten the heart of a bear today. Who would dare to provoke the young lady of the Zeman clan? Was he tired of living? This guest. These are the things young Madam Zeman chose first. The young girl especially added weight to the word Zeman. When all was said and done, at this moment, one might well say that the Zeman clan could cover the heavens with one hand. No one can snatch the things this lord fancies. If you don't sell them to me, then I will burn down your store. Long Yi impudently said, you should take a look if you have the abilities to do so first. The young girl coldly said, without a strong backer, how could this silks and satin store bloom in this Soaring Dragon City? Seeing as how Long Yi was being unreasonable, her tone became unyielding. As for Nangong Xiangyun, she was blankly staring at Long Yi and her expression changed unpredictably. She was angry at the start. However, a complex expression soon appeared on her face. Hey beauty. Why on earth are you looking at this lord like that? Can it be that you like this lord? How about we go and look for a place to sit down and drink while exchanging our affection? Long Yi smirked as he looked at the confused Nangong Xiangyun. He started flirting with her. Everybody made a commotion and all of them looked at Long Yi as if they were looking at a dead man. Since he dared to flirt with the young lady of the Zeman clan, he wouldn't know how he died. The 2 manservants and maids behind Nangong Xiangyun were already unable to control themselves. They immediately released their magic power and Qi fluctuated around the area. They seemed to have pretty good skill. Stop! Nangong Xiangyun shouted. What? Since you were able to figure it out, come with this lord. Long Yi smirked and stretched out his hand as he raised Nangong Xiangyun's chin. Immediately, the entire 3rd floor became so silent they could hear a pin drop. Nangong Xiangyun didn't struggle. Merely, her gaze became softer and softer. Her eyes turned misty and crystal clear tears filled her eye sockets. Okay, I will go with you. I will go wherever you go. You are not allowed to abandon me. The tone of Nangong Xiangyun was very emotional, even a fool could hear the longing in her voice. Her long eyelashes blinked and a stream of tears flowed down her cheeks. Young Madam Zimin, This young girl was mystified. One should know that the violent Dragon Empire had very harsh requirement for women. If Nangong Xiangyun did this, it would clearly state that she was a red plum jutting out over a wall. 1. Everyone was shocked and some gossipy madams and misses had already let their imaginations run wild. 1. A red plum jutting out over a wall, unfaithful to one's husband. Long Yi's entire body shook. He stepped forward and used both his hands to hold Nangong Xiangyun's face. He used his fingers to wipe away the tears which were on her face. After that, he softly asked, Xiangyun, how did you recognize me? Nangong Xiangyun's tears didn't stop at all. She pounded against Long Yi's chest with her little fists and she threw herself into Long Yi's bosom. Then, she choked with sobs. Scoundrel, did you think that I would not recognize you just because you changed your appearance? I would never forget the flavor of your body even if I died. I'm sorry, Xiangyun. Long Yi hugged Nangong Xiangyun and muttered, Scoundrel. Stinking husband. You are a bully. You are bullying me even after you just got back. In the bosom of Long Yi, Nangong Xiangyun sobbed and she started cursing him. She used her hands to scratch Long Yi's back. However, no matter how much she cursed, she was in her sweetheart's embrace. This was something she had yearned for day and night. She was extremely happy that he was finally back. At this moment, everybody saw the light. Of course, this mustached man had to be the second young Master Zimin in disguise. Husband and wife were truly husband and wife. She was able to recognize him just by his aura. How could she not sniff out her husband? All of a sudden, heavy footsteps sounded and a team of fully armed patrol guards rushed up and surrounded Long Yi together with Nangong Xiangyun. You are quite bold. Why are you still not releasing young Madam Zimin? One guard shouted ferociously. Long Yi rolled his eyes. It seems as though others really didn't recognize him. He was too lazy to deal with this group of guards and he simply disappeared from the store with Nangong Xiangyun. When they reappeared, they were already in the sky above the Zimin residence. At this moment, the news of the second young master's return had already spread all over the Zimin residence. Everyone was bustling around in preparation for his return. As for Dongfang Wan, she was impatiently fidgeting in the hall. Mad Lion and others were also there. Second young master has returned. Second young master has returned. When Long Yi descended with Nangong Xiangyun, he had already reverted back to his true appearance. The maids excitedly shouted about his return non-stop. When they thought about it, many people thought that as long as the second young master was at home, the residence would be very lively. When he was gone, the residents felt desolate. When she heard that her son had returned, Dongfang Wan immediately rushed out. After seeing Long Yi, tears flowed down her eyes. Long Yi was a precious treasure in her heart. This separation of more than 2 years had nearly broken her heart. Long Yi let go of Nangong Xiangyun and he looked at Dongfang Wan who was impatiently rushing towards him. He felt sour in his heart. His voice was unexpectedly choking with sobs. Mother, I am back. Dongfang Wan looked Long Yi and she scanned his entire body. Seeing as he wasn't missing any body parts, she felt extremely relieved. She wiped her tears and grabbed Long Yi's ear as she scolded, Dumb kid, you just thought of returning home? Did you forget that your mother is waiting at home? Ayo, mother, it's really painful. Long Yi made a big fuss. However, in his heart, a hint of warmth appeared. How can Dongfang Wan be willing to pull her son's ear? When she heard Long Yi scream in pain, she hastily released him. She began to rub and blow on his ear to relieve his pain. She copied what Zimin Yu did when he was young. She recalled that there was one time when her hand had bumped into the corner of a table. At that time, he held her hand and blew on it as he said in his immature voice, "You will blow on it. Mother will not feel any pain. Don't hit my father." An immature voice which was full of dissatisfaction resounded in everyone's ears. Dongfang Wan sensed a strong aura and reflexively dodged to the side. She saw a little girl standing in front of Long Yi and she looked like a hen protecting her chick. Dongfang Wan instantly turned her gaze towards Long Yi and looked at him in confusion. "Let's talk after going into the house." Long Yi picked up Nair and entered the hall with a smile. Everyone took a seat and Long Yi began to talk about everything. At this moment, all the girls had taken off the disguise. They were all in their true appearances and Dongfang Wan felt as though it was a feast for her eyes. These goddess-like beauties, how did her son trick them into following him? However, it was a pity that the girl from the dragon race denied being Long Yi's woman. Otherwise, the Zimin clan would have a young girl from the dragon race as a daughter-in-law. Nangong Xiangyun was somewhat jealous in her heart. She was upset because she could only watch helplessly as the women around her husband kept on increasing. Some of the women were even prettier than herself. Furthermore, after calculating the time spent together with Long Yi, she realized that basically all of the sisters in front of her had spent more time together with Long Yi compared to herself. In any case, she was the woman who was formally and legally married to Long Yi first. She was the first daughter-in-law of the Zimin clan. She was the primary wife. As such, she had to be tolerant towards the others. If she wanted to blame, then she could only blame her husband for being too outstanding. It was his fault that there were so many women attracted to him. Dongfang Wan had seen through Nangong Xiangyun's thoughts. Since they had reunited after a long parting, she intentionally gave them some alone time. She looked for an excuse and led the others away. Everyone where was intelligent. How could they not understand Dongfang Wan's intentions? Long Yi returned to his courtyard with Nangong Xiangyun. He discovered that everything was just like it was 2 years ago. It was neat, tidy, and thoroughly cleaned. He felt a kind of ease and comfort that could be only felt in one's home. The moment he closed the door, Nangong Xiangyun's passion erupted. Their tongues and lips pressed against each other as they shared a passionate kiss. Her little hands had learned 1 or 2 attacks from Long Yi. However, she seemed to be inexperienced when using her hands. "Darling Xiangyun, don't be impatient. We have plenty of time." Long Yi caressed Nangong Xiangyun's back. He clearly understood the feeling in her heart. This girl was feeling a sense of crisis after seeing the number of women around him. Speaking about it, he owed her a lot. He had arbitrarily walked away during his marriage ceremony with her and it definitely made her unhappy. He was also surrounded by many women and he had been away from home for 2 years. He had only spent a limited amount of time with Nangong Xiangyun. Under the guidance of the veteran of flowers, the temperature of the two people began to rise. The clothing on their body became lesser and lesser until none was left. "Ah, my husband." Nangong Xiangyun's pink little entered Long Yi's mouth and she let out a moan as her entire body trembled. This sort of stimulation made her reach. The skin of Nangong Xiangyun was not milky white, rather, it was a healthy wheat color and it had a certain glow to it. At this moment, she was riding Long Yi at full speed and her full were rising and falling. Long Yi's soul was sent directly to the highest heaven. Moreover, her loosely hanging black hair flew around messily as she moved up and down. This was a fatal temptation for Long Yi. After a long time, Nangong Xiangyun let out a long drawn-out sweet moan and she reached the peak of pleasures. Her spring syrup flowed out of her honey cave and soaked the bed sheet. All the strength in her body seemed to have left her and she collapsed into Long Yi's bosom. "My husband, I want to continue." Nangong Xiangyun returned back to her senses and discovered that the bad fellow was still standing tall inside her body. Naturally, after being neglected for such a long time, she was too. "There is no hurry, your husband will give you everything you want. It's fine no matter how many times you want it." Long Yi smiled and pushed Nangong Xiangyun down on the bed. He started the attack which signaled the start of the second battle. "My husband, I still want." "Not a problem. More, okay. My husband, give me more." Long Yi looked at Nangong Xiangyun who was sleeping with a red face and he tenderly pinched her cheek. This girl truly loved to flaunt her superiority. On one side, she said that she still wanted it. On the other, She entered dreamland. Nangong Xiangyun shrunk into Long Yi's bosom and tightly hugged him as if she was afraid that he would run away. If he moved even a little, she would tighten her grip on him. The sky gradually dimmed and some fluctuations came from the barrier he laid outside the room. Long Yi raised his eyebrows and he wanted to see what was going on. However, he was unable to get away from Nangong Xiangyun's embrace. He gently poked Nangong Xiangyun's sleeping acupoint and finally freed himself from the land of warmth and tenderness. Second young master, master is waiting for you in the study. A guard respectfully said. Long Yi nodded his head and he straightened his clothing. He walked towards Zimin Nu's study. Chapter 503, Wuan's Past. En route, Long Yi noticed that the security inside the Zimin residence was much stricter. The defense in the sky had surrounded Zimin residence in a tight encirclement. Even a mosquito would not be able to escape their eyes and ears. The defense was probably so tight due to the growing intensity of the current situation. They were afraid that the slightest carelessness on their part would result in them wasting all of their previous efforts. Long Yi knocked on the door of the study and gently pushed it open. He immediately saw Zimin Nu standing in front of the painting which was hung on the wall. Zimin Nu had his hands clasped behind his back as he stood there. That was the painting of a man wearing golden armor and he had a huge sword in his hand. The man emitted a mighty aura and he was the ancestor of the Zimin clan, Zimin Jingfei. Come in. Zimin Nu said without turning his head backwards. That straight back of his was still like a lofty mountain even after experiencing this storm. His tone was flat and it seemed as though there were no fluctuations in his emotions. Yes, father. Long Yi replied. When he looked at the white hair on Zimin Nu's head, he felt extremely bitter in his heart. Long Yi remembered that when he left 2 years ago, his father barely had any white hair growing on his head. Long Yi would never have thought that in an extremely short amount of time, his father would have aged so much. These past 2 years, you have done a good job. Zimin Nu turned around. Although his expression was neutral, his eyes were shining with happiness. This son of his had truly not let him down. Long Yi smiled. He didn't reply Zimin Nu. His eyes were fixed on that portrait Zimin Nu was looking at. The Long family usurping the empire was the greatest regret our ancestor had. I hope that us father and son can make up for the ancestor's regret. Zimin Nu sighed softly and said, Father, although it seems as though our Zimin clan has the advantage at the moment, the Long family seems too calm. When he thought about the intelligence report he read in the past few days, Long Yi frowned and cautioned his father. This is the calm before the storm. The moment the proud Moon Empire is dealt with, the final decisive battle will begin. Of the two clans, the Long and the Zimin clan, only one will survive. Zimin Nu walked to the back of his desk and he sat down. Long Yi nodded his head. No matter who won or lost, the violent Dragon Empire would face a huge cleansing. Both sides knew the consequences of not pulling out weeds from the root. The vassals of both clans knew that if they chose the wrong side, their clans would face destruction. Father, how is Big Brother? Long Yi asked. Now, he is in the army headquarters doing light and easy jobs. As for Liu Shi, it has already been confirmed that SLT is the descendant of the previous dynasty's imperial family. The dark force behind Long Zhan might also be connected to the previous dynasty. I truly had never thought that Long Zhan, who had always been clever throughout his life, would have gone senile. I can clearly see that those people are planning to reap the benefits by being an old fisherman. Zimin Nu coldly snorted and said, 2 years ago, after Long Yi left Soaring Dragon City, he had dispatched 2 groups of Skynet intelligence agents to specifically analyze the language written in the script given to him by Mu Hanyan. That script was from the previous dynasty and he was finally able to dig out some clues. Long Yi frowned and he instantly thought of Mu Hanyan. Could it be that she was also a surviving member of the previous dynasty? That didn't seem quite right. The script from her hometown was the same as the mysterious script passed down in Holy City. It was completely different from the script used by the people from the previous dynasty. No matter how he thought about it, Long Yi couldn't think of anything. After analyzing the intelligence reports, I am afraid that the dark force behind Long Zon has already infiltrated into every part of the Imperial clan. The current Imperial clan is not much different from a puppet. It seems like our main opponent is the remnants of the previous dynasty. Zeman Nu said in a heavy tone. Even if he failed to seize the empire, he absolutely could not allow the empire to fall back into the hands of the people from the previous dynasty. Long Yi and Zeman Nu began to discuss and analyze the current situation happening inside Soaring Dragon City. Their discussion was extremely thorough and they covered everything. Unconsciously, the entire night passed while they were chatting, and when the first glimmer of light shone onto the land from the east, the stomach of these two was rumbling with hunger. All of a sudden, a sound of knocking could be heard as it came from the door of the study. Dongfang Wan's voice could be heard. "Lord, it's me." The door was pushed open with a creak and Dongfang Wan walked into the room with several dishes and a bottle of wine. She chided the Zeman Nu as she jokingly complained, "Lord, Ewer has just returned from a long journey. You pulled him over and chatted with him for the entire night. Did you not think about how tired Ewer would be after his journey?" "Mother, I am not made from flour. Even if I don't sleep for 10 days and 10 nights, I will be completely fine." Long Yi said with a smile, "Don't show off, hurry up, sit down and eat something." Dongfang Wan grumbled. The father and son pair were indeed hungry. They picked up their chopsticks and they attacked the food as though they were wolves and tigers seeing their prey. As for Dongfang Wan, she sat at the side as she watched the son and father pair. Her heart was filled with happiness. In her heart, she didn't want her husband and son to do anything great. As long as their entire family could sit together and have a meal together peacefully, she would be perfectly content. However, she knew that the Zeman clan was at the point of no return. Having drunk and eaten to his heart's content, Long Yi patted his stomach with a satisfied expression. The food made by his mother was truly delicious. Suddenly, Long Yi thought of a matter and he opened his mouth. However, he swallowed his words all of a sudden. "Ewer, do you have something to say?" Zeman Nu asked in confusion when he saw Long Yi's appearance. There is, but this is a secret and I'll only talk to mother about it." Long Yi smiled and said, "Secret?" A smile suddenly bloomed on Dongfang Wan's face. This proved that her position in her son's heart was second to none. Long Yi pulled Dongfang Wan to a room at the side before setting up a barrier. Seeing as Long Yi was so cautious, Dongfang Wan also became serious. "Mother, can you tell me how father got involved with Wuen's mother?" Long Yi looked at Dongfang Wan and asked her with a serious expression. He knew that his mother was extremely petty when it came to love. In this aspect, one could say that she was very similar to his cousin, Dongfang Kexin. He wondered if all the women from the Dongfang clan had an inborn possessiveness. However, unlike Dongfang Wan who had succeeded in keeping her husband from different women, Dongfang Kexin failed miserably. It was her bad luck to meet Long Yi, this superwomanizer. Sure enough, Dongfang Wan's expression changed the moment Long Yi brought up the matter. She became a bit annoyed and she said, "Smelly brat, is this the mysterious secret you are talking about?" "Mother, I have a reason to ask about this. Can you tell me, please?" Long Yi pulled Dongfang Wan's hand and he asked. Dongfang Wan looked at Long Yi with a suspicious gaze. She knew that her son wasn't someone who would enjoy gossips. As such, she explained everything to him with some resentment in her voice. "Isn't everything your father's fault? At that time, when your father was drunk, he violated a maid who just started working here. As a result, Zeman Wuen was born." "Mother, are you sure that that maid gave birth to Wuen?" Long Yi asked. Dongfang Wan frowned and she realized Long Yi's point. She became serious and she answered Long Yi seriously, "When that woman was about to give birth, I was on the scene. Wuen was also brought up in front of me. How could there be any mistakes?" "Then, you are sure that Wuen is?" Long Yi thought for a bit but he didn't complete his sentence. "Son, do you think that Wuen isn't a daughter from our Zeman clan?" Dongfang Wan was intelligent and she instantly understood the meaning behind Long Yi's words. Yes. One of the reasons why Long Yi returned this time was to understand Zimin Wuan's past. That was the reason he asked so many questions. Why would you say so? Do you have any proof? You cannot say anything you like. The complexion of Dongfang Wan was already ghastly pale. If Zimin Wuan really wasn't a daughter from the Simon clan, that meant that someone had schemed against the Simon clan since a long time ago. That was truly absurd. If this matter was spread outside, the Zimin clan would become a laughingstock and Zimin Nu would no longer have the face to meet other people. Long Yi thought for a bit and he knew that since he had arrived at this point, he didn't need to hide anything. His mother Dongfang Wan wasn't a simple person. Long Yi was certain that she would be able to find some leads. Yes, I performed a test and I am 100% sure that there is no blood relationship between me and Wuan. Long Yi frowned and said. When he tested the relationship between himself and Wuan in the past, he was shocked as well. Dongfang Wan gritted her teeth and her eyes shone with pallid light. She absolutely believed that her son wouldn't shoot an arrow without a target in mind. Since he said that Zimin Wuan and her son didn't have any blood relationship, Zimin Wuan was definitely not a child from the Zimin clan, who had the guts to make the Zimin clan a scapegoat. Could it be? Dongfang Wan seemed to have recalled something and her beautiful face had huge changes and she unexpectedly trembled. What? Long Yi asked. The eyelid of Dongfang Wan trembled beyond her control as she said, I remember that maid was brought in by our grandfather and another woman. He said that he saw her on the road, and taking a pity on her, he brought her along to make her the personal maid of your father. Thinking about it now, it is somewhat fishy. That girl was an outstanding beauty. How could he find such beauty on the road? Mother mean to say that this entire matter was arranged single-handedly by grandfather? Long Yi asked. I don't know. Unfortunately, it has already been more than 20 years we have not heard from him. Otherwise, we could have asked him. Dongfang Wan shook her head and said but she was not able to shake off that indistinct doubt. Long Yi suddenly recalled Dan2 of Mi Holy Magic Academy. At that time, she had said, as it turned out you are the kid of Zimin clan, never thought that you have already gotten this big in the blink of an eye. Didn't this sentence mean that she had seen him during his childhood? Then, was she that woman together with his grandfather? She had once decisively said that Wuan didn't have any relation with Zimin clan. His guess might not be wrong. Moreover, seeing that she cared so much about Wuan, the relationship between her and Wuan was certainly not simple. This matter you said to mother, forget it, and be sure to never tell your father, do you understand? Dongfang Wan seriously said. I know, mother. You should know that your son, I am not a person that speaks carelessly. Long Yi replied. It seemed only that An-Tu and his grandfather held the answer to this mystery. Chapter 504, Dispute. Shui Ling Long. Long Yi didn't think much about Wuan's past. When he thought about the one and only younger sister he had, a complicated feeling appeared in his heart. He had to admit that he was actually a little happy when he learned that she wasn't his biological younger sister. However, another thought flashed through his mind. Long Yi was thinking whether or not his thoughts were wicked right now. Long Yi walked out of the Zimin residence. At this moment, the sky was not yet completely bright, but the streets were already starting to bustle with activity. The bustling streets brought vitality to Soaring Dragon City. For an unknown reason, Long Yi always felt that there was a void in his heart. It felt as though he was missing something. What exactly was he missing? Long Yi began to understand what he was missing when he walked from one street to another. He remembered that wherever he went in the past, there would be someone following him. It would either be Li King, or Barbarian Bull. He didn't feel that they were missing when he was in Blue Moon City, but after returning to Soaring Dragon City, the empty feeling became extremely prominent. Barbarian Bull, he should be happily living his life as a father in the Hengjuan Mountains. Li King, I wonder if he passed through all 18 tests in his clan. Is my Bai still staying in the clan? A hint of warmth unconsciously appeared in Long Yi's heart. Long Yi seemed to be walking forward with no destination in mind. Suddenly, His footsteps stopped and he looked around. He discovered that he had unexpectedly arrived at the street of Soaring Dragon City. He solemnly looked at this completely new building in front of him and saw a gold-plated signboard with Vermilion Jade Cuddling House written on it. The name was straightforward. People came to brothels to cuddle jades. Greek. A beautiful girl who was yawning pushed open the window of the store which faced the street. She stared at the streets as she leaned against the window. She saw a handsome youth who was wearing a silk gown stand in front of the entrance of the Vermilion Jade Cuddling House. When she saw him standing at the entrance, she was extremely surprised. Could it be that this person was so thirsty that he ran over here early in the morning to look for a girl? One should know that even ordinary brothels wouldn't open at daytime. This girl was known as Kui, Emerald Green, Niang. Like her name, she was wearing clothing which was emerald green in color. She was one of the two great stars of this Vermilion Jade Cuddling House. Although her beauty wasn't devastating, she possessed a great flavor, especially her slender figure. She could enchant any man to death. Stars naturally had the privilege of stars. Every day, she just needed to sing or accompany some illustrated high-ranking officials to drink a few cups of wine. As such, she still had a pure body. This was the so-called selling arts and not selling the body. However, Queen Niang was extremely clear in her heart that selling her arts and not her body was just a joke. Everyone had a price and she was no exception. It was just that her price might be completely different from other ordinary women. Queen Niang quickly discovered that she was wrong. Staring at this Vermilion Jade Cuddling House, the youth had a changing expression. Sometimes, his face would be filled with sadness and sometimes, his expression would become one of loneliness. He wasn't a starving dire wolf that was looking for food. His expression made the string at the bottom of her heart quiver. When Queen Niang saw that the youth had turned around and was about to leave, she involuntarily called out to him, "This noble son, how about coming in and drinking a cup of wine with me?" Long Yi had already noticed this brothel girl who had good looks and temperament looking at him. However, he didn't care about her. Yet when he was about to leave, she called out to him, "Drink wine? I don't have a single cent on me right now. Can I drink on credit?" Long Yi turned around again and joked. He shrugged his shoulders toward the girl. "It doesn't matter. I am inviting you in for a drink." "Wait a minute, I will open the door," Queen Niang said. She didn't know why, but this was the first time she had been so curious about a man she had just seen for the first time. "No need to bother. Since a lady is inviting me for a drink, I won't decline." The figure of Long Yi flashed and he instantly appeared beside Queen Niang. Queen Niang exclaimed in surprise and patted her chest. She was not a naive woman who had not seen the world. She had seen and met those high-class magicians and sword masters. However, even among all the strong people she had seen, she had never seen anyone move as quickly as Long Yi. Long Yi sized up this room. It was very wide and it was elegantly decorated. When he saw this, Long Yi knew that the position of this girl in the Vermilion Jade Cuddling House wasn't low. "Wait here for me," Queen Niang said. After opening the door, she ran out of the room. After a while, she returned with steaming hot dishes and a small bottle of fine wine. Long Yi had just eaten the food personally prepared by Dongfeng Wan. As such, he wasn't hungry right now. He had just been exploring the streets when this girl invited him for a drink. "I wonder where noble son came from. I have never seen you around here before," Queen Niang asked with a smile as she gave Long Yi a cup of fine wine. "I am a person who used to live in Soaring Dragon City. However, I just came back after spending some time outside." Long Yi sipped a mouthful of fine wine and replied, "Is that so? It's no wonder. Just now, I saw that this noble son seemed to be extremely sad. How about pouring your heart out? Let Queen Niang share a bit of your burden," Queen Niang softly asked. When she saw that this handsome youth's gaze wasn't sizing up her hot figure, she managed to sense a noble aura coming from him. She knew that he wasn't an average person. Long Yi shook his head without any change in his expression. However, A hint of gloominess flashed through his eyes. This vermilion jade cuddling house was called Beautiful Fragrant House 2 years ago. It was also one of the branches of the Skynet intelligence organization. He still remembered the scene of Ruiyu talking freely and King Wu joking around with Piao Zhu. They were no longer here. In the past, when Beautiful Fragrance House was burned to the ground, Ruiyu, King Wu, and Piao Zhu had died without a trace. All of it was due to Long Zan's arrangements. Long Yi knew that he would definitely make Long Zan pay for everything he had done. Bang! The porcelain cup in Long Yi's hand was crushed and it disintegrated into fine powder. Ah! Queen Yang exclaimed. Are you afraid? Long Yi said with a faint smile on his face. Queen Yang nodded her head and hastily shook her head again. Her boss always said that the guests were gods and she absolutely shouldn't provoke gods. The gods were always right. Even if the gods did something wrong, they were still in the right. Who is your boss? Long Yi asked. According to his observation, this woman wasn't engaged in information gathering. I don't know. I just know that Big Sister Hua has been managing us. Queen Yang replied. Long Yi raised his eyebrows. It seemed as though the boss of this vermilion jade cuddling house wasn't simple at all. Queen Yang, are you awake? My cream is used up. Who is he? A young girl wearing a pink cotton dress pushed open the door and entered Queen Yang's room. She was shocked when she saw that there was another man in the room. Zai Hong, he is my friend. Queen Yang had not expected that this close sister of hers would suddenly enter her room. She didn't know how to reply to her and she replied Zai Hong with a red face. This Zai Hong was a bewitching beauty. Her facial features were exquisite and lustrous. It was just that she was exposing too much of her body. It seemed as though her charm wasn't inferior to Mu Hanyan at all. This handsome brother, which family's noble son are you? Zai Hong jumped to Long Yi's side and teased him. She blew a mouthful of fragrant breath into Long Yi's ear. She was acting too unrestrained. Aren't you the clearest about which family I came from? Long Yi said casually with a smile. Noble son is joking. I have never seen Noble son before. How can I know who you are? Zai Hong said with her eyes wide open. Long Yi smirked and glanced at Zai Hong. His taunting smile instantly pierced through her soul. When this woman had entered the room, her eyes had flashed for only an instant. However, Long Yi was able to catch that there were many people in Soaring Dragon City who were able to recognize him. Although this woman had clearly recognized him, she pretended not to. Even if she had never seen him before, she might have seen his portrait somewhere. There was only one kind of people who would look at his portrait without meeting him before. They were intelligence agents. Long Yi felt as though this situation was extremely strange. With Queen Yang's status, she could easily gather intelligence. However, she didn't seem to know much. Why didn't the boss make use of such a good tool? Zai Hong panicked when she saw Long Yi's gaze. She felt as if she was standing stark naked in front of Long Yi and all her secrets were out in the open. She dared to confirm that he had already seen through her identity. At this moment, the sky had already gotten bright and the sounds of hoofbeats suddenly came from outside the store. A fairly luxurious carriage stopped before the entrance of the Vermilion Jade Cuddling House and a youth jumped out of the carriage. He was wearing a skin-tight gown which was black and white in color. Bang, bang, bang. He knocked the door of the entrance. Zai Hong looked outside the window and she saw the man at the entrance. Turning her head backward, she chuckled and said, Queen Yang, your sweetheart has come. Things are going to get lively. Queen Yang looked at Long Yi and she snapped, Zai Hong, don't talk nonsense. Noble Sun Ying isn't my sweetheart. Okay, he is your admirer. However, if he sees this noble son, he might fly into a rage. Zai Hong didn't dare to look at Long Yi. However, she took pleasure in other people's misfortunes. She appeared as if she had made up her mind to look at this good play of rivals in love. Queen Yang, I am coming. Look what I bought for you. The door wasn't closed and the youth walked in with a huge bag of things. When he saw Long Yi sitting in the room, His complexion instantly became gloomy. Long Yi squinted his eyes and looked straight towards this youth. Crown Prince Long Ying? Now, this was strange. Wasn't he busy struggling against the Simon clan? How could he find the time to come to the brothel and get entangled with a prostitute? This didn't seem like something he would do. You two, get out. Long Ying suddenly emitted a violent aura and coldly said. The two women were shocked and afraid. Zai Hong obediently retreated. However, Queen Yang stood there and she scolded. This is my room. Why are you asking me to leave? Furthermore, this noble son is my guest. I hope that you will not bother him. Queen Yang, he is my old acquaintance. We haven't seen each other in a long time and we just want to talk about the past. Can I borrow your room? Long Yi said to Queen Yang with a smile. Oh. Queen Yang responded in a daze. Turning around, she left the room. Long Ying's handsome face instantly started twitching when Queen Yang left the room. Zimin you truly came back. Long Yi didn't even look up. He simply poured Long Ying a cup of wine and he said with indifference, when did the dignified Crown Prince Long Ying fall to the point where you become jealous over a prostitute? What, after fooling around with Lady Yi, did your taste change? Crack. Long Ying slammed the table and one corner of the table broke. This table was made from dark rock and was extremely sturdy, yet it still broke with one slap from Long Ying. She is my woman, I hope you will understand. Long Ying glared at Long Yi with a murderous gaze and warned him. It doesn't look like that to me. Moreover, I know that as long as I am willing, Queen Yang is willing to be my woman. Long Yi smirked and said. His indifference and calm expression created a strong contrast against the ferocious expression on Long Ying's face. Even though he seemed calm, Long Yi was surprised in his heart. Long Ying, who was an expert in the game of love, had unexpectedly fallen in love with a prostitute. Since he loved her, why didn't he directly state his identity and bring her back to the Imperial Palace? After thinking about it for a bit, Long Yi came to a realization. Long Ying was a very proud person. Every time he chose a target, he would do everything possible for the other party to fall in love with him. Just like what he said, perverts also had different grades. Conquering a woman's heart was much more delightfully compared to simply obtaining her body. Clearly, Long Ying wanted to conquer her heart. However, Long Yi didn't expect that this dignified Long Ying would have fallen for this courtesan called Queen Yang. Long Ying had yet to conquer her heart, but he himself seemed to have truly fallen. I will not let you have your way. Long Ying gnashed his teeth and said. Although he seemed furious on the surface, it seemed as though he had adjusted his mental state. Then, it would be best for you to go and hold on to Queen Yang for now. Use that thing of yours to obtain her. I'm not as free as you are right now. The figure of Long Yi flashed and disappeared from the room. Long Ying's handsome face, which was twisted, finally relaxed after Long Yi left the room. A sneer appeared on his face as he muttered, Zimin Yu, I will let you be arrogant for several more days. When I activate that curse within your body, I will properly enjoy the scene of you dying in pain. At the end of the year, the temperature finally dropped. The atmosphere was no longer filled with scorching heat and the sunlight was also gentle and soft. Other than midday, the rest of the day was quite comfortable. In the Mi-Holy Magic Academy, the morning curriculum had just ended. The school ground was full of students wearing different professional dresses. Teacher Shui Ruoyan, please accept my absolutely sincere heart. You are so noble and beautiful, just like the stars in the sky. My soul burns for you. My life blossomed for you. A 10-something-years-old boy kneeled down on one leg and loudly confessed to the most beautiful teacher in Mi-Holy Magic Academy. The people who were looking at him cheered loudly. Shui Ruoyan didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. This was not the first time this happened. If she wanted to blame someone, then she had to blame Long Yi, that stinking fellow. That shocking public confession of his was recorded down in the history books of the Academy. It had now developed into the distinguishing feature of the Mi-Holy Magic Academy. Just like Long Yi's love declaration in the past, every single student in the Mi-Holy Magic Academy confessed their love boldly. All of the students followed in Long Yi's footsteps and they created all kinds of strange ways to confess their love. Okay. I got it. I will consult your matter with your advisor this afternoon. I believe that he is very willing to make your life and soul burst into bloom. Shui Ruoyan said in all seriousness. That boy stood up with a start as the figure of a muscular big man who was 8 feet tall appeared in his mind. The huge man was digging his nostrils as he looked at this youth with a lewd look. Ah, Teacher Shui Ruoyan, I was wrong. I don't dare to do it anymore. That boy screamed in a sad voice. He ran away as quickly as he could. Shui Ruoyan shook her head with a smile and walked towards her teacher dormitory. Grandma, I am back. Shui Ruoyan habitually called out. However, there was no response in the house. Strange. Did she go somewhere? Shui Ruoyan pushed open the door of Shui Linglong's room and saw that the room was empty. When she was about to leave, Shui Ruoyan stopped in her tracks and her expression changed. She stared at the messy bed. One should know that Shui Linglong had always been neat and tidy. Every time Shui Ruoyan entered Shui Linglong's room, the room would be neat and tidy. However, the quilt was not folded today. Shui Ruoyan walked in and she wanted to fold Shui Linglong's quilt for her. However, when she was about to touch the quilt, the blood drained from her face and she became quite pale. She saw a large spot of dark red blood stain on the light blue-colored quilt. The blood stain wasn't completely dry and it seemed as though it was quite fresh. Grandma, Grandma. Shui Ruoyan's hands trembled and she rushed out of the room anxiously. On a high mountain located at the outskirts of Mi Principality, Shui Linglong was in a seated position as she leaned on a huge rock. Her face was pale and a beautiful middle-aged lady was standing beside her. The beautiful lady was wearing a purple gown. How much time do I have left? Shui Linglong calmly asked. 6 months at most. Although the blood-cursing technique was stopped at the final moment, your bodily functions had already been damaged. Even I cannot help you. The beautiful lady sighed and told Shui Linglong the truth. 6 months. Shui Linglong smiled bitterly. Even having 6 months was an extravagant hope. If you have any last wishes then you should quickly fulfill them. If you have something you need to say, then say it. If you have something you should do, then do it. Don't let yourself pass away with regrets. The beautiful lady indifferently said. When she said regret, her expression became somewhat erratic. It seemed as though there was something she wanted to say but she wasn't able to. Thank you for your help these days. If it was not for you, I would already be dead. I wouldn't even know what my granddaughter had become. Shui Linglong seemed to have already accepted the fact that she was going to die. Her expression was also relaxed. I helped you because someone told me to. You don't have to feel that you owe me anything. The beautiful lady gently shook her head and disappeared. Shui Linglong felt that her blood and she was a lot smoother now and she stood up. Fortunately for her, these days, that mysterious beautiful lady used a strange method to suppress her injuries. Otherwise, there was no way for her to live up till this day. She would have already died a long time ago without knowing anything. However, it seemed as though the matter between her son and her granddaughter became a knot in her heart. It seemed as though it would be better for her to quickly resolve that knot in her heart. When Shui Linglong returned to the Mi Holy Magic Academy, Shui Ruoyan was already at the point of going insane with worry. When she saw that Shui Linglong had returned, she hastily grabbed Shui Linglong's hand and asked, Grandma, what happened to you? Where are you feeling uncomfortable? I am fine, you don't need to worry. Shui Linglong smiled and caressed the beautiful face of Shui Ruoyan. Then, what about a blood stain on your quilt? Shui Ruoyan didn't let the matter off and continued to ask. When Grandma was meditating and attacking the bottleneck to make a breakthrough, my blood and chi deviated a little. I am already fine now. However, I failed to break through. Shui Linglong calmly explained. So that was the case. I was nearly frightened to death. Shui Ruoyan finally relaxed and said she had made up with Shui Linglong with great difficulty, and now, the relationship between this grandmother and granddaughter had gotten closer by leaps and bounds. Ruoyan, do you want to meet your father? Shui Linglong grabbed the little hand of Shui Ruoyan and asked all of a sudden. Shui Ruoyan was startled and didn't dare to believe what she had just heard. Grandma, are you willing to let me go see my father? Chapter 505. The disappearance of the military advisor. The wind blew and the bright and radiant sun was instantly covered by dark clouds. One could feel that the wind was sweeping through the tower, heralding the rising storm in the mountains. Long Yi looked up and saw the stifling dark clouds in the sky. His heart felt somewhat fidgety. The lightning vortex in his sea of consciousness was restless. Not long after, bin-sized rain droplets began to fall. When these rain droplets fell onto someone, the person would feel pain. Before long, the drizzle turned into a downpour. Everything became hazy and misty. The pedestrians on the road hastily entered the stores on both sides of the road in order to avoid the rain. This was the first heavy rain in these past 2 months. The people didn't complain at all. Instead, they were unusually happy. It was just too bad that the rain was too heavy. Otherwise, many people would have rushed into the streets and enjoyed the feeling of raindrops on their body. At an unknown time, Long Yi had already exited the western city gate. He didn't have any barrier or truchi to cover his body and he was completely drenched. Walking step by step, he passed through that familiar small grove and arrived at the small riverbank nearby. It had already been a long time since he last got drenched in the rain. It was a refreshing feeling. Combing his hair which was sticking to his forehead backwards, Long Yi stood there. He felt stuffy in his heart. Long Yi stood upright and raised his right hand up into the air. The golden lightning mark on his glabella shone with a blinding radiance. Crackle. Lightning streaked across the dark clouds and it seemed as though they ran into a powerful magnetic field. The lightning struck towards Long Yi one after another and they landed perfectly on the mark on Long Yi's glabella. Long Yi's black hair unexpectedly fluttered messily in this heavy downpour and fine silverish purple lightning started to spread throughout his body. His body issued crackling sounds and a piece of armor with mysterious patterns engraved in it appeared on Long Yi's body. The appearance of the armor was indistinct and he appeared just like a god. Suddenly, Long Yi opened his eyes and his black pupils turned silverish purple in color. The indistinct armor on his body instantly turned solid. A silverish purple light flashed through his right hand which was raised. Puff! Long Yi suddenly trembled and vomited a mouthful of blood. The mark on his glabella instantly disappeared and the lightning god armor on his body returned to his body. At this moment, Long Yi felt pain as if his sea of consciousness was being torn apart. Gradually, a warm current rose from his lower abdomen and his seething blood and chi calmed down. Still too far. The current me simply cannot materialize the lightning god hammer. Long Yi wiped the blood stain from the corner of his mouth and muttered. He was barely able to wear the lightning god armor for a few seconds. However, the moment he tried to sense the lightning god hammer, he suffered a backlash. The lightning god wasn't joking when he warned Long Yi in the past. The rain gradually became smaller and the heavy downpour changed into a small drizzle. Long Yi watched the seething river water in a daze. Although his attempt to summon the lightning god hammer had ended up in failure and he suffered a backlash, his understanding of the lightning god's power increased a lot. He was doing his best to recall the feeling he had just a moment ago. Suddenly, a silver light flashed in the midst of the rain. Along with the familiar cry of a crane, a faint fragrance entered Long Yi's nose. The rain droplets no longer touched his body. Although you are trying to admire the misty and hazy rain, is it necessary for you to get wet? A graceful figure appeared beside Long Yi and she said with a charming smile on her face. Sometimes, it feels pretty good to feel the rain on your body. Don't you think so? Long Yi said without even turning his head. You seem to be very sentimental today. It's not like you. Mu Hanyan turned over and stared at Long Yi's handsome face. She seemed as though she wanted to make out a flower from his face. Then, how do you think I should be like? Long Yi turned around and asked with a smile. Well, speaking ambiguously, optimistic, strong, wicked, lecherous, and sometimes, a bit sinister. Mu Hanyan chuckled. You are extremely correct. It seems like you understand me better than myself. Hee hee. By the way, how did you know that I was here? Long Yi asked with a smile. I missed you, so I made Bei Yu look for you. Mu Hanyan looked at Long Yi with her seductive eyes and moved closer to him. Long Yi simply smiled and he didn't reply her. He seemed to have fallen into a trance. Mu Hanyan also remained silent and she stood by Long Yi's side as she admired this haze world together with him. When she thought about all the time she had spent with Long Yi, a sweet and sour feeling welled up inside her heart. Hanyan, what is your dream? What is the objective you wish to achieve the most? Long Yi suddenly asked. Mu Hanyan was dumbfounded and it seemed as though she was unable to answer Long Yi's question. Only after a long time, she answered faintly, I don't have any dream. The objective that I want to achieve the most is not mine but someone else's. Is that so? That is to say, you have been living for others? Long Yi raised his eyebrows and asked. He felt somewhat surprised in his heart. Mu Hanyan was startled inwardly. She felt as though she had leaked too much information to Long Yi and she made a bitter smile on her face. She returned Long Yi's question with one of her own. Don't ask anymore. What about your dream? Is it dominating the entire Blue Waves continent? Long Yi smiled a little and shook his head. My dream is very simple. Perhaps you will not believe it, but I just want to live a tranquil life and travel the world with my wives. Unfortunately, I don't have the final say in this world. There is a saying, you can't always do as you like. I am not an independent individual and I am tied up with the lives and interest of the people around me. When you pull a single hair, the whole body moves. My life affects many others. Mu Hanyan watched that sentimental side of Long Yi for a long time and sighed in her heart. Yes, everyone would be affected. That was Long Yi's life, but wasn't she the same? Thinking about it carefully, both of them were truly alike. Long Yi stood up and circulated his internal force. Steam rose from his body and his drenched clothes instantly dried. Hanyan, did anything change over at Long Zhen's side? Long Yi asked. I came to tell you something. Everyone is saying that the military advisor of Long Zhen has entered seclusion. Last night, I discovered that the room where he entered seclusion was empty without a single soul inside the room. He seemed to have disappeared into thin air. I can't seem to find anything about him. Mu Hanyan recalled the matter and said solemnly, disappeared? Isn't this better? If he was gone, it would be much easier to deal with Long Zhen. Long Yi said with a smile. Mu Hanyan shook her head and said, no, strangely enough. There were no abnormalities with the dark force which listened to his orders. Even after I spread the news of the disappearance of the military advisor, everyone behaved indifferently. Isn't that strange? He might have left to handle some affairs. He might already have explained his disappearance to the people under him. Long Yi rubbed his chin and said, that is possible. However, it seems suspicious for him to disappear at this time. Mu Hanyan frowned and her charming eyes unexpectedly displayed a hint of killing intent. Long Yi noticed this killing intent coming from Mu Hanyan. He became even more curious about her identity. Since Mu Hanyan could directly enter the seclusion room of that mysterious military advisor to look for him, it showed that she played a vital role in the dark force behind Long Zhen. Chapter 506, Stealing the Elder's Seal. In the night, Dragon Island was surrounded by a transcendent fog. Stars filled the sky and the night breeze blew across the land. It was quiet and auspicious. The dragon race and the human race both rested at night and were active in the morning. This moment, it was already late at night. Other than some dragons who were guarding the island, the rest of the dragons were already asleep. This was one comparatively large island of the Divine Dragon Archipelago. The entire island was covered in trees. At this moment, a pitch-black shadow flashed and hid under a tree. For a long time, a pair of sparkling eyes scouted the cave not far away from the tree. There were two huge dragons coiled in front of the entrance of the cave. Their eyes were half squinted as they kept watch for any suspicious activities. The two of them were the dragon guards which kept the island safe at night. Suddenly, a golden light streaked across the starry sky and a beautiful dragon girl with a hot figure landed in front of the cave. The two dragon guards widened their eyes and they looked at each other. The panicked expression in their eyes was obvious and they looked at each other. Today, you two are in guard duty. That's great. I'm bored. You two should accompany me to practice my skills. The dragon beauty was wearing golden scale armor and her beautiful eyes were staring at these two dragon guards. The look in her eyes was as if she was a dire wolf who was watching its prey. "Princess Midire, us brothers are on duty right now. Please look for someone else," one of the dragon guards said with a flattering smile on his face. "Who else can I look for in the dead of night? If the two of you don't come over to help me practice my skills, I'll come and look for you every night." A devilish smile appeared on Midire's beautiful face. The two dragon guards looked at each other and they saw the helplessness and fear in each other's eyes. But if Elder Feely discovered that we left our post without permission, we will definitely be punished." The other dragon guard made the final struggle and hoped that she would let them off. In his heart, he was cursing his damn woman. They were truly unlucky. In the middle of the night, they had to run into the first tyrant dragon king of the dragon clan. Now, a layer of their dragon skin would be peeled off again. "That is your business. I'll let you think about it carefully. Do you like to be punished by the elder or would you rather be punished by this princess?" Midire had a smile on her beautiful face, but the bodies of the two dragon guards were trembling. The two dragon guards accepted their fate and changed into their humanoid forms. They behaved obediently and prepared to become Midire's punching bag. As for Midire, she stealthily looked towards the place where that shadow was hiding and signaled. "Fuo." Geluxia exhaled. His big sister was truly resourceful. He looked left and right like a thief before rushing in the cave. This cave was Elder Feely's residence. He was one of the 7 elders of the dragon clan. Today, he came here sneakily because he was forced to by his tyrannical big sister. Leguxia could only lament that he was born under an unlucky star and was the brother of such a terrifying big sister. Lugexia was very familiar with the interior of this cave. He went left and right and quickly arrived at the bottom of the cave. There was a natural hot spring at the bottom of this cave, but it wasn't that big. If an adult dragon wanted to bath here, he must first transform into his humanoid form. Leguxia scouted the surroundings stealthily. He behaved just like a thief. His breathing stopped and his heartbeat began to accelerate. He discovered that, on the rock at the edge of that oval-shaped hot spring, a couple was fondling and kissing as they made love with each other. The man seemed to be 50 or so in age and he had a mustache growing above his lips. One of his claws was grabbing onto a very large of that charming woman. One of his sturdy legs were placed on her stomach. This old fellow. Lugexia spat in secret. However, his eyes were glued to the woman's and the mysterious place between her legs. He was swallowing mouthfuls of saliva as he stared at her. Only after a long time, Lugexia recalled his mission. He calmed down and suppressed that youthful agitation in his heart. Wearing the black hood to completely cover his head, Lugexia walked over to the pair of man and woman. Needless to say, they were naturally Elder Feely and his beautiful and voluptuous wife. Lugexia and Midire had clearly investigated Elder Feely. They found out that these two would come to this hot spring once every 2 days. When they took a bath together, they would engage in the ancient sport of breeding. Although they had been doing this for several thousand years, Elder Feely's wife didn't get pregnant at all. However, both of them still enjoyed it. After Elder Feely and his wife finished doing their deeds, they would sleep like dead pigs and they wouldn't wake up even if thunder boomed beside their ear. In addition to this, Lugexia had this cloak that completely hid his aura. After taking all precautions, it was certain that Lugexia would be able to obtain the Elder's seal without awakening Elder Feely. Lugexia crouched down and stared at Elder Feely's huge hand which was covering his wife's. There was a space ring on his middle finger where the Elder's seal was hidden. "Elder Feely, I'm sorry," Lugexia secretly said in his heart. After holding his breath, he took out a transparent bottle. There was a drop of bright red blood inside it. He carefully dripped this drop of the blood on Elder Feely's space ring and it rippled with red light for a moment. It quickly reverted back to normal as though nothing happened. Lugexia muttered an incantation. Since he had the isolation cloak, his magical fluctuation didn't spread out at all. All of a sudden, a hint of golden light shot out from the space ring and it turned into a golden seal which rotated in midair. Lugexia was delighted and he quickly took out an identical-looking, fake Elder's seal which he placed back into Elder Feely's space ring. Immediately after that, he took the real Elder's seal and began to quietly leave. Oh! That was truly scary. After leaving the cave, Lujexia felt as though his legs were soft and his body was drenched in cold sweat. Not long after Lujexia walked away, two badly battered dragon guards limped back to their spot. It seemed as though Midire's hands were not light. At one sandy beach located on Dragon Island, Lujexia and Midire were laughing complacently. Lujexia, this time, you did a great job. Midire took the golden Elder's seal as she patted her brother's shoulders vigorously. She had a smile on her face when she praised him. However, he still fell to the sandy beach when she patted his shoulders. Lujexia stood up and he rubbed his shoulders. He said with a smile, "Big sis, you promised to take me to the human world after I helped you to obtain the Elder's seal." "About this? What nonsense are you talking about? We just obtained the Elder's seal of the 7 Elders. We have yet to steal our father Emperor's Dragon King seal." Midire rolled her eyes and said, "But big sis, didn't we try several times already? There is no chance at all. In addition, it seems like Father Emperor is starting to doubt us. Didn't you say that if the Elders discovered that we switched their Elder's seal, Father Emperor would make steamed buns out of us?" Lujexia said with fear. "What are you afraid of? If nothing major happens, no one will take out the Elder's seal. According to the law, even if Father Emperor and the Elders want to go to the forbidden area of the dragon race, it will be 3 to 5 years later. We have nothing to worry about." Midire said without a care. "So that is the case. I am very sleepy. I'm going back to sleep now." Lujexia relaxed and he started to feel sleepy. He eventually left the beach and he went back to sleep. Now Midire had all 7 Elder seals. Only her father Emperor's Dragon King seal was left, and that was the most troublesome one. Unconsciously, Midire recalled that human man who made her lose face. His handsome face, pitch black abyss-like eyes, and that bad smile appeared in her mind. "Humphrey, after helping you so much, I want to see how you will thank me." Midire muttered and smiled beautifully. It was early in the next morning when Midire, who was sleeping soundly, woke up with a start due to a loud dragon roar. She rubbed her eyes and became aware that this was the signal for the dragon clan to assemble. Her blurred mind became instantly clear. "Damn it, we weren't discovered, were we?" Midire thought. An uneasy feeling filled her heart. If the matter of them secretly exchanging the Elder's seal was discovered, she knew that she should run away. If she didn't run away, even if she didn't die, a layer of her skin would be peeled off. Midire sneaked out of the cave and she saw dragons flying across the sky. They came from all parts of the island and the momentum they possessed was extremely huge. "Pa?" Someone patted Midire's shoulder and she immediately sent out a kick behind her. She was prepared to run away. However, she heard a screaming sound and a heavy object falling to the ground. Midire turned her head in confusion and she saw Lujexia rolling on the ground as he hugged his stomach. "Lujexia, are you alright?" Midire knew how powerful her reflexive kick was. She was concerned for Lujexia and she felt guilty in her heart. "What do you think, big sis? Why am I your younger brother? God, you are killing me." Lujexia wailed while hugging his stomach. "Why are you shouting? It was just a kick. If you cannot withstand this kind of pain, how will you inherit Father Emperor's position?" Midire frowned and said angrily. Lujexia rolled his eyes and muttered something under his breath. "Let's go and see what is going on. If we discover that something is wrong, we should run away immediately. Do you understand?" Midire pulled Lujexia and went to the back of the crowd of dragons. Although Dragon Island was big, with thousands of dragons gathered together, it appeared extremely crowded. Moreover, those plants and flowers couldn't support their huge dragon body. All of the adult dragons transformed into their humanoid form and gathered at the plain area which was located at the center of the main island. After all the dragons were gathered, a tall and big dragon king, wearing golden armor, flew over and also transformed into a humanoid form. He looked like he was about 30 years in age and he had a mustache growing above his lips. His eyes were shiny which made people not dare to look directly at him. In addition, He had a pair of dragon horns and the aura he emitted was extraordinary. This time, I called together everyone to announce a serious matter. I obtained news that the demonic dragon clan ignored the pact of not entering the human world and 3 of them entered the human world of the Blue Waves continent in human form. The Dragon King said. The dragons below started to clamor among themselves and they seemed extremely dissatisfied. The hatred between the Divine Dragon Clan and the Demonic Dragon Clan had already been engraved deep in the heart of the dragons. The Divine Dragon Clan had always believed that the Demonic Dragon Clan was a degenerated dragon clan, and for them to enter the human world, they were planning some schemes and tricks. Midir and Lujexia relaxed. As long as the matter of them secretly exchanging the Elder's seals was not discovered, they didn't care about anything else. Chapter 507. Meeting Murong Shu again. Our noble dragon race guards the entire Blue Waves continent. However, we are never allowed to participate in the struggle between humans. It is certain that the Demonic Dragon Clan is planning some scheme after entering the human world. As such, I have decided to send the elites of our Divine Dragon Clan over to the human world in order to investigate. Once we discover any trace of the Demonic Dragon Clan, we will immediately banish them from the human world. If the situation becomes critical, we will kill all of them without exception. The Dragon King said in a low voice. When they heard what the Dragon King said, Midir and Lujexia Zira stood erect. Their eyes started to spin around continuously. Naturally, there were many young dragons who had the same expression as them. Although Dragon Island was a big place, anyone would get fed up after staying here for several thousand years. Now that there was such a good opportunity, every single one of them wanted to leave the island. All of them wanted to experience life in the vast human world. The Dragon King had just spoken and many of the young elites of the Dragon Clan wanted to nominate themselves for the task. Big sis, hurry up and talk to Father Emperor. This is a good opportunity which comes one in a lifetime. Seeing as other people were nominating themselves in succession, how could Lujexia not get anxious? He wanted Midir to bring him along into the colorful human world, especially since this was a perfectly justifiable way for him to leave Dragon Island. It was absolutely hopeless if he personally stepped forward and nominated himself to the Dragon King. Why are you so anxious? How can these fellows win over your big sister? Midir calmly said. With the first tyrant Dragon King of the Dragon Clan present, who would dare to vie with her if she wanted to nominate herself? This also proved that the reputation of Midir as the first tyrant Dragon King of the Dragon Clan was absolutely not an undeserved title. At the final moment, the heroes of Dragon Clan who were ready to desperately contend against each other suddenly became silent. Even the Dragon King had a headache when he was dealing with Midir, his very own daughter. Her strength was unmatched among the younger generation of the Dragon Clan. However, her temperament was truly not something she should be proud of. Perhaps, going out to experience the outside world might prove to be a good thing. As for this son of his who always tailed behind Midir to stir up trouble, the Dragon King felt as though it would also be good for him to experience the outside world. Merely, an average people would not be able to shake these siblings. The Dragon King thought about it and looked towards Elder Feely who was calmly standing not too far away. At night, Soaring Dragon City was still boisterous as ever. It would be a new year after a few days. Every household was busy bustling about to celebrate the new year, and colorful magic lamps decorated Soaring Dragon City. Of course, such a joyous atmosphere didn't dilute the harsh mood inside the Heaven Forbidden Prison. This huge underground prison was a place isolated from the world. There were many different kinds of vicious criminals who were imprisoned in the Heaven Forbidden Prison for life. The guards who were stationed inside the Heaven Forbidden Prison were shuttling back and forth as they were completely alert. Cold radiance flashed in their eyes and they were ready to deal with any prisoners who caused trouble. They were wearing silver-colored heavy armor and they held a magic lance in their hand. Walking under the dim light of night, Long Yi avoided all the patrolling guards outside the Heaven Forbidden Prison and quickly entered the Heaven Forbidden Prison via the secret path. Even though it had already been quite a few days since he had returned, that old fart, Swords God Murong Bo, wasn't there to look for him. He had no choice but to break into the heaven-forbidden prison in order to look for him. After arriving at Murongbo's prison cell, he discovered that the decoration inside the cell was still the same. All of the tables were spotless as always, but there was no sign of anyone. That old fellow, where the hell did he go? Long Yi muttered and sat on the soft sofa. The moment he sat down, he felt as though there was an uncomfortable feeling under his buttocks. He reached into the sofa and pulled out the thing below him. It was actually an emerald green, translucent brassiere. Long Yi was speechless as he looked at this high-end underwear which came from beauty shop. It was still emitting a faint fragrance as Long Yi felt onto it. Too licentious, too filthy. He truly had never thought that Murongbo, this old fart, actually had this kind of hobby. This underwear was clearly worn by a woman and it was not washed yet. Long Yi wondered where Murongbo stole it from. Long Yi looked all around and stood up all of a sudden. After thinking about it, Long Yi decided to search this room. He found one piece after another piece of woman's clothing around the cell. There was also a superb collection of various kinds of elegant brassiere and panties. I would have never expected that this wood is so incomparably dark. Looking at this pile of women's clothing, Long Yi wanted to laugh. Since Murongbo was starving to this extent, it seemed like it was time for Long Yi to bring him out in order to relax. All of a sudden, the entrance of the prison cell opened quietly. A hint of familiar fragrance spread throughout the air. Before Long Yi could think about anything, a purple-colored gi whistled towards his back. Swish! The purpled gi brushed past Long Yi and hit the prison wall, issuing a metal colliding sound. Long Yi turned around and looked at the person who launched the sneak attack as he held onto that semi-transparent pink panties in his hand. He saw a young girl in plain and simple clothes holding a sharp sword in her hand. She had a smile on her face as she looked at Long Yi. "Princess Shuo, I knew it. You are still unwilling to hurt me. It's been so long since we last met. I missed you tremendously," Long Yi said with a smile. It seemed like he misunderstood Murongbo. These women's clothes were Murongshua's. However, if Murongbo gave this place to his granddaughter, where on earth did he run off to? Murongshua blushed. Although she did her utmost to make an angry appearance, she was unable to hide the happiness which was expressed in her beautiful eyes. "I don't believe anything you say. Give it back, you damned pervert." Murongshua kept her sword and she stepped forward. She snatched her small panties away from Long Yi's hand and held it behind her back. Even though she took it back, she didn't dare to look squarely at Long Yi. Long Yi smiled and he suddenly recalled the days when she came to Soaring Dragon City. She represented the proud Moon Empire and she had come to negotiate. She had shared some ambiguous days with Long Yi in the past. When she saw that Long Yi seemed to have remembered those ambiguous days, Murongshua's maiden heart started to jump. However, she quickly snorted and she started to clean up her clothes which were taken out by Long Yi. She covered up the panic which was welling up inside her heart. Long Yi sat on the soft sofa and took out a bottle of wine from Murongbo's collection. Sipping from the bottle leisurely, Long Yi looked at Murongshua who was busy cleaning up her clothes. "Damned fellow, didn't you look enough?" Murongshua repeatedly made mistakes when Long Yi stared at her with his passionate gaze. She was unable to neatly fold her clothing and she started to grumble in a flirty voice. She turned around and looked at Long Yi. Murongshua changed damned pervert to damned fellow and her tone became lovely and crisp. It seemed like she was acting coquettishly towards her lover instead of scolding a thief. Long Yi's fire of lust was instantly aroused and he was ready to start wriggling. Long Yi was about to lose the control he had over himself. "No, even if I look at you throughout my life, it will still not be enough." Long Yi instantly appeared behind Murongshua as he wolf claws hugged her slender waist. What are you doing?" Murongshua's beautiful eyes flickered and her lips also quivered when she questioned Long Yi. Her maiden heart jumped wildly. Chapter 508, Dark Soul Power of Heaven Forbidden Prison. "What am I doing? What do you think I'm going to do?" The voice of Long Yi became smaller and he blew a mouthful of warm air into Murong Shua's ear. His hand reached downwards and lightly caressed her waist. Murong Shua trembled and her maiden heart jumped violently. She felt as though her heart was about to jump out of her chest. All of a sudden, it seemed as though she gained strength from somewhere and she was able to push Long Yi away. She quickly took 2 steps backwards and distanced herself from Long Yi. Now, her beautiful face was dyed red and her current shy appearance could make others fall in love with her. You pervert, you didn't change at all," Murong Shua angrily said. However, there was no trace of anger in her voice when she scolded Long Yi. Long Yi smiled and took 2 steps forward. He wanted to say something to her but he discovered that Murong Shua had already run far away. She behaved just like a startled rabbit. With no choice, Long Yi sat on the sofa and he asked with dissatisfaction in his voice, "Am I so frightening?" "Of course, you are more frightening than those stinking old fellows in my clan." When Murong Shua saw the helpless look on Long Yi's face, she chuckled. Long Yi rolled his eyes and asked, "When did you return? Also, where did that old fart, Murong Bo, run off to?" Murong Shua glared at Long Yi with her beautiful eyes and she started fuming with rage. "You are not allowed to curse my grandfather." "Silly girl, I will never curse your grandfather and I really respect him." Long Yi placed one of his legs on top of the other and he said, I am going to ignore you." Murong Shua turned around as she panted with rage. She arranged her clothes and went to sit on her bed. Flipping open an ancient book, Murong Shua no longer paid any attention to Long Yi. Long Yi smiled and walked over to the bed. He sat beside Murong Shua as he smelled the faint body fragrance coming from her. Leaning closer towards Murong Shua, he said in a teasing voice, Since you are going to ignore me, I'll also ignore you." Murong Shua bit her lower lip and she closed her book. She turned towards Long Yi and glared at him before saying, "Who wants your attention? Stay further away from me. Don't lean on me." Long Yi half squinted his eyes and his smile became all the more lascivious. When he heard Murong Shua's protest, he completely ignored her. Murong Shua's maiden heart started to jump violently when she realized that she had been captivated by Long Yi's dangerous aura. Although she knew that Long Yi wasn't a shameless lowlife like he was described in the rumors of the past, she was certain that he wasn't a gentleman. "I am telling you to stay further away from me." Murong Shua's beautiful face became even redder. When she saw that Long Yi was leaning closer and closer to her, she used her hands to push him away. Of course, Long Yi wouldn't let go of this opportunity. He held on to Murong Shua's slender waist and he fell backward. He made it seem as though Murong Shua was the one who pushed him backward. The night is young. We can take our time. You don't have to be so hasty," Long Yi said with a smile and tightly hugged the struggling Murong Shua and stopped her from getting up. "Zuman, Murong Shua knew that she wouldn't be able to struggle free from Long Yi's grasp. As such, she placed her hands on his chest to support herself and she looked at him with a pitiful expression. She hoped that she would be able to arouse his sympathy and he would let her go. Never would she have thought that her current expression would have great destructive power towards men. Originally, Long Yi just wanted to tease her for fun. However, when he saw the expression on her face, his natural instinct as a man was aroused. No, don't. Woo." Long Yi moved his head forward and his big mouth instantly sealed Murong Shua's red lips. His devil's claw moved about her buttocks and her back. Now, the fire of passion between these two people burned together. Murong Shua's mind had already sunken into a misty world and her charming body went soft. Her body collapsed into Long Yi's bosom and stayed there. With the two of them being as close as lips and teeth, their tongues entangled with each other as their bodies rubbed and caressed against each other. At this moment, half of Murong Shua's clothing were already undone, revealing a wide expanse of her snow-white smooth skin. Long Yi's claws were wreaking havoc on her mellow and full breasts, transforming them into all kinds of shapes. Her beautiful face was already red to the root of her ears. All of a sudden, Murong Shua's body stiffened and she clamped her legs together. Unknowingly, Long Yi's claws were already attacking her private parts. Don't be nervous, relax. Long Yi gently bit Murong Shua's delicate earlobe and whispered into her ear. As Long Yi comforted her, Murong Shua's charming body slightly trembled as her tense nerves began to relax. Long Yi gently raised his finger and stroked the most intimate forbidden area of Murong Shua. Murong Shua, who was lying in his bosom, trembled even more fiercely as her spring syrup continuously flowed out. "Scoundrel, I hate you." Murong Shua suddenly snorted and she grabbed onto Long Yi tightly. She was panting and her charming body became boiling hot. Clearly, she had already surrendered her body and mind for Long Yi to do whatever he wanted. Long Yi rejoiced inwardly. Just as he was about to take off all her clothing which was getting in the way, he suddenly sensed an unusually weak energy fluctuation coming from one part of this heaven-forbidden prison. Long Yi couldn't help but stop himself. Basically, anyone who could be imprisoned in the heaven-forbidden prison was no ordinary person. With the special barrier present in the heaven-forbidden prison, it was completely impossible to use magic or ki. However, there were many people who possessed unusual abilities in this world. It wasn't impossible for some people to have special ways to use their magic and ki. However, that weak energy fluctuation had a trace of dark aura which managed to stir up Long Yi's soul. This made Long Yi extremely surprised. What's going on? Murong Shua was waiting for the most important moment to arrive with her eyes closed. However, even after waiting for a long time, she didn't feel any movement from Long Yi. She had no choice but to open her eyes as she wanted to see what was going on. She saw that Long Yi was in a daze as he furrowed his brows. She became confused and questioned Long Yi. At this moment, Long Yi's attention was focused on that strange energy fluctuation. He got up from above the jade body of Murong Shua and he arranged her clothes. He asked softly, "Do you sense a kind of strange energy fluctuation?" When she saw that Long Yi was leaving her at the halfway point, Murong Shua became somewhat angry and ashamed in her heart. When she heard what Long Yi said, she became alert all of a sudden. She tried to sense the energy fluctuation but she wasn't able to feel anything after a long time. She shook her head and angrily said, "Liar, where is the strange energy fluctuation? You cannot feel it? That is strange." Long Yi frowned as he was still able to sense that strange energy fluctuation. "What kind of fluctuation is that?" Seeing as Long Yi didn't seem to be joking, Murong Shua asked. "Dark soul power. Let's go out and take a look." Long Yi said and he quickly arranged his clothing as he got up. With a kaka sound, Long Yi opened the indestructible prison gate. This heaven-forbidden prison was built by the ancestors of the Murong clan. It possessed many mechanisms and traps only the Murong clan knew about. It seemed as though they took precautions against any sort of contingencies. Long Yi had learned about all the mechanisms of the heaven-forbidden prison from Murong Bo. Following that strange energy fluctuation, Long Yi led Murong Shua around this heaven-forbidden prison. In this heaven-forbidden prison, other than a few patrolling guards, the two of them didn't see the shadow of a single person throughout the maze-like paths. The heaven-forbidden prison was divided into quite a few prison areas and different types of criminals were imprisoned in different areas. However, it didn't matter where they were imprisoned. As long as they entered the heaven-forbidden prison, the possibility of them leaving the prison alive was practically nil. Avoiding the patrolling guards, the two people moved towards the northeastern part of the heaven-forbidden prison. When they finally reached the place where Long Yi sensed the magic fluctuation, there was a heavenly prison made from unknown metal. Those silver-white metal walls had terrifying silverish-purple electric current flowing through them. Long Yi would never forget this place. When he had arrived in this world, he was also imprisoned in this awful place. However, this was also the place which opened up a magical path for Long Yi. "Zeminyu, why are you being absent-minded? Is this the place?" Murong Shua gently bumped her elbow against Long Yi's arm and asked. "This seems like the place. However, at the same time, it seems like it isn't the place." Long Yi shrugged his shoulder and gently replied. Murong Shua unhappily rolled her eyes and she looked left and right. In the heaven-forbidden prison, There were altogether 5 prison cells built with this kind of unknown metal. The door of each prison cell had a piece of purple rock embedded on it. The purple rock was called an electric divine stone. It was also the source of those electric currents flowing on the walls. Long Yi closed his eyes and sensed that weak energy fluctuation. Indeed, that energy fluctuation was coming from this place. However, it didn't seem to be coming from inside the prison cell. It seemed to be coming from below the prison cell instead. Could it be that there was something below this prison cell? Long Yi thought to himself. Taking 2 steps forward, Long Yi gently opened the viewing hole on the door. The electric currents on the wall didn't harm him at all and they flowed into his body. Long Yi looked inside and was startled. There was a light magic lamp floating in midair. Below the lamp, there was an old man with a white beard and white hair lying on the ground. It seemed as though his body had turned cold a long time ago. Long Yi couldn't sense a strand of vitality from the old man at all. It seemed as though he had already died for quite some time. It was possible that the special characteristics of this prison cell preserved his corpse from rotting. Who was this old man? Being imprisoned in one of the 5 special prison cells, there was no way he was an ordinary person. Long Yi thought about the reason this old man was imprisoned. Long Yi didn't believe that it was just because of some murder or arson, which peak experts' hands weren't stained with blood. Let me see. Seeing as Long Yi was lost in his thoughts after looking inside the cell, Murong Shua became curious as well. She pushed Long Yi away and she looked inside. Soon after that, she pursed her lips and said, "It's just a corpse. What's so special about it?" Long Yi just smiled and used a method taught by Murong Bo to open the door of this prison cell. Long Yi could still sense the strange energy fluctuation coming from below the prison cell, but Murong Bo never told him anything about there being other mechanisms existing below this prison cell. Entering this prison cell, Long Yi walked over to the side of that old man and squatted down. He used his finger to poke the body of the old man. Sure enough, his body was as hard as a rock. Soon after that, Long Yi searched the body of this old man. "He is already dead. Why are you fiddling with his remains?" Murong Shua was unable to stand at the side and watch Long Yi disrespect a dead man. She angrily scolded him. Since this old man could be imprisoned here, he is definitely not an ordinary person. I want to see if there is anything on him which can tell me his identity. Long Yi explained as he searched the body of this old man. "Ah!" Murong Shua exclaimed as she looked into Long Yi's eyes. They could see the shock which flashed through each other's eyes. Chapter 509, Corpse Forest, Mysterious Long Zon. Seeing there was actually a head-sized hole below this corpse, Long Yi and Murong Shua were shocked. One should know that this mysterious metal was far harder than diamond. Moreover, there was a special barrier in the Heaven Forbidden Prison that suppressed both magic and ki. It was as hard as ascending to the heavens if one wanted to dig a hole through this unknown metal. This was not an easy matter even for Long Yi, who had cultivated his Outianju to the 5th layer. However, this old man was actually able to dig a hole through this unknown metal. Although he had already died, Long Yi had no choice but to admire this man. It seems like this uncle wanted to dig a hole to escape from the Heaven Forbidden Prison. Unfortunately, he was only able to dig such a small hole even after he exhausted all his energy. Murong Shua shook her head and sighed. Squatting down, she reached her hand into the hole and began to feel about. Suddenly, her beautiful face changed and her expression showed her sympathy. Only a thin layer is left. If he was able to dig a little bit more, he would have passed through the layer of metal. Seeing as this person was extremely powerful, the outer layer of iron, stone, and sand would be unable to stop him. However, it's too bad now. Long Yi nevertheless remained silent. Just now, he used his spirit power to examine the hole, and the dark soul power was coming from below this place. If it was not coming from this head-sized hole, Long Yi had no idea where it would come from. What secrets were hidden under this cell? Long Yi's black pupils flashed and he frowned. He became lost in thoughts. When she saw that Long Yi was frowning and lost in thought, Murong Shua wanted to call him. At that time, she saw him slowly raising his right hand, his thumb, ring finger, and little finger were pointing towards the center of his palm. Only his index finger and middle finger were standing upright. Then, the space around him seemed to distort for an instant. All of a sudden, Long Yi shouted and poked his finger into that hole as fast as lightning. Because of his extreme speed, after images could be seen, the fingers of Long Yi poked a hole through it and the pitch-black hole suddenly emitted a radiance. Murong Shua was startled when she looked at Long Yi. She clearly hadn't expected that there would be a completely different world below this place. Long Yi pulled out his fingers and signaled for Murong Shua to not make any sound. He leaned over and looked into that small hole with one eye. He was able to see one corner of a secret room through this small hole. The dark soul power seemed to be stronger and denser. Unfortunately, because his line of sight was blocked, Long Yi couldn't clearly see what was underneath. Zeminyu, let me see. Murong Shua also squatted down beside Long Yi and whispered into his ear. The faint hot fragrance she was exhaling out from her lips swayed Long Yi's heart. If they were not currently investigating something, Long Yi would have thought that she was seducing him. Long Yi got out of the way and Murong Shua leaned over. She looked into that hole as she tried to see what was inside it. After a long time, she lifted her head and muttered, I cannot see anything at all. It seems as though there is no one inside the hole. How about we open this up? Long Yi rolled his eyes and said with a smile, open this up? You can try. Murong Shua snorted and said in a small voice, if I could open this up, why would I have asked you? The corner of Long Yi's mouth twitched. There indeed was no one below. Moreover, this little hole was at one corner of the secret room below the cell. Unless someone deliberately checked the entire cell, it would be very unlikely for anyone to discover this tiny hole. Long Yi used his fingers to open up the extremely thin layer bit by bit. Before long, that tiny hole changed into a head-sized hole. The reason why he didn't punch a hole through the ground was because he was afraid that the ruckus it would cause would alert the enemy. Also, it was easy for Long Yi to open up a bigger hole as the old man had already done most of the work. He only had to remove a thin layer of the metal. If he wanted to make a hole of this size through the top to the bottom, it would be an extremely large project for Long Yi. The hardness of this unknown metal was really beyond his expectations. Such a small hole. How can we get in? Murong Shua asked in confusion. If you can't go in, it doesn't mean I can't go in. Be obedient and guard this place. I will go down and take a look. Long Yi smirked and stood up. As he maneuvered his bones and muscles, his joints emitted cracking sounds. Murong Shua stood at one side as she folded her hand before her chest. She wanted to see how Long Yi would enter the room from this head-sized hole. When she saw that Long Yi was standing above the hole as his body emitted cracking sounds, she became dumbstruck. The legs of Long Yi appeared as if there were no bones in them and he unexpectedly entered this hole. Shortly afterward, his body fluctuated from the bottom to the top and he slid down like a snake. When Long Yi entered the hole, Murong Shua immediately looked down and she saw Long Yi returning back to normal. He waved his hand at her and he quickly disappeared from her line of sight. Long Yi had entered a small stone room. Looking at the color of the stone walls, the room seemed to be built a long time ago. There were pieces of junk messily piled up in the room and there was a door opposite where Long Yi was standing. There should be another secret room on the other side of the door. The dense dark soul power mixed with bloody aura was coming from the other side of the door and Long Yi couldn't help but frown. Long Yi cautiously walked over to the front of this stone door and peered inside. In an instant, Long Yi's handsome face changed and an ominous look flashed through his eyes. That was a slightly bigger stone room, but the astonishing matter was that there were corpses and skeletons of many people and beasts piled up in the room. A dense baleful aura filled the room. Long Yi frowned and walked in lightly. After looking around, Long Yi could only see those corpses. The expression on all of their faces was ferocious. They were clearly extremely resentful and terrified before they died. Soon, Long Yi arrived at the end of the stone room. There was only a closed stone door located at the end of the stone room and the dark soul power was leaking out from behind the stone door. Long Yi used his spirit power to carefully scout inside. He spread out his spirit power which advanced past the stone door. However, Long Yi stopped his advancing spirit power all of a sudden, and his spirit power slightly stagnated. He cried out in his heart and immediately retracted his spirit power. Unexpectedly, there was a strong defensive and alarm barrier. Long Yi was almost discovered. What in the world is happening inside? Long Yi felt as if thousands of ants were crawling in his heart. The secret was right in front of him, and there was no way Long Yi was about to return without learning the secret. No matter what, I have to take a look inside. Long Yi decided in his heart. Long Yi activated all of his spirit power and he simultaneously circulated his Outianju internal force. He mixed them together to form an invisible isolation barrier. Long Yi placed his hands above the stone door and he carefully exerted his strength. The stone door made a light sound and began moving. The gap between the door and the wall became bigger and bigger as the pressure endured by his isolating barrier became stronger and stronger. Long Yi pushed the door open to the point where he couldn't push it any further. If he were to push it slightly further, the defensive and alarm barrier inside the room would definitely be activated. Long Yi wiped beads of sweat from his forehead and he looked inside from the gap of this stone door. The scene inside surprised Long Yi. He could see that the dark aura was curling up inside the room. 100 or more naked, robust or thin, big or small, men and women stood in a circle. A trace of dark aura was coming out from their bodies and was floating towards two black humanoid objects. All of them looked very terrified and their body was drying up at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. All of a sudden, Long Yi came to a realization that all the corpses in the other room came from this stone room. 10 or so black-robed priests were quickly chanting an obscure incantation and their bodies were trembling violently. They were clearly extremely tense. At this time, a person casually walked over from the other end of the room. He was similarly shrouded by a black robe. Stopping at the outer edge of the human circle, he looked at those two humanoid-shaped objects as if he was looking at a priceless treasure. Eventually, the dark chi coming from the body of the people in the circle became thinner and thinner. All of them had changed into dried corpses, and even though they had died, they were standing up straight without falling over. They seemed to form a corpse forest in the room. Ha ha ha, good, very good. After using this technique once more, our mission will be accomplished. Another person laughed wildly while walking over. His laughter shook the air inside the stone room. Those corpses which were standing fell to the ground the moment the laughter resounded in the room. This voice, it's Long Zan. The expression of Long Yi changed greatly. The owner of this familiar voice was none other than the Violet Dragon Empire's Emperor Long Zan. How could Emperor Long Zan appear in this place? Could it be that he was also a member of the Dark Force? Many thoughts flashed through Long Yi's mind the instant he heard Long Zan's voice. The two humanoid objects in the air began to slowly absorb the black mist surrounding them. With the black mist becoming thinner and thinner, Long Yi was able to vaguely see that the two humanoid objects were actually two people. Just when Long Yi was about to clearly see who they were, Long Zan, who was shrouded in a black robe, looked towards the stone door. Long Zan seemed to have noticed his gaze. Long Yi's heart shook violently and he knew that this wasn't the best time for him to clash with Long Zan. In an instant, Long Yi disappeared from the stone room. The moment Long Yi disappeared, Long Zan jumped over and opened the stone door. He looked around the room which was filled with corpses and he frowned. How did these fellows handle affairs? They actually left the door open. Long Yi used the bone shrinking technique and jumped out from that head-sized hole. Murong Shu, who was about to look inside, became so shocked that she jumped. Zeminyu, what is happening inside? Murong Shu patted her bosom and asked. The current situation inside that room is far from reassuring. What is going on in there? Long Yi shook his head and muttered while he strolled back and forth inside the prison cell. The Imperial Long clan and the Simon clan had risen into power and position together. Both sides knew each other inside out. Although the Imperial Long clan had begun using the Dark Force, it was impossible for them to be part of the Dark Force. However, if they were not part of the Dark Force, how would Long Yi explain what he saw inside the secret room? Hello, what the hell is going on? Looking at Long Yi's current appearance, Murong Shua became curious from the bottom of her heart. When she saw him strolling back and forth while muttering to himself, Murong Shua couldn't help herself as she pulled on Long Yi's sleeve and she asked loudly, "Why are you making so much noise?" Long Yi glared at Murong Shua. Fortunately, he was wise. When he had come out of this hole, he had laid out a barrier. If he hadn't, Long Zon would have noticed them. The matter would become extremely troublesome. When she saw that Long Yi was glaring at her, Murong Shua opened her mouth and she wanted to refute him. However, she was unable to say anything. She only felt inexplicably wronged in her heart. "I want to tell you, but..." Seeing the feeling wronged expression on Murong Shua's face, Long Yi couldn't help but smile evilly. He looked at her body from the top to the bottom like a thief and it seemed as though he wanted to strip off all her clothes. Chapter 510, Unexpectedly was grandfather. But what? Murong Shua reflexively retreated 2 steps back and hugged her chest with a red face. When she thought about the events which happened in that prison cell, her entire body heated up. She involuntarily stuttered and she wasn't able to speak clearly to Long Yi. "Why are you so nervous? I won't eat you again," Long Yi said with a smile. This was the reaction he wanted from Murong Shua. "Who knows?" Murong Shua mumbled. Just a moment ago, wasn't he about to eat her up without even leaving the bones? Hee. "I'll tell you about the situation below this cell if you take me to the place where your Murong clan lives in seclusion. How about it?" Long Yi asked with a smile. "Aren't you just intentionally making things difficult for me?" Murong Shua was startled and she furiously shook her head. It seemed as though she was unwilling to leak the place where the Murong clan lived in seclusion even if she was beaten to death. "Fine, I'll make it simple for you. Take me to find Murong Bo." Long Yi smirked and said. Murong Shua snorted and turned to leave. She dared to confirm that this damned fellow was intentionally making things difficult for her. Her grandfather, Murong Bo, was at the clan currently. If she took him to look for Murong Bo, wasn't that the same as leading him to the place where the Murong clan lived in seclusion? "Hey, little Yuer, okay, I'll change the condition again. How about a kiss?" Long Yi shouted from behind Murong Shua. The footsteps of Murong Shua stopped. She wanted to turn around, but if she turned back now and kissed him, wouldn't she die of embarrassment? After a short moment of hesitation, Murong Shua ran away even faster. "This girl." Long Yi smiled and shook his head. He was just about to chase after her when his gaze landed on the stiffened corpse of the old man. Although Long Yi didn't know who he was, no matter what other people said, he was a nobleman. If it was not for him, Long Yi wouldn't have gotten the opportunity to discover the secret below the heaven-forbidden prison. Long Yi felt that he should give the old man a proper burial. After thinking about it, Long Yi carried the body of this old man out of the heaven-forbidden prison. He didn't return to look for Murong Shua. In any case, that girl couldn't escape from his palm. Long Yi arrived at the peak located at the western suburbs of Soaring Dragon City with the corpse of the old man. This place was wide and had a fine scenery. He wouldn't be disgracing the old man if he buried the corpse here. This peak was heavily fortified by hard rocks, but Long Yi just waved his hand and easily dug up a hole. He placed the old man's body into that hole. "Uncle, rest in peace. Although you were imprisoned during your lifetime, you are finally free now," Long Yi softly said, and he picked up a large stone beside him to cover the hole. Just as he was about to cover the hole with the stone, Long Yi became surprised and his actions slowed down. He threw the large stone to the side. Just now, he unexpectedly sensed a weak fluctuation of life coming from this old man. Can it be that he is faking his death? Long Yi thought about it and lifted the body of this old man. However, he felt as though the body of this old man was as hard as iron. With no other choice, Long Yi concentrated his spirit power around this old man. In his previous world, there was a world-famous turtle which allowed one to enter a suspended animation state without a pulse and heartbeat. Merely, their body would not turn stiff and hard like a dead person. After a long time, even after the sun had already reached the top of his head, the tiny fluctuation of life didn't appear again. It seemed like I really imagined it. Long Yi sighed in his heart and wanted to bury him again. Just as he was about to bury the old man, The fluctuation of life appeared again. The time interval between the two fluctuations was unexpectedly 4 hours. Fortunately, Long Yi was patient. When the second fluctuation of life appeared, Long Yi became certain that it wasn't an illusion. This old man was indeed still alive. He might have cultivated special kind of technique which could create this kind of phenomenon. Long Yi thought about it. An old man was imprisoned in that prison cell made of unknown metal. Without food and water, he was ultimately exhausted after digging that hole. Therefore, to save his life, he used this kind of technique hoping that he could protect himself. Today, were it not for Long Yi, even if he didn't die in prison, he would have been buried alive. Even though it was early in the morning, the Zeman residence was lively. Since the return of Long Yi, many servants had been doing their work with enthusiasm. Moreover, a few more goddess-like beauties arrived with Long Yi. Needless to say, they were definitely young madams. That child, where did he go so early in the morning? Xiangyan, do you know when you were left? At the dining table, Dong Fangwan looked at Nangong Xiangyan and asked, "No, I don't know." The beautiful face of Nangong Xiangyan became red. She became extremely embarrassed as she slept till noon. Only the ghosts knew when he went out. I know. Father must have gone out to look for a beautiful big sister." At that time, Nair, who was eating her food, suddenly looked up and said in her immature voice, "Nair, don't speak nonsense." Liu Zhu glared at Nair and said in a low voice. Lai Lai and Feng Ling covered their mouth and laughed up their sleeve. It seemed as though Nair knew Long Yi extremely well. Long Yi's lustful heart was well known by everyone. When they were all laughing, the neatly dressed Zeman Nu walked out from the inner room and asked, "Why are all of you laughing? Where did that stinking kid go again?" Zeman Nu could be considered to be fairly amiable towards these daughters-in-law. Compared to that strict countenance in front of other people, it was as far apart as heaven and earth. The moment he asked his question, Long Yi appeared from the sky as he descended towards the Zeman residence. He was carrying a stiff corpse on his back. Who was he? Why would you bring a corpse back here?" Dong Fangwan frowned and asked. "He should still be alive." Long Yi casually placed the old man on the ground and flipped him over. However, with the cold and stiff face on the old man, none of them thought that he was a living person. Zeman Nu's sharp eyebrows trembled and he rushed over like a gust of wind. On the other side, Dong Fangwan also turned pale with fright as she stood up from her seat. "Father, what's wrong?" Long Yi clearly saw that Zeman Nu's sturdy body was trembling. He had never seen his father behave like this before. Impossible. Zeman Nu fell to one of his knees as he seemed to have forgotten his identity. Using his trembling hands, he straightened out the white beard on the old man's face. "Father." Even though he was kneeling with one knee on the ground, Zeman Nu eventually fell to both knees and he shouted with disbelief. As for Dong Fangwan, she instantly knelt down. When he saw that his mother and father had fallen to their knees, Long Yi did the same and knelt alongside them. Could it be that this old man was his grandfather? But how could his grandfather be imprisoned in the heaven-forbidden prison? Closely looking at his features, he truly resembled Zeman Nu to some extent. When they saw that Long Yi had fallen to his knees, Nangong Xiangyan, Lai, and Feng Ling hastily knelt down on the ground. Only Lai Yuxia carried Nair as she walked out of the door. "Big sister, why are we leaving?" Nair asked. "Because we don't belong to that place. They are a family and Big sister is not part of that family," Lai Yuxia said with a disappointed expression on her face. "Then, if Big sister becomes father's wife, like Big sister Lai and the other big sisters, wouldn't we become part of the family?" Nair innocently asked. Lai Yuxia didn't know whether she should laugh or cry when she heard Nair's words. After all, those who handled cinnabar were stained red, those who worked with ink were stained black. This little sister of hers was led astray by Long Yi. In the dining room, Zeman Nu had already recovered from his shock. He personally picked up the old man from the ground and he was extremely careful when he did it. He was afraid that he would harm the hair on the old man's body. "Warner, come with me." Zimenu said and quickly entered the inner room as he carried the old man. Zimenu brought the old man to a secret room and placed him on a stone bed. He didn't speak for a long time and Dong Fangwan was continuously shedding tears as she stood at the side. "Father, is he truly my grandfather?" Long Yi asked. "Yes, he is my father. How can I be wrong?" Zimenu stroked the snow-white hair of this old man and said. Suddenly, he turned around and asked urgently, just now, you said that your grandfather is still alive. Is that true?" "Of course, I noticed that there was still a fluctuation of life coming from his body. He should have used a kind of peculiar technique to enter a state of suspended animation." Long Yi replied. He was extremely surprised when he looked at the old man. The old man was actually his grandfather. He had failed to recognize his family member. Suspended animation? Zimenu frowned and pondered. He never knew that the Zimin clan had such a technique. "Lord, perhaps, it's the Ice Palace." Dong Fangwan chipped in. All the men from the Zimin clan were elegant and unrestrained. This father-in-law of hers was also considered an outstanding person in his generation. She knew that he had a shady relationship with that woman from the Ice Palace in the past. Moreover, she heard that the Ice Palace seemed to have techniques which allowed people to enter suspended animation. It was possible that Long Yi's grandfather had learned the technique from that woman from the Ice Palace. Yes, rumor has it that the Ice Palace has such a peculiar technique. However, if we want father to wake up, wouldn't we need someone from the Ice Palace? Where can we find someone from the Ice Palace? Zimenu stood up and said, "I know a person from the Ice Palace. I will send someone to deliver a letter to her and make her come to Soaring Dragon City." Long Yi said, "That aunt too, didn't she have an illicit love affair with his grandfather?" "She seemed to be a person from the Ice Palace as well. She should have the knowledge on how to wake his grandfather up." "That's good. That's good." Now speak. What on earth is going on here?" Zimenu relaxed and immediately afterward, he wanted to figure out the ins and outs of this matter. Who exactly forced his father to this extent? Long Yi narrated the whole story and told Zimenu everything which happened in the Heaven Forbidden Prison. As for how he knew the secret mechanisms in the Heaven Forbidden Prison, he glossed over it. At that time, he had promised Murongbo to not tell anyone about the matter. Zimenu didn't ask too many questions and after hearing everything, his expression became ferocious. Cold pallid light flashed through his eyes. He clenched his hands so tightly that cracking sounds could be heard. His anger had already reached the peak. "Long Zan, if I don't kill you and eat your meat, I, Zimenu, won't be considered a man." Zimenu roared and his white beard shook endlessly. Long Yi thought about Long Linger all of a sudden and his heart became somewhat cloudy. Chapter 511 A member of my household. Throughout the day, Long Yi stayed in his study and thought about everything he had found out. Long Zan, as well as that strange power, made him feel a sense of crisis. Not to mention the fact that this time, in Heaven Forbidden Prison, he found his grandfather whose whereabouts was unknown for over 20 years. Long Yi became even more confused. "Father, what are you doing? Why don't you play with Nai-Er?" At this time, the door of this study was pushed open and Nai-Er appeared at the entrance. Long Yi woke up with a start and looking at the sky outside the window, he noticed that the sun was already setting. Only the soft glow of sunset remained in the horizon. Unconsciously, he had spent his entire day in the study. "Nai-Er, come over here and give father a hug." Long Yi spread open his arms and Nai-Er rushed into his bosom. "Nai-Er, what about your big sister?" Long Yi habitually pinched the cheek of Nai-Er and asked, "Just like father, big sister is also lost in thought. She pays no attention to Nai-Er." Nai-Er pouted. Long Yi was dumbfounded. How could that she T.Rex be lost in thought? Didn't she always cultivate like a madman whenever she had free time? "This morning, big sister said that she wanted me to return to the illusory forest with her. She said that we do not belong here." Nai-Er continued, which startled Long Yi again. Why was Liuxu thinking about returning back to the illusory forest? Could it be that she was unaccustomed to staying here? Thinking for a bit, Long Yi carried Nai-Er and walked out of the study. After looking around, Long Yi noticed that Liu Xu had a dazed expression on her face as she stood at a remote corner of a big flower garden in the Zeman residence. Under that fiery sunset glow, she looked extremely beautiful. She had otherworldly beauty and looked as though she didn't belong in this normal human world. As it turned out, this She-T-Rex also had time when she would appear to be a quiet and gentle girl. Long Yi watched her and he was in a daze for quite a long time. After quite some time, he walked over while carrying Nai. I see that you are in a mood to enjoy the sunset today. Long Yi smiled and sat beside Liu Xu. As for Nai, she quickly ran into the flower garden and disappeared. Liu Xu didn't turn her head at all and she pretended she didn't hear him. She simply watched the gradually sinking sun like she had been doing before, and her sparkling eyes reflected the fiery red radiance coming from the sun. Long Yi touched his nose. This She-T-Rex actually ignored him. She wasn't giving him any face at all. I think that I should return to the illusory forest. Your human world is too impetuous. I cannot cultivate here with a calm heart. All of a sudden, Liu Xu turned to face Long Yi as she said, "Why would you think about returning so suddenly? It might not be long before we hear some news from Dragon Island." Long Yi said, "If the news really comes, you can use the bracelet I gave you to summon me." Liu Xu replied. Long Yi saw that she had already made up her mind and she no longer had any reservations about leaving. After looking at her for a long time, he suddenly said, "Liu Xu, don't you feel that you became much gentler, then? Do you want me to become fiercer towards you?" Liu Xu didn't refute and she simply asked him with a smile, "Of course not. I am not a masochist. However, now, I realize that the smile on your face makes you extremely beautiful." Long Yi said with a smile. A hint of redness appeared on Liu Xu's beautiful face but it disappeared in the next moment. However, the change in her expression didn't escape Long Yi's eyes. He became extremely surprised and ripples appeared in his heart. Since the time they met in the illusory forest up till now, the time they knew each other couldn't be considered to be short. Neither of them knew how they should classify their relationship. Initially, they were simply using each other. However, their relationship had evolved without anyone knowing. Through Nai, the relationship between them seemed to have surpassed friendship. It was still too early to say that they were in love, but the feeling wasn't too far off. The delicate feeling between men and women had more or less appeared between them. At this time, a scream came from the other side of the big garden and it was followed by a few other screams which followed. Long Yi and Liu Xu looked at each other and quickly rushed over there. Reaching the source of this uproar, Long Yi noticed Nai standing at the center, and there were a dozen or more people rolling on the ground around her. They were screaming in pain. Not too far away, a beautiful lady had a pale face as she carried a child. "Father, they bullied me." Seeing Long Yi, Nai walked over and said with a face full of grievance, "This little girl truly had the talent to be the one who complained first." Just by looking at who was on the ground, everyone could tell who the bully was. Long Yi carried Nai with a smile and he looked towards the beautiful lady. He said with indifference, "This little girl of the mine offended sister-in-law. Sister-in-law, please forgive her." The bulging chest of Liu Shi rose and fell for a few times before she calmed down. She gently said, "It's fine. I was unable to discipline my child properly. Fortunately, I didn't frighten this niece." A hint of a cold smile appeared on Long Yi's face. He didn't feel like dealing with this hypocritical woman. He turned his head and looked towards the timid little Shuxian beside Liu Shi and a hint of warmth flashed through his eyes. Long Yi only had good feelings for this small niece in his big brother Zimintian's family. "Father, I want to play with this little big sister." Nai swayed in the bosom of Long Yi and said, although Nai had already lived for several hundred years, no matter her appearance or intelligence, she was no different from a little child which was 3 or 4 years old. She naturally addressed little Shuxian who was already 6 years old as little big sister. Hearing this, little Shuxian eagerly looked at Liu Shi. Looking at her current timid appearance, Long Yi was unable to connect her with that lively and cute niece of his 2 years ago. She seemed to be very afraid of Liu Shi and she became a lot quieter. She had also turned introverted. This was not a good thing. "Sister-in-law, you wouldn't mind letting these 2 children play together, Would you? Long Yi said with a smile. Even though he had a smile on his face, his eyes were cold. The heart of Liu Shi involuntarily trembled and she felt a bone-piercing chill. She forced out a smile and she said that she didn't mind leaving little Shuxian here. She left hastily after she told Long Yi that she would allow little Shuxian to play with Nai uncle. Seeing that Liu Shi had left, a hint of radiance appeared in the eyes of little Shuxian. Although she had not seen Long Yi for 2 years, she had not forgotten this uncle of hers whose smile was as warm as the sun. Long Yi squatted down and picked up little Shuxian who had ran over to him. With 2 little girls in his hands, he became a nanny. Shuxian, did you miss uncle? Long Yi kissed the cheek of little Shuxian and asked with a smile, "Mm." Little Shuxian nodded her head and her expression became brilliant. It was completely different to her appearance just a moment ago. "Father, me too." Nai pouted and protested in dissatisfaction. Lai Yuxia looked at Long Yi and the 2 little girls who were playing on the grassland not too far away. A smile appeared on her face all of a sudden. This was truly a warm scene. Sometimes, she was completely unable to understand the kind of person Long Yi was. He was cold, bloodthirsty, and cruel sometimes. However, he was warm, gentle, and had a personality which seemed like a spring breeze in the other times. Right now, he appeared as though he was an immature child. He seemed to have a lot of personalities. Just when she was thinking about him, Long Yi got up and walked over. Now, the laughter of the 2 little girls was reverberating through this entire flower garden. The evening sun seemed to have turned even more dazzling. "You have a talent to be a nanny," Lai Yuxia said with a smile. "Thank you for the praise. Wouldn't you reconsider your decision about leaving this place? This is the first time I've seen Nai so happy." Long Yi said to Lai Yuxia, "Your sister-in-law doesn't seem to be very willing to let her daughter play together with Nai." Lai Yuxia dodged his question and tried to change the topic. "I have a way to take care of Liu Shi. Don't you know that my niece is more important to me than her parents?" Long Yi said with a smile. Merely, under the fiery red evening glow, his smile appeared somewhat ghastly. "Are you going to make a move to kill her?" Narrowing her eyes, Lai Yuxia looked at Long Yi and asked, "Isn't it fine to kill someone who is inferior to even beasts?" Long Yi said with a smile, "She is your sister-in-law." Lai Yuxia faintly said, "Even if she is the daughter of heaven, I won't let her off." Long Yi coldly said. Lai Yuxia simply smiled without saying anything. "Don't you want to ask why?" Long Yi retracted his killing intent and asked, "Why would I want to ask about that? This is your family matter. It has nothing to do with me." Lai Yuxia faintly replied. Long Yi could hear that there was some disappointment hidden in her voice. "Is this also the reason you want to leave?" Long Yi asked. "Maybe. I am just an outsider anyway." Lai Yuxia turned around and looked towards the horizon. The sun had already disappeared and night had fallen. "What if I say that I will always regard you as a member of my household?" Long Yi looked at Lai Yuxia whose hair was fluttering in the wind. He suddenly reached out and grabbed her little ice-cold hand. Lai Yuxia was startled and she struggled to free her little hand for a brief moment. After realizing that Long Yi was not going to let go, she silently allowed him to hold on to her hand with his big, warm hands. Now, her maiden heart was also jumping violently. Maybe she just needed a shoulder which she could safely rely on. The 2 people sat down side by side. They were sitting close to each other but they still maintained a subtle distance between each other. However, when compared to before, they clearly became a lot closer to each other. Long Yi didn't completely understand his feelings towards Lai Yuxia. Perhaps, the feeling he had towards Lai Yuxia was one of admiration more than adoration. However, he didn't think too much about it. As long as she grabbed hold of his hand, he wouldn't let her go. There is a hint of concealed dark aura in little Shuxian's sea of consciousness. If my guess isn't wrong, someone did something to her. Even a tiger doesn't eat their child. Just for the sake of achieving her goal, she didn't hesitate to push her own daughter into a fiery pit. "Do you think that such a woman should die?" Long Yi looked at little Shuxian and Nai playing happily with each other but his eyes were filled with anger. The blood of his Ziman clan was flowing in Shuxian's body. If anyone wanted to harm her, They should ask his fists first. Even her biological mother was no exception. You think that her mother was the one who did it? How can that be possible? Liu Xe frowned and asked. She was unable to understand the reason why Liu Shi did it. In the past, her mother didn't hesitate to fight with her life on the line in order to protect Liu Xe. Due to that, Liu Xe considered motherly love to be the greatest thing in the world. To her, motherly love was something which absolutely shouldn't be blasphemed. The human world is filthier than you imagine. Sometimes, senseless beliefs come before anything else. Long Yi faintly replied. At this moment, the sky had turned completely dark. The prelude of indulging nightlife had arrived. Chapter 512, World-Shaking Secret. From the distance, the music from a harp reverberated through the sky of the Zeman residence. The melody was mild and clear. The spirit of everyone who heard the harp music felt extremely comfortable. That clear and melodious music notes seemed to possess irresistible charm. Everyone became intoxicated when they heard the music. It felt as though they were surrounded by the pure and fresh morning air in the forest, the winding brook, gurgling spring, and the sound of the birds singing merrily. All of the filth in their soul was cleansed. Listening to that girl Liu's harp music every day, I feel like this old bag of bones can still live for at least a few more decades. Zeman Nu said. He was lying on the bed beside Dong Fangwen after finishing his official business early. Yes, I wonder where you were went to deceive such a treasure. Every time I finish listening to her harp music, I can sleep especially well. My spirit feels much better the next day. Dong Fangwen leaned on the shoulder of Zeman Nu and muttered as she half closed her eyes. These few girls brought back by you are not simple characters. Zeman Nu sighed. That's natural. Whose son do you think he is? Dong Fangwen muttered. Having such a son, no one knew how proud she was in her heart. At this moment, Long Yi was using Feng Ling's thighs as his pillow and his legs were placed on Nangong Xiangyun's lap as she sewed a piece of cloth for him. As for Liu, she was sitting not far away as she played her seven-colored harp. That transcendent music came from her harp and Long Yi was living the life of a celestial being. At this point, what more can a husband ask for? Even after she was done playing her harp, the music lingered in the air. Liu put her harp away and walked over, swaying her slender waist which provoked the lustful intent of Long Yi. Every time he saw that slender waist of Liu swaying like a snake, the internal heat inside Long Yi would burn a bit brighter. Long Yi reached out his hand to pull this little mermaid and he made her sit on his lap. Feeling that round and bulging buttocks, his little brother suddenly stood up with attention. The ambiguous air made the heartbeat of all three girls accelerate. Nangong Xiangyun was no longer able to concentrate on her needlework and she nearly pricked her finger multiple times. My husband, are you hungry? I will go to the kitchen and heat up some dishes for you. Sensing that the atmosphere in the room was changing, Nangong Xiangyun placed down the needle and she wanted to get up in order to flee. Your husband is hungry. He wants to eat Xiangyun. Long Yi smirked and grabbed Nangong Xiangyun. His hand reached out and entered into Nangong Xiangyun's lapel. He seemed to be extremely familiar with her body and he quickly grabbed that warm jade. When they saw what happened to Nangong Xiangyun, Feng Ling and Liu became really embarrassed and they wanted to get up and run away. However, Long Yi held on to them firmly. Tonight, we will sleep together. I'll not allow anyone to run away. Long Yi shouted and pushed the three girls down on the bed. Shortly afterwards, the big bed shook and pieces of clothes began to fly out one piece after another. After several sounds, stirrings of love filled the room. The moon hung high in the sky and the mood was tranquil. The noisy city had already entered dreamland. The sounds of dogs barking and infants crying were especially loud in the dead of night. However, all of this emphasized the tranquility of the night. Long Yi freed himself from the entanglement of and got out of the bed. After getting tossed around by Long Yi through the night, the three women had already entered dreamland due to their exhaustion. Long Yi wore his clothes and covered the three women with a brocade quilt. He gently kissed their forehead and left the room after setting up a barrier. When Long Yi left the room, the air was cold despite the unusual weather. However, The temperature was only relatively cold compared to the rest of the day. They were supposed to be experiencing late winter now, and the weather was supposed to be much colder. After walking a few laps around the courtyard, the silver moon in the sky became hazy. A thin layer of mist enveloped the entire city, and Long Yi took a deep breath as he sighed. Winter is late this year, Long Yi muttered as he shook his head. He entered the study and activated a mechanism on the wall. A secret room opened up and Long Yi walked into it. In the small stone room, several balls of light floated in the air and it brightly illuminated the place. Long Yi stretched out his right hand and blankly stared at the dark space ring on his finger. Am I going to look or not? Long Yi had conflicting thoughts in his heart. When Long Yi was learning that mysterious script of Lost City from Mu Hanyan, he had taken out the books he had obtained in that shrine. He tried comparing them to the script Mu Hanyan taught him. At that time, Long Yi only partially understood the information written on the books. However, even though he only understood some of the information, he discovered that there was a new way to use magic Gi. When he found out such a surprising fact, he went wild with joy. When he found the instruction on the usage of different attributed magic formations, he became greatly surprised. When he was going through the books, he accidentally discovered a thick book. After opening up the books, Long Yi saw that there were some simple sentences and pictures recorded in the book. He understood that it was highly possible that the book concealed world-shaking secrets. The moment he realized the contents of the book, Long Yi threw it into his space ring and he no longer dared to take it out. Long Yi thought carefully about the feeling he got after discovering the book. He felt as though he had discovered a treasure deposit and he began to dig out treasures bit by bit. However, he suddenly found out that the treasure deposit was extremely big. It was so huge that Long Yi felt as though he was unable to bear the feeling of being in possession of too many treasures. After making the discovery, Long Yi decided to put in more effort into learning that mysterious script. He wanted to ensure that he could understand every word. With his photographic memory, Mu Hanyan eventually taught him everything and Long Yi became sure that he was able to completely understand every word. At this moment, Long Yi felt as though he couldn't control himself any longer. Today, he gave in to the temptation of the devil. With no one to stop him, Long Yi, who liked to take risks, was unable to withstand this temptation any longer. The space ring flashed and a thick ancient book appeared in front of Long Yi. The cover of this book was made up of the skin of some kind of magical beast. On the cover, there were 4 large words which were blue in color and gave off an ice-cold aura. Blue Moon Fax Record. Millions of years ago, humankind appeared. They lived together with numerous different races which occupied the vast continent. The weak humankind relied on their intelligence and wisdom to survive in the midst of the racial dispute. After learning to use various kinds of divine blessings, they formed tribes which were neither too big nor small. Humankind liked war, and after obtaining enough living space, various tribes began to fight against each other. The tribes underwent a cycle of annexation and destruction. In the end, a powerful humankind tribe formed a country. That was when the history of humankind started. It was the beginning of the Blue Moon continent. In the 987 year of the Blue Moon calendar, the Blue Moon continent was divided into 7 parts. At that time, Great Heavenly Emperor Norman reached to the clouds. He integrated all of the humankind countries into a single country in the span of 20 years. After humankind became united under his charge, Great Heavenly Emperor Norman launched a bloody war which swept through the entire continent. All other races were chased to the edge of the continent and all of the fertile lands was returned back to humanity. However, that wasn't the end. The human world remained calm for more than 100 years. However, Great Heavenly Emperor Norman eventually passed away. The human world broke up once again and the flames of war swept through the lands. In the 1976 year of the Blue Moon calendar, since the beginning of humankind, many years had already passed. The magic civilization had already reached an unimaginable level. The humans could do anything imaginable and the emperor system collapsed. It became replaced by the federal system. But, in this splendid human world, when the progress was satisfactory, Every divine clan was in conflict with the dark and demonic clans. The divine clans acted as humankind's faith, and the dark and demonic clans came from the 9 dark regions. Humankind, as well as all the other races, waged a fierce war which lasted several hundred years. In the end, this war of extinction destroyed the world. More than half of the surface land of the Blue Moon continent sunk into the ocean. A huge explosion annihilated everything on the remaining land. Not even a blade of grass survived. Only in the far west, behind a mountain range which birds had a hard time crossing, some humans managed to survive. The humans survived with members of some other races. The magic civilization the humans were so proud of regressed. It went back to its original state. Many unimaginable usages of magic became completely lost, and everything became the legends sung by bards. However, humankind was tenacious. They grew strong and formed a country in that little piece of land. The magic civilization also began to develop from the very beginning. Bang. Long Yi closed the book and he looked towards the sky in a daze. He was unable to calm his heart down for a long time. Why did Lost City possess such a magnificent magic civilization? Long Yi seemed to have found his answer. Other than the history possessed by the current humankind, this Blue Moon fact record still recorded the history of humankind in that small piece of the continent after the world-destroying war. This proved that Lost City was a city which existed on the old Blue Moon continent. After thinking about it, Long Yi managed to deduce that on the other side of the Hengjuan Mountains, where even birds had a hard time crossing, was where the Blue Moon continent laid. However, Long Yi was unable to understand the reason behind the inactivity of the people from the Blue Moon continent. Since Lost City came from that continent, the Hengjuan Mountains should not be a monolithic block. There should be a passage connecting Blue Moon continent and Blue Waves continent. Since the magic civilization of that place far exceeded the magic civilization on the current Blue Waves continent, it was not unreasonable for them to come and forcibly occupy Blue Waves continent. Strange. Mu Hanyan should be from the Blue Moon continent. Since she was able to appear in this place, why can't other people come here? Long Yi muttered. However, no matter how he thought about it, he couldn't find an answer. In addition, there were also that mysterious mist fairy, red sleeve boats Jingjing, Halai. The more he thought about it, the more headache he felt. If Mu Hanyan came from the Blue Moon continent, why was she helping him? Long Yi was somewhat annoyed and he involuntarily touched that milky white prophecy pearl hanging on his chest. A warm feeling welled up in his heart all of a sudden. Jia Yi, was your prophecy of pointing towards that continent? Long Yi suddenly recalled Jia Yi's prophecy and he felt as though he grasped something. Long Yi threw that book into his space ring. Now, he no longer had the mood to read other books. At this moment, all he wanted to know was whether the Blue Moon continent mentioned in that book really existed or not. Was Mu Hanyan's home really the Blue Moon continent like he had guessed? Exhaling a mouthful of chaotic air, Long Yi opened the door of the secret room and saw that his father, Zeman Nu, was calmly sitting in front of his desk. Chapter 513. Peeping together. Father, why are you here? Long Yi walked out of the secret room and the magic door closed without any trace. Come and sit down. Zeman Nu wasn't surprised when he saw that Long Yi walked out of the secret room. His tone was one of indifference, but there was a happiness which was hard to hide on his face. Could it be that he has good news? Long Yi thought in his heart, and after walking over, he pulled a chair as he sat opposite Zeman Nu. This morning, news came from the north. Zeman Nu said while caressing his beard. Was Icewin City breached? Long Yi asked. No. However, it won't be long before we take over Icewin City. After our army besieged Icewin City for several months, the forces inside are completely split up. The city is currently in chaos without us having to do anything. I guess Icewin City will collapse within a month. Zeman Nu displayed a rare smile. Long Yi nodded his head and suddenly thought of something. He said, Father, looking at the situation, Long Zhan will definitely make a move in the last moment. We must strengthen our defense. Perhaps we can also take the initiative to gain the upper hand. Father has already arranged the defenses. However, it is very inappropriate for us to take the initiative. The Long clan is already deeply rooted as the imperial family in the eyes of the common people. Our Zeman clan must find a pretext in order to do anything. If we are able to find a reason, we can take the initiative to attack Long Zhan. We want everyone under heaven to know that it is not us, the Zeman clan, who wants to rebel. The reason why we revolted is because Long Zhan forced us to do so. Zeman Nu said as his eyes glimmered. Clearly, he was eagerly looking forward to the arrival of that day. Now, looking at the overall situation, it seemed as though the Zeman clan already occupied the absolute advantage. Because of Long Yi, the Nelan Empire completely stood by the Zeman clan's side. Icewind City was also about to be breached. Not to mention the fact that Betanyu used her ruthless methods to clean up the army from the top to bottom. The allied army could be said to be the Zeman clan's private army now. It was impossible for Long Zhan to not know about this. This made Long Yi certain that Long Zhan would launch a deadly counterattack before Betanyu could return from Icewind City. As long as the Zeman clan was completely eradicated, all of Long Zhan's problems would solve themselves with time. The weather was extremely gloomy and fine rain droplets fell from the sky. The cold wind notified everyone that winter was upon them. People who were wearing thin clothing the day before were wearing thick cotton padded clothes today. The weather seemed to have changed overnight. After chatting with Zeman Nu, Long Yi went to beauty shop in order to look for Mu Hanyan. Naturally, he wanted to take an indirect approach to prove his conjecture. As for the matter about the Blue Moon continent, which was situated on the other side of the Hengchuan Mountains, Long Yi decided against telling Zeman Nu. Mu Hanyan wasn't present in beauty shop, which slightly disappointed Long Yi. In the end, Long Yi thought for a bit before heading over to the Heaven Forbidden prison. He had to figure out Long Zhan's plans in order to make proper countermeasures. Long Yi was already very familiar with Heaven Forbidden prison. After a few turns left and right, he arrived at the door of the special prison cell. When he opened the door, he instantly discovered that Murong Shui was squatting in front of the hole. As she peeped in the hole, from time to time, she used her little hand to make some gestures. "Little Yuer, why are you here?" Discovering Murong Shui squatting in front of the hole, Long Yi couldn't help but ask with a smile, "Whether I come here or not, what has it got to do with you? This isn't your house." Murong Shui got up and snorted. Although her words seemed harsh, she didn't dare to look Long Yi in the eye. Perhaps she was unable to forget that ambiguous matter which happened between them the day before. "Do you want to know the secrets in the room below? I will tell you if you kiss me," Long Yi said with a cheeky smile on his face. "You rogue, I won't kiss you. Who do you think I am?" Murong Shui angrily said. "Of course you are a woman. You are the woman I like." Long Yi smiled as he replied to her. He stared at her face with an intense gaze. The heart of Murong Shui started to beat faster and her complexion instantly flushed red. In addition, she felt as if an electric current was flowing through her body and she trembled due to the pleasure she felt. She quickly turned around and her beautiful face turned as red as a tomato. An earth-shattering smile appeared on her face. She couldn't deny that she was extremely happy at this moment. "Little Yuer, are you willing or not? Don't you want to go down with me?" Long Yi said with a smile. Long Yi had long noticed that her face turned red before she was able to turn around. She looked so cute that he wanted to take a bite out of her on the spot. Murong Shui calmed her uncontrollable heartbeat and she hesitated. She didn't know if she should turn around to look at Long Yi or not. All of a sudden, she stood still and carefully sensed for the presence of Long Yi. However, she discovered that she was unable to sense Long Yi's aura behind her. "Zeman Nu, you scoundrel!" Murong Shui thought that Long Yi had left. She quickly turned around, only to see Long Yi looking at her with a cheeky smile on his face. The words which were about to leave her mouth got stuck in her throat. Long Yi stepped forward and held onto Murong Shua's beautiful face with his hands. His mouth quickly pecked Murong Shua's little lips. Murong Shua was stunned on the spot and she used her little hand to touch her lips. She seemed to be unable to recover from Long Yi's sudden attack. Murong Shua only came back to her senses after a long time. However, Long Yi had already sneaked into the secret room below through the hole. Once again, Long Yi quickly arrived at the stone room where the dried corpses and skeletons piled up. He noticed that the corpses in the room had doubled compared to the day before. The stench of blood and corpse chi became much denser. It was almost impossible for anyone to breathe in the room. Long Yi quickly ran to the front of the stone door. He discovered that only the remnant aura of the dense dark soul power lingered in the air. Long Yi used his combined spirit power and internal force to create an isolated barrier. He slowly pushed open a small gap in the stone door. Looking inside, he saw that it was empty inside. Even that strong defensive and alarm barrier was removed. Long Yi pushed open the stone door and entered the room as he hid his aura. From the time he entered the room, he had a frown on his face. There was a pile of black and yellow crystals lying in the room. They were fist-sized and were glimmering with dim luster. Long Yi walked over to the front of a crystal jar and discovered that it was filled with gray-colored powder. Strange. These powders are essential materials for forbidden divine magic rays. What are they doing here? Long Yi grabbed a handful of it and muttered after sensing it. This kind of powder was an important raw material just like those black and yellow crystals. In addition, there were 10 other powder materials according to the proportion. Long Yi had seen the forbidden divine magic array in one of the books he had obtained in the Shrine of Lost City. The might of this array was very powerful. The only problem was that it was a very complex magic array and the energy needed to power the array was extremely abnormal. Moreover, it needed some rare ores as subsidiary materials. Of course, those so-called rare ores were found all over Blue Wave's continent. The only thing Long Yi didn't understand was how the formula to create the powder appeared. Could it be that Mu Hanyan was behind all this? Was this girl always standing in Long Zan's camp? The handsome face of Long Yi became ice cold. According to his conjecture, only Mu Hanyan should know of this formula. Other than her, who could leak this formula? The heart of Long Yi made 100 turns and 1,000 circles, yet he knew that he was unable to stay in the room. After passing through several stone rooms, a long passage appeared in front of him. Flying through the passage at full speed, he finally appeared at the other side of the passage. After he activated the mechanism, a bright light almost blinded Long Yi. This is the Imperial Study? Long Yi was startled. Wasn't this incomparably luxurious room the Imperial Study he had came to before? In other words, he was currently in the Imperial Palace. Long Zan, what in the world are you doing? Long Yi muttered in his heart. He left the Imperial Study after some time. Since he was already here, he wanted to stroll around casually. He was hoping that he would be able to find some clues by randomly walking around. Long Yi was no stranger to the Imperial Palace. He quickly headed towards the location of the Imperial Harem. The Imperial Harem was the place where Long Zan's Imperial concubines resided. One should know that tracking Long Zan was not difficult at all. Here, there were many imperial concubines with 7 mouths and 8 tongues. Long Yi easily learned that Long Zan was going to the room of the newly received imperial concubine every day. This old bloke was still enjoying himself. Even though he was already a bag of old bones, he still had the ability to receive a new concubine. Long Yi thought to himself and he felt indignant. Virtuous View Palace. This was the residence of that newly received concubine of Long Zan. When he saw that there were imperial guards standing outside the residence, Long Yi became sure that Long Zan was inside the room. Long Yi used his great cosmos shift and entered the Virtuous View Palace without anybody knowing. He looked at the structure inside Virtuous View Palace before flying towards the attic. Ah, Your Majesty, you are full of valor and vigor. Sounds of bed shaking and the moans of a woman entered Long Yi's ears. Damn, This old bastard, Long Yi secretly cursed in his heart. He quickly flew towards the source of the voice. All of a sudden, the fine hair on Long Yi's body stood erect and his hand reached behind himself to execute an attack. His attack failed as the speed of the other party was incomparably fast. He wasn't disheartened and he made a follow-up attack. "It's me." A charming voice entered Long Yi's ears and a familiar fragrance assaulted his nostrils. "Mu Hanyan, why are you here?" Long Yi retracted his big hand from the neck of Mu Hanyan and asked in a low voice, "You're here, why can't I come as well?" Mu Hanyan rolled her eyes at Long Yi. Just as they were quarreling, the situation on the battlefield below them became more heated. Long Yi slowly pushed aside a piece of loose wooden plank and looked below. He could see that Long Zan was moving his body backward and forward rapidly. "I came to peep. Are you here to do the same thing?" Long Yi hugged the slender waist of Mu Hanyan and bit her delicate earlobe. His claws restlessly grabbed her round and full meat buns. Chapter 514 Deep Threat and Conjecture. Mu Hanyan gasped for breath and she ruthlessly pinched Long Yi's thighs. Long Yi hissed in pain and he retaliated. His hands entered her lapel and gently pinched and flicked those two small cherries. Immediately afterward, they stood erect. "Don't, I surrender, okay?" Long Yi suddenly felt that his little brother which was rubbing against her but became grabbed tightly. He couldn't help but make a wry smile as he raised the white flag. Since these two people were making such big movements in the attic, if it wasn't for the sound insulation barrier Long Yi had set up in advance, all the Imperial guards in the Imperial Palace would have already charged into the attic to arrest these intruders. "Do you think that just saying I surrender is enough? I want you to surrender for real." The words of Mu Hanyan made Long Yi stop smiling. There seemed to be other meanings hidden in her words. Before Long Yi had time to think, Mu Hanyan turned around to face him. In the darkness, her beautiful pupils emitted a bewitching radiance. Mu Hanyan exhaled a mouthful of sweet fragrance and she slowly squatted down in front of Long Yi. Her little hand was still holding on to Long Yi's erect little brother. "What are you doing?" Long Yi's mouth and tongue were somewhat dry. When he looked at that spring scenery below him, the passionate feeling in his heart soared. "Of course I'm trying to make you surrender." The little hand of Mu Hanyan moved up and she suddenly undid Long Yi's belt. His high-spirited lethal weapon was exposed in front of her face. In the next moment, Long Yi could feel that little Long Yi was entering a warm and moist place. He couldn't help but open his mouth to roar in a low voice, "This seductress." The head of Mu Hanyan moved forward and backward. Her fawning eyes occasionally looked up and she stared into Long Yi's eyes. Her seductive appearance could hook the soul of anyone. In this aspect, Mu Hanyan's talent was truly unrivaled. She was naturally extremely charming. Just one look at her and one would become unable to control their emotions. Even though she was extremely seductive, her charm was in no way vulgar. Her style didn't resemble the lowly seductive techniques used by those prostitutes in the brothels. Her charm had a kind of innate nobility mixed up with it. This kind of temperament was the exact temperament which was fatal for many people. Below, Long Zan was already lying on the bed like a dead dog. As for that woman who was moaning louder and louder, she was currently panting for breath with all four limbs spread open. It seemed like she had yet to recover from the lingering. Looking at her, her skin and were not bad. Her appearance was also somewhat familiar. It seemed like she was the daughter of some minister. All of a sudden, Long Yi felt as though his little brother had completely entered Mu Hanyan's mouth. The front end of his little brother was so tightly gripped that he involuntarily let out a moan. That intense pleasure nearly made Long Yi unable to hold it in. Mu Hanyan seemed to be much more vigorous than him right now. She repeated her movements several times and Long Yi became unable to resist it any longer. With a low groan, he released everything. Mu Hanyan took out a brocade handkerchief and spat out milky white stuff on it while coughing and caressing her throat. When she was done with Long Yi, her complexion was quite pale. Advertisement. "Are you okay? Where did you learn such a difficult technique?" Long Yi fastened up his belt and caressed Mu Hanyan's beautiful hair. "Not everyone can perform this deep threat technique. This is the first test and the results seemed pretty good. Looks like you have really surrendered now." Mu Hanyan flirted with Long Yi. but her voice was somewhat hoarse. "Didn't I already surrender?" "You are amazing." Long Yi smiled and patted Mu Hanyan's beautiful face. Mu Hanyan leaned closer to Long Yi and looking below, she suddenly asked, "Do you feel anything different about this Long Zan?" Long Yi carefully looked for a long time and he shrugged his shoulders as he said, "I don't see any difference." "Is there a problem with the Long Zan here? Don't you feel like he became a lot thinner compared to before?" Mu Hanyan said, "It seems so. However, this is nothing strange." Long Yi said, "A person who cultivates Dgi all year round will not lose weight without reason." Mu Hanyan seriously said, "What do you mean?" The heart of Long Yi jumped as he stared at Mu Hanyan. "He is not Long Zan." Mu Hanyan said word by word. Long Yi raised his eyebrows and looked at Long Zan below without uttering a word. "Who do you think he is? Where is the real Long Zan?" After a long time, Long Yi asked, "I am not sure, however, guess is that he is the missing military advisor in disguise. As for the real Long Zan, even his remains might have already been erased." The words which came out of Mu Hanyan's mouth was world-shaking news to Long Yi. Hearing her, the complexion of Long Yi had great changes. "I am not speaking empty words. The military advisor is the leader of the dark force behind Long Zan. However, his disappearance didn't lead to any changes. Doesn't this seem strange to you? Moreover, after investigating for 2 days, I discovered that Long Zan had been the one commanding the dark force behind him. This deepened my doubts." Mu Hanyan added. When Long Yi heard what Mu Hanyan said, he raised his eyebrows and said suddenly, "Then it looks like the military advisor seemed to have freed himself from your control." The charming body of Mu Hanyan stiffened and dense killing intent flashed through her eyes for a moment. "Your speculation is pretty good. Now, let me make my own guess. My guess is that the dark force behind the military advisor is you. The military advisor controls Long Zan and you control the military advisor. You completely support the battle of domination between Long Zan and the Ziman clan. If Long Zan wins, it means that the military advisor wins. That also means that you win." He, you are truly amazing," Long Yi said with a smile, even though when he made his guess, he was holding on to Mu Hanyan's waist. The distance between them seemed to stretch to infinity and they felt as though the other party felt extremely distant. The expression of Mu Hanyan became exceedingly complex. She bit her lower lip and faintly said, "It's a pity that I misjudged your existence. Since you noticed the change in the situation, you changed your target. You started to help me and you even wanted to control me. Am I right?" Long Yi smiled but his gaze was very cold. Mu Hanyan didn't reply Long Yi at all and her gaze was ice cold. "Let's go. This is not a good place to talk." The light rain outside had already stopped at an unknown time. Even though there was no more rain, the cloudy weather made everyone feel depressed. At the peak located on the western suburbs of Soaring Dragon City, Long Yi sat under a big tree looking at Mu Hanyan who was standing not far away. At this time, she had already retracted all of her charming aura. She appeared extremely cold. "What do you plan to do? Kill me?" After a good while, Mu Hanyan spoke. "I'm not able to kill you." Long Yi had a bitter smile on his face. In his mind, Long Yi asked himself if he could bear to kill Mu Hanyan even if he had the abilities. The answer was extremely vague in his heart. Perhaps, he was subconsciously denying this problem. "If you are able to kill me, then will you kill me?" Mu Hanyan softly asked. Even though she was standing close to Long Yi, her voice seemed to be coming from a far place. Perhaps not. "It's just an assumption that I can kill you." "I can't answer that," Long Yi answered. When he looked at Mu Hanyan's body which was trembling in the wind, he couldn't help but feel a throbbing pain in his heart. Chapter 515, Cooperating. The return of Sibai. The wind got stronger and stronger and it blew against Mu Hanyan's clothing. Her hair fluttered in the air behind her and she appeared as though she was having a sad dream. Long Yi stood up as he turned his head to look at Mu Hanyan. There was a profound look on his face. Every little detail of the time he had spent together with her since he had gotten acquainted with her appeared in his mind. Her tenderness, her softness, her attractiveness, and her mysteriousness. Every single aspect of Mu Hanyan attracted him. From the very beginning, this was a dangerous game. Both of them knew that the day would come. However, they indulged themselves in this beautiful dream. When the reality was laid bare in front of them, both of them woke up with a start, losing 800 to kill 1000. In such a game, there was neither victory nor defeat. There would only be damages. The next time they met, they might be waving weapons at each other. Long Yi clenched his hands and looked away. The two of them were getting intimate with each other just a moment ago. They were like lovers. However, they were facing the opposite direction the next moment. If Long Yi were to leave right now, the invisible red string between the two of them would be severed instantly. Wait a moment. Mu Hanyan turned around and called out. Her eyes were misty and she felt a heartache as thought a knife was stabbed into her heart. She felt as though breathing became difficult. Long Yi was startled. He retracted the step he was going to take and stood still with his back facing Mu Hanyan. He didn't want to see her struggle. Mu Hanyan took a deep breath and her expression gradually calmed down. Suddenly, a smile appeared on her face and she joked. What? You don't have the courage to even look at me. It seems like I didn't fail completely. At the very least, you fell in love with me, isn't that so? A bitter smile appeared on the face of Long Yi. This seductress. He could never guess what was on her mind. She hid her complex emotions at the innermost part of her heart. Long Yi turned around with a cheeky smile and said, Hanyan, you are smiling so happily. However, why are your eyes red and swollen like a rabbit? Are they? It might be because sand got into my eyes. Mu Hanyan touched the corner of her eyes and said with a smile. She slowly walked towards Long Yi with graceful steps and her delicate fragrance assaulted his nostrils. Long Yi kept the smile on his face as he stared straight into Mu Hanyan's eyes. He asked, Is there anything you want to tell me? I want to make a bet with you. Are you interested? Mu Hanyan hugged the neck of Long Yi and said with a charming smile, What's the bet? Long Yi raised his eyebrows and asked, Bet on our ending. Do you dare to bet with me? Mu Hanyan stood on her tiptoes and whispered as she licked Long Yi's earlobe with her fragrant tongue, How do you want to bet? The breathing of Long Yi stagnated. However, his hand reached out and grabbed Mu Hanyan's perk buttocks. Now, she was playing with fire. Compared to before, this game was much more dangerous and even more insane. We cooperate. I can help you deal with the dark force behind Long Zhan. The strength of the dark force is stronger than whatever you can imagine. No one knows them better than me. With my help, it will become much easier to seize the power. Mu Hanyan buried her beautiful face into Long Yi's chest and she felt extremely comfortable when she sensed Long Yi's warm aura. Then, what about your condition? Long Yi stroked the back of Mu Hanyan and asked, looking at them from far away. They looked just like a pair of intimate couple hugging each other. However, the conversation between them was nothing like a conversation between normal couples. It's very simple, don't reject my existence and treat me just like you did before. Mu Hanyan muttered and nibbled the sturdy chest of Long Yi. The nerves of Long Yi suddenly tightened. He thought about it and understood the meaning of Mu Hanyan's words. A smile gradually appeared on his face and he said, You still haven't given up your goal of controlling me, have you? It was impossible before and now that I have already discovered your purpose, do you think you can succeed? It is very unwise for you to bet like this. That is something for me to worry about. The most important thing is whether you dare to bet with me or not. Mu Hanyan looked up and rubbed the beard stubble on the chin of Long Yi with her little hand. She liked this feeling. I have no reason to refuse you, do I? Long Yi said with a smile. He had seen the dark force behind Long Zhan. Those dark warriors and magicians were terrifying existences. Moreover, ever since he saw the event which happened in the secret room under the heaven-forbidden prison, he felt extremely uneasy in his heart. Then, it's settled. I will not disappoint you. I hope that you will not disappoint me. Mu Hanyan gently pushed Long Yi away and said with a brilliant smile. With a wave of her hand, the cry of a crane came from far away. With the arrival of the night, various colored magic lamps lit up in succession. In the dim light of night, Soaring Dragon City looked just like a piece of jade that emitted dazzling luster in the mildest of darkness. Long Yi flew over and reached the city gate of Soaring Dragon City, and he saw that there was a continuous stream of the crowd. The famous Wangjing House of Soaring Dragon City also had a continuous flow of people as usual. Looking at the big river while drinking and eating snacks could also be regarded as a kind of enjoyment. Although it had not been long since Long Yi returned, he was well known in this city. Even if the people of Soaring Dragon City wanted to forget him, it was difficult for them to do so. Just standing at the entrance of this Wangjing house, the sharp-eyed manager hastily came over to welcome him into the shop. He respectfully ushered Long Yi into a private compartment, with a bottle of good wine, several kinds of exquisite dishes, and a cool breeze blowing into the room through the window. Long Yi's chaotic mind settled down a lot. He should let nature take its course when dealing with Mu Hanyan. In any case, he didn't believe that she would be able to control him. Dark aura. Suddenly, Long Yi frowned as the blood skull on his left palm vibrated. He quickly pushed open the window that was facing towards the street and scanned through the crowds which were walking on the street. Two women dressed in rags were rushing through the crowd. Not far from them, several black-robed men who wore hoods were chasing after them from different directions. It seemed as though the black-robed men wanted to surround those two women. Before long, the two women appeared in front of Wangjing House. When they reached the entrance of Wangjing House, one of them fell over. The other woman stopped and hastily pulled her up. In the short span of time, the two of them became surrounded by the black-robed men. "Help!" One of the women screamed. However, just after she cried for help, she lost consciousness. The people around noticed that something was wrong, but all of them simply watched from afar and none of them came forward to poke their nose into other people's business. Pretending for me to see? This stage performance is too disappointing. The corner of Long Yi's mouth hooked upwards and he calmly looked on from the sidelines. These two women were clearly different from average people. Those black-robed men had been chasing them down the street. However, they had coincidentally been caught right outside the Wangjing house where Long Yi was in. He felt as though it was too suspicious. When Long Yi was still watching the good show, the black-robed men caught those two women and they were preparing to walk away. Long Yi simply stood still and sneered, preparing to turn back to his private compartment. "Stop!" A clear and melodious voice resounded, which was followed up with a strong light magic fluctuation. A light curtain stopped the path of those black-robed people. Long Yi was startled and he suddenly turned around. He saw a young girl wearing golden-edged priest robe with a hood on her head and a light magic staff in her hand flying over. Not far away from her, a handsome youth who emitted a bone-piercing coldness followed behind her. This youth was holding an almost transparent sword and he was staring at those black-robed people with no emotions on his face. "See by, Li King," Long Yi muttered. He was pleasantly surprised in his heart. The two of them were finally back. When Long Yi was lost in thought, Li King had already made a move against those black-robed people. The sword in his hand flashed and the temperature of the surrounding area instantly dropped by several tens of degrees. The current Li King was far more powerful than his former self. In the 18 trials, he had been on the verge of life and death countless times. His latent potential had been completely stimulated. In addition, his divine bloodline had also awakened. A cold chi flew towards a black-robed man at a speed that a naked eye couldn't see. The man had no time to dodge and he was frozen in an instant. He broke into 10 pieces with a loud bang. He had actually been frozen from the inside out. "It's a dark warrior." The eyes of Long Yi flashed and he instantly disappeared from the room. Suddenly, multicolored radiance appeared in the sky and the remaining black-robed people that wanted to escape were suppressed by the multicolored magic ki Long Yi emitted. "Holy light illumination." A soft voice resounded and the light magic staff in Sibai's hand emitted a Jendel radiance. It lit up the bodies of the people in black robes. In the blink of an eye, they lost their power to resist and their limbs became weak and limp. Li King sheathed his ice sword and looked at Long Yi. Walking 2 steps forward, he kneeled down and said, "Young master, Li King is lucky that he didn't disgrace you. I have already passed my clan's 18 paths of trials. Long Yi helped Li King up and sized him up from head to toe. He suddenly started laughing and he patted Li King's shoulders. He embraced Li King into a bear hug and said with a smile, "Good brother, how are you becoming more handsome the older you grow? Tell me the secret later, young master." A warm current appeared in the heart of Li King and he pushed away Long Yi as a feeling on unease welled up in his heart. Although he was also excited in his heart, his expression was still frozen like before. Long Yi turned to Si Bai and he walked over to her. He hugged her and he could feel that her body was trembling. With a soft voice, Long Yi said, "Darling, I missed you to death." Si Bai didn't speak, but tears slowly rolled down her hood. Her tears fell onto Long Yi's shoulders. At this time, her heart that had been fluttering for a long time finally stabilized. A team of patrolling guard rushed over and they happened to be the people Long Yi knew. He quickly ordered them to bring back the black-robed men and the two women to the Zeman residence. The two women turned around and looked at Long Yi with their tearful eyes. It seemed as though they had thousands and thousands of words they wanted to say to Long Yi. "Where have I seen them before?" Long Yi frowned and muttered. Chapter 516, King Wu, Piao Zhu. Long Yi returned to the Zeman residence with Li King and Si Bai. The special temperament these two people had were still fresh in the minds of everyone in the Zeman residence. Nangong Xiangyan and Feng Ling naturally recognized these two people. One should know that, in the past, when Long Yi was getting married to Nangong Xiangyan, Long Yi rushed out hastily in the middle of the wedding. The reason was because Feng Ling played a cheap trick on him. Moreover, Feng Ling, Si Bai, and Nangong Xiangyan had stayed together for a period of time. They were somewhat familiar with one another. As for Lai Yilai and Lai Yuxu, Long Yi introduced them quickly. As for Nai she had fallen asleep long ago with little Shuxian. Speaking about his niece, little Shuxian, there was another matter which Long Yi had decided upon. He and Zeman Nu discussed for the entire night and finally, Zeman Nu, as the patriarch of Zeman clan, passed down an order. He ordered for little Shuxian to stay beside Long Yi. Liu Shi didn't dare to get angry and she also didn't dare to refuse the order. She knew that if she were to fall out with the Zeman clan at this moment, she would be forcing herself into a dead end. At this moment, it was already late at night. Li King withdrew from the room and left Long Yi with his wives. All the other women also smiled and returned to their rooms. In the end, only Si Bai and Long Yi were left in the room. Si Bai, darling, come over and let your husband take a good look at you. Long Yi sat on the bed and waved his hand at her. The beautiful face of Si Bai became slightly red and she slowly walked over to the bed. She sat beside Long Yi and she stared straight into his eyes. It was an extremely daring move. She voicelessly poured out her longing and love for him. Long Yi became unable to control himself any longer. He hugged Si Bai and kissed her lips as his tongue entered her little mouth. His claws began to move involuntarily and they undid her clothing. As his hands moved upwards, they reached for the 2 mounds of flesh on her chest and started to knead her soft, jade-like meat buns. "My husband." Si Bai turned away and she opened her little mouth to breath. With heavy breaths, she called out to Long Yi. Her legs were tightly clamped together as they stopped Long Yi's hands from teasing her private parts. "I have a sense of propriety, rest assured." Long Yi soothingly kissed the beautiful face of Si Bai. "I am sorry. Everything is my fault," Si Bai said with a guilty conscience. Since she hadn't found a way to solve the problem of her pure yin physique, she was unable to give her body to Long Yi. Long Yi also hated the pure yin physique to the extreme. However, what could he do about it? Si Bai had one and maybe even Wash Wang had the pure yin physique. They were really asking for his life. Thinking about Wash Wang, Long Yi became somewhat dejected. It had been a long time since Wash Wang had gone to the Ice Origin with Mi Empress, Liang Xian. Normally, she should have already returned. For some unknown reason, she wasn't back yet. Long Yi was starting to worry about her. Thus, The night that was supposed to be romantic reduced to a warm and tender night. The two people hugged each other as they whispered words of love into each other's ear. They talked about each other's experiences after they had went their separate ways. Early the next morning, the guards of the Zemun residence came over and asked Long Yi about how he wanted to deal with those several dark warriors and the two women. They had all been captured the day before outside the Wangjing house. A smile slowly appeared on Long Yi's face. It was obvious that everything which happened yesterday was a trap. However, there was one thing which surprised Long Yi. He actually found the two women familiar. Long Yi went to the place in the Zemun residence where the prisoners were imprisoned. Li King accompanied him. Naturally, compared to the heaven-forbidden prison, there was a big disparity in scale. However, there was no need to doubt the sturdiness of the Zemun residence's prison. Long Yi directly ignored those restricted dark warriors as they couldn't be counted as humans anymore. They had no blood in them and they didn't fear pain. They were simply killing machines who faithfully carried out the commands of their masters. The prison was very dark and damp. In addition, there was a dense moldy smell in the air. Various kinds of insects could be seen flying around from time to time. Anyone could clearly see the harshness of the environment. In the inner prison cell, those two women who were captured yesterday were sitting at one corner hugging their knees. They had buried their face in their knees and they were also shivering. Advertisement. Li King, who do you think these two women are? Long Yi asked Li King, who was standing behind him. I don't know. Li King replied. If it was not for Sibai wanting to save them, he would have simply ignored them. These two weak women were actually chased by several dark warriors. Out of everywhere they could run to, they ran to the place where I was located. Not to mention there were thousands and thousands of people staring at them. Didn't it seem weird to you? Long Yi said with a smile. The cold aura of Li King suddenly rose and said coldly, if it's like that, it seems as though they are plotting against young master. It's better to kill them. The eyes of Long Yi glimmered and he signaled for the prison guards to bring out the two women. The two women looked at Long Yi with tearful eyes. They looked very pitiful as they stared at Long Yi, who was sitting on an armchair. If ordinary old women looked at Long Yi like this instead of these two women, Long Yi would have goosebumps all over his body. However, he was staring straight at the two women at this moment. They were already so old in age, but they possessed a beautiful pair of eyes. They also felt extremely familiar to him. It seemed somewhat unusual. All of you can withdraw. Long Yi felt that these two women seemed to have something to say. As such, he waved his hand and ordered for the guards to leave them. Only Li King was left in the room with them. The two women suddenly got agitated and greeted Long Yi as they choked with sobs. We pay respect to young master. When Long Yi heard that crisp and melodious voice of these two women, which resembled the voice of a young girl, Long Yi was so shocked that he suddenly stood up in front of these two women. King Wu, Biaozu? Long Yi raised the chin of these two women and asked in shock. They opened their lips as they chanted an incantation. Their faces twisted and before long, they became two outstanding beauties. Their current appearance resembled King Wu and Piaozu, who had disappeared a long time ago. Young master. The two girls wailed and rushed into the bosom of Long Yi. When he held them, Long Yi's handsome face was extremely gloomy. He caressed the back of these two women, but his thumb and index finger were lightly pressing on the spine acupoint on their back. He had no choice but to doubt them in his mind. These two women and those several dark warriors were clearly setting up a trap for him to save them. However, he discovered that the two women were actually the missing King Wu and Piaozu from the beautiful fragrant house. If these two women had truly betrayed him, then they would have two motives for returning. One was to stay at his side in order to spy for Long Zhan, the other was to wait for a chance to make a move against him. However, Long Yi raised his eyebrows as he felt that something was not right. For the time being, he was unable to figure out what was wrong. All of a sudden a change occurred. A hint of dark chi suddenly flashed through the eyes of King Wu and Biaozu. 10 dark thorns extended from the fingers from their hands, which were on Long Yi's waist. Immediately after that, they stabbed Long Yi from different angles. Bang, bang. King Wu and Biaozu vomited a mouthful of blood and were sent flying. They slammed onto the wall opposite them, which was made of iron. As for Long Yi, a purple light glimmered around him and his handsome face was dark and cold. In addition, 20-finger-length dark thorns were quivering on his back. "Young master, are you all right?" A pallid light flashed through the eyes of Li King as he asked anxiously. He had already launched his cold sword chi towards King Wu and Piaozu, which were not too far away. "Shatter." Long Yi waved his hand and his true chi broke Li King's cold sword chi. He said, "Don't be anxious. I am fine." The eyes of Long Yi flashed and his clothing suddenly shook. The 20 dark thorns which were glimmering with faint radiance on their back were ejected out with so much power that they nailed into the wall behind him. Very powerful magic-destroying thorns. That military advisor truly is willing to invest, Long Yi said with a sinister smile. He was already prepared to some extent when King Wu and Piaozu rushed into his bosom. He had used true chi and spirit power to cover his entire body. However, things went beyond his imagination when the two women used the legendary magic-destroying thorns against him, not to mention the fact that they used 20 of them. The magic-destroying thorns pierced through his true chi defense in an instant. As the name, magic-destroying thorn implied, they could destroy any magic and ki barriers in the world. However, there was a way to stop magic-destroying thorns. If the ki and magic barrier reached a certain level of strength, the thorns would be rendered useless. Although these magic-destroying thorns pierced through his true chi defense, it was unable to advance at the final juncture. In addition, the lightning god armor within the body of Long Yi sensed the danger and counterattacked. Long Yi was completely fine. However, he suffered some shock and he sweated profusely when he realized that his true chi had been penetrated completely. He had been extremely confident in his true chi defense. Long Yi woke up with a start. This was a warning to him. If he took his enemies too lightly, he would lose his life. Long Yi walked to the front of King Wu and Biaozu. Now, their expression was ferocious as if they wanted to swallow him whole. Long Yi pressed on their globola and retracted his hand after a long time. There was actually dense dark chi in their sea of consciousness. It was precisely the dark magic which controlled their mind. It turned out to be the dark soul refining magic. Although it was a bit of a hassle, there was a way to save them both. The only thing Long Yi needed was some time in order for him to save them. Long Yi clearly understood the problem these two women faced. He simply made the two of them faint and he carried them as he left the prison of the Zeman residence. Returning to his courtyard, Long Yi made Si Bai use light purification magic to cleanse these two women first. After Si Bai used her spell on them, Long Yi sat on the sofa in the hall with all of his women gathered around him. He told them the entire story. It seems like Long Zan can't wait any longer. The peace in Soaring Dragon City is going to end very soon. My husband, be very careful. Nangong Xiangyi sighed. As a daughter of a prominent old family, she was very familiar with the conflict within the city. Long Zan, the real Long Zan, might have already turned into ashes a long time ago. Although that was what Long Yi thought in his mind, he didn't tell the girls. He played with the magic-destroying thorn in his hand. When all was said and done, it was only his speculation. Long Zan has gotten better. No matter how wealthy you are, this magic-destroying thorn is not something you can buy just with money. Long Yi said with a smile. In order to assassinate Long Yi, Long Zan gave him 20 magic-destroying thorns and returned 2 beauties to him. This was truly a good transaction for Long Yi. But my husband, after hearing about the matter with King Wu and Biaozu, I feel as though something is not quite right. At that time, Feng Ling, who had been mumbling for a long time, suddenly said, "What is it?" "Don't worry, just tell me." Long Yi looked at Feng Ling with a smile. He encouraged her to speak out her thoughts. Chapter 517, The Purpose of Nai. Looking at Long Yi's encouraging gaze, Feng Ling organized her thoughts and said, "If this trap only consisted of the second part, it would be an absolutely brilliant scheme. However, the first part of the plan was honestly too crappy. The way King Wu and Biaozu met you was too ridiculous. If this scheme was truly made by Long Zan, It would seem like he is a bad schemer. Could it be that King Wu and Piaozu were let out simply to assassinate you? Long Yi nodded his head and signaled for Feng Ling to continue speaking. I have a feeling that the person who had schemed everything wants husband to know that this was a trap. He also intentionally allowed husband to know that King Wu and Piaozu were controlled by him. They were sent to assassinate you under his command. In any case, I don't know what his true intentions are. Feng Ling added, now that husband knows that King Wu and Piaozu were controlled using the dark soul refining magic, as long as he got rid of it, wouldn't everything be fine? Nangong Xiangyun said from one side. Long Yi smiled and said, as a matter of fact, my thoughts are similar to Ling. It doesn't matter if it is Long Zhan or the military advisor behind him, both of them are very intelligent people. It is clear that there is another hidden move. As for what that move is, we can only wait to see. In a simple but elegant room, two beautiful girls were sitting cross-legged naked on the bed and a wisp of dark mist was curling up around their entire body. Their beautiful and indistinctly visible had so much destructive power that a person without self-control would die from a nosebleed. At this moment, Long Yi had his hands on the heads of these two girls as he stood behind them. His eyes were tightly closed and beads of sweats could be seen on his forehead. The dark aura within the body of these two girls was a bit strange. That dark aura was automatically absorbed by the two girls after he forced them out of their body. That was something which was really strange. Although it was somewhat strange, Long Yi didn't think too much about it as he knew that he had Nai-Er. At this moment, Nai-Er was sitting opposite King Wu and Piaozu as she looked at them with her big eyes. The more dark mist gathered on their body, the brighter her eyes became. When the dark mist reached a certain concentration, she would open her little mouth and that dark mist would come pouring into her mouth. After the dark mist stopped entering her mouth, she would lick her lips and she would wait for the next round of the dark mist. It was as though the dark mist was a rare delicacy for her. The physique of Nai-Er was very special. According to the three-headed demonic dragon in the lightning god forbidden area, she had the devouring dragon physique. She liked everything which contained energy. In addition, because her body was dark attributed, she liked dark energy the most. Anyone was able to see that just by looking at her drooling gluttonous appearance. After Nai-Er ate the dark energy a few more times, Long Yi stopped his actions and he wiped the sweat off his forehead. That dark energy in the sea of consciousness of the two had been cleaned up. Now, their consciousness should have been restored. As for the remaining dark energy, they would be able to deal with it themselves. Father, Nai-Er want more. Seeing as her meal was over, Nai-Er couldn't help herself as she rushed into Long Yi's bosom and acted like a spoiled child. Long Yi rolled his eyes. One day, this girl would eat him to poverty sooner or later. He took out some magic cores of A-ranked magic beasts from his space ring and gave them to Nai-Er. Patting her head, he instructed her to play with little Shuxian. Nai-Er, who had gotten her snacks, no longer pestered Long Yi and left to look for little Shuxian. Long Yi laid King Wu and Piaozu flat and covered them with a brocade quilt, covering that spring scenery. Sitting on the sofa, Long Yi poured himself a cup of green tea and drank it slowly. From time to time, he would look at those slumbering women and a pensive look would appear on his face. What exactly does that military advisor want to do? It cannot be so simple. Long Yi mumbled while shaking his head. He placed down the teacup before picking it up again. It was clear that this problem was troubling him. The current strength of Long Yi was already public in Blue Wave's continent. He was regarded as a peak expert of the entire continent. If that military advisor wanted to deal with the Ziman clan, it was impossible for him to not research about him. Could it be that he truly underestimated Long Yi so much that he thought that just these magic-destroying thorns could kill him? If that wasn't the case, the military advisor should know that the assassination would fail. Not to mention the fact that he would allow King Wu and Piaozu to fall back into Long Yi's hands. Now, not only did the magic-destroying thorns fall into Long Yi's hands, the military advisor even sent King Wu and Piaozu, who had been under his control for 2 years, back to him. Wasn't he just being plain stupid? Perhaps. Long Yi looked at the slumbering King Wu and Piaozu on the bed and sighed softly. Advertisement. At that moment, The slumbering King Wu and Piaozu mumbled something, their eyelashes fluttered and they slowly opened their eyes. Where is this? King Wu was the first to wake up. She looked at Piaozu who was lying beside her and muttered a question in confusion. Her expression changed all of a sudden and she sat up before shouting in panic, "Big sister Yu! Big sister Yu!" King Wu turned around and saw that Long Yi was walking towards her. She burst into tears all of a sudden. Due to the ruckus King Wu created, Piaozu was completely awake. Like King Wu, she also burst into tears when she looked at Long Yi. It seemed as though the two of them didn't dare to believe that this was actually real. "Young master, we are not dreaming, are we?" King Wu mumbled and they reached out their hand to pinch their face. They discovered that they could actually feel the pain. They were not dreaming. The two women simultaneously threw the quilt off their body and stood up. They knelt on the bed and said in a trembling voice, "We pay respect to young master." Long Yi sat on the edge of the bed and he wrapped the quilt around them and he said, "The two of you just woke up. You don't need to be over-courteous, young master. Beautiful fragrant house and big sister Yu, Wu." King Wu was unable to finish her sentence before she started crying again. She buried her head in the quilt and lost her voice from crying in pain. King Wu's sobs made Piaozu cry as well. The both of them started crying loudly as they buried their head in the quilt. They cried so much that the brocade quilt was soaked. As for Long Yi, he thought about Ruoyu who was good at understanding others. He couldn't help but feel sour in his heart. He sighed softly and hugged these two girls. "Young master, big sister Yu died. She died. It's all because she wanted to save the two of us. We caused her death." Woo. Piaozu remorsefully blamed herself in the bosom of Long Yi. Long Yi comforted them in a soft voice and used his hands to gently pat their back. He could feel that these two women were extremely sad. One could say that Ruoyu was the one who brought them up and brought them into the Skynet intelligence organization. Although Ruoyu was not much older than them in age, the two of them felt as though Ruoyu their mother rather than their big sister. Recalling his suspicion towards the two girls just a moment ago, Long Yi laughed at himself. No matter how he looked at it, their current appearance didn't resemble people who betrayed him. It seemed as though he was too sensitive. After the two women calmed down, Long Yi knew that it was time to ask them about the events which happened. In a serious voice, he asked them, "What happened that day?" The two women began to narrate what happened on that nightmarish night in their hoarse voice. It was late at night and it was pouring. Because of this heavy rain, the beautiful fragrant house was deserted and quiet. The ladies had nothing to do and Ruoyu instructed them to rest early. After the door was shut, Ruoyu called together all intelligence agents in the beautiful fragrant house. She asked for all of us to enter the secret room in order to discuss and sort out the collected intelligence. All of a sudden, the doors burst open and countless black-robed people invaded the store. They killed anyone they saw. Moreover, they seemed to have a clear understanding of the structure of the beautiful fragrant house. They even knew the location of several secret rooms. Before long, those black robes people killed their way to the secret room. When things were at this point, Ruoyu understood that there was a mole within the beautiful fragrant house. Now that the beautiful fragrant house was surrounded, she knew that Long Zhan would definitely be prepared. The reinforcements would not arrive for quite some time. The personnel of Skynet Intelligence Organization wasn't exactly good at magic and Qi. For instance, almost all of the intelligence personnel in the brothel were prostitutes. In the training they had received, methods to coax out intelligence as well as some drugs and things like these were given priority. If they truly had to fight, then they would be swatted to death. At that time, Ruoyu made the decision that was out of everyone's imaginations. She suddenly attacked and killed all the other intelligence agents other than King Wu and Piaozu. As the person in charge of the beautiful fragrant house, the strength of Ruoyu was pretty good. It wasn't too difficult for her to kill off several unarmed prostitutes. "King Wu, Piaozu, there is a traitor in our group. Other than you two, I cannot believe anyone else. In any case, we will all die here. It's better to die in my hands than to die in the enemy's," Ruoyu said to two women who were petrified with fear. After she spoke, Ruiyu smeared the blood of the dead people on King Wu and Piaozu. She gave them a special medicine which completely hid their aura and they feigned death. After preparing everything, she opened the door of the secret room and went out to fight. We didn't dare to open our eyes. Before long, we heard Big Sister Yu scream. We wanted to fight together with her, but we discovered that our body was not under our control. Shortly afterwards, we felt extremely hot and we fainted. After that, King Wu suddenly frowned after speaking this much. What happened after that? Long Yi urgently asked. King Wu shook her head and said, I don't know. Something seemed to have happened but I cannot remember anything after that. It's the same for me. After losing my consciousness, I don't remember anything. After waking up, the first thing I saw was young master. We seemed to have fallen asleep for a long time and lived a long dream. However, I can't remember anything. Piaozu replied. Young master, you seem to have changed a lot. King Wu suddenly said. Changed? Where did I change? Long Yi asked. You grew older. Piaozu cut in. You became a lot more profound. In the past, young master would always show off his abilities. However, you are restraining yourself now. King Wu said. After 2 years, things would change. Long Yi said with a smile. 2 years? King Wu and Piaozu cried out in alarm. They were greatly surprised. They felt as though they had just lost their consciousness. However, 2 years had already passed. Could this be the effect of the medicine given to them by Big Sister Yu? Chapter 518, 9 Yin Soul Refining Array. In the study of Zeman Nu, the pair of father and son sat facing each other. The atmosphere was a bit gloomy. To accomplish something important, one should make a decision when it's time to decide. One cannot do a sloppy job, otherwise, a fatal disaster might occur. Zeman Nu stared at his beloved son and said. There was a hint of anger in his tone. King Wu and Piaozu are my people. Without my consent, no one can harm them. Long Yi stared back at Zeman Nu and he replied. His tone was powerful and impressive, displaying his incomparable determination. The hand of Zeman Nu under the desk slightly trembled. After a good while, he pushed back the chair and stood up. He looked at the portrait of the ancestor and he slowly said, You are not alone. You have to bear the burden of the entire clan. The rise and fall of the clan is directly related to you. Many years of painstaking effort of our Zeman clan is at stake here. You absolutely cannot destroy them in one day because of such thoughts. Long Yi stood up as well and he looked at Zeman Nu whose hair was already white. He felt somewhat sour in his heart. No matter how he thought about it, it was impossible for him to end the life of King Wu and Piaozu. Your father and Long Zan have been fighting for so many years. He might not be a peerless emperor. However, he is definitely a shrewd figure. According to all sorts of signs, this is definitely a trap aimed at our Zeman clan. Those 2 girls are probably pawns even if they don't know it themselves. In any case, they definitely cannot live for the sake of the Zeman clan. Zeman Nu said. Long Yi knew that Zeman Nu was right. If this truly was the middle phase of a chess game, the crucial pieces were King Wu and Piaozu. At that time, Long Yi had assumed that King Wu and Piaozu had already betrayed him. After they woke up 2 days later, Long Yi realized that that wasn't the case. Their feelings were so sincere and they were absolutely not pretending. There was nothing strange about them physically too. Long Yi simply couldn't think of the problem. Father, give this son a little bit of time. Your son will definitely handle this matter appropriately. I believe that there is another way to solve this matter. Long Yi sighed and said, I will give you 5 days. Now the complete destruction of the Proud Moon Empire is right around the corner. Long Zan will definitely make a move at the last moment. Zeman Nu said. 5 days? Long Yi took a deep breath and left Zeman Nu's study. Late at night, a ghostly figure descended in the backyard of Beauty Shop. Where did this lascivious hussy run off to? Long Yi pushed open the door of Mu Hanyan's room but he discovered that it was empty inside. He muttered to himself in dissatisfaction. Walking in the courtyard, Long Yi looked around and flicked his finger towards one dark corner. A white light flashed and a cry of a bird could be heard. Now, a white crane stood in front of Long Yi as it glared at him angrily. Hee hee, Bayu, Quickly go and notify your master. Tell her that her lover is here. Long Yi ignored the angry gaze of Bei Yi and said to it. He simply rubbed its little head and said with a smile. Bei Yi issued a few crane cries. It was clearly very dissatisfied with Long Yi. All of a sudden, a fragrance emerged from the bedroom which was empty just a moment ago. Mu Hanyan appeared in front of Long Yi and grumbled in a flirty manner. Here I was thinking why Bei Yu seems to dislike you. You are always bullying it. Long Yi looked at the alluring Mu Hanyan and said with a smile, when did I bully it? If I want to bully someone, I will bully you. Mu Hanyan rolled her eyes at him, but Long Yi was ready to start wriggling. A man and a woman meeting alone in the middle of the night. There would always be an ambiguous atmosphere, not to mention the fact that they had already fooled around with each other several times. With Mu Hanyan wearing pink-colored clothing, she emitted a dense passionate flavor. At least in the eyes of Long Yi, she seemed extremely seductive and passionate. What do you want to do? Mu Hanyan covered her chest and took a step back. How could she not notice Long Yi's dance? However, she knew that by acting this way, they would be able to enjoy the better. What do I want to do? Why don't you stop asking me questions like this and go back into your room? I'll show you what I want to do. Long Yi also played along. He took 2 steps forward and raised the chin of Mu Hanyan as he said with a perverted smile, "Don't. I am scared." Mu Hanyan pitifully looked at Long Yi as if she was Little Red Riding Hood in front of a wolf. Long Yi swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He was very knowledgeable about Mu Hanyan's abilities. She knew what to say in order to satisfy his vanity. She was really a heaven-gifted beauty. Don't be scared. As long as you obediently listen to this young master will definitely not hurt you. Long Yi said with a perverted smile. He carried the screaming Mu Hanyan as he rushed into the room. Bang! Bei Yu was shut outside the door. This little bird didn't understand anything which was going on, as it could feel that its master was extremely excited in her heart even though her words showed her fear. Inside the sweet-smelling lady's chamber, hazy pink-colored lamplight illuminated this room. It looked really enchanting. In addition, moaning sounds escaped Mu Hanyan's mouth and the moans filled the room. On the soft bed, Mu Hanyan was on her knees and hands. Her fair, perfectly round buttocks were raised high in the air as Long Yi kneeled behind her soft and slender waist. He was pounding her ferociously. Mu Hanyan moaned while as she took on Long Yi's rough pounding. Now, her spotlessly white skin had a layer of pink hue due to the beads of transparent sweat rolled down her forehead. I am dying, forgive me. Mu Hanyan screamed and her hands grabbed a handful of sheet. Her buttocks trembled and she reached the peak again. She fell back onto the bed with her body limp. Only after a long time, Mu Hanyan came back to her sense from that lingering. After coming back to her senses, Mu Hanyan barged into Long Yi's bosom. Her eyelashes trembled as she took a deep breath. At this moment, she no longer wanted other benefits. She simply wanted to lie in Long Yi's warm embrace, which gave her a peace of mind. Fortunately, this bosom was still open. Fortunately, he was still by her side. Do you have something on your mind? Mu Hanyan caressed the study chest of Long Yi and asked, I feel as though something fishy is going on. I want to ask you whether you know the reason or not. Long Yi caressed Mu Hanyan and told her the strange scene he had seen in the secret room below the heaven-forbidden prison. Mu Hanyan was shocked, her eyes widened, and after muttering to herself, she said, "Can you take me to that secret room to look around? Do you still have strength now?" When Long Yi saw Mu Hanyan's reaction, he knew that she probably knew what was going on. A feeling of relief washed over him and he started to tease her. "Would you like to fight again?" Mu Hanyan flirtatiously rolled her eyes and grabbed Long Yi's little brother with her jade hand. Long Yi didn't mind fighting another 300 round with Mu Hanyan. However, he was extremely worried about King Wu and Biaozu, so he said, "You are really forgetful. I wonder who is the one crying and begging for mercy just now. Since you can move now, let's go and take a look at that place." Taking advantage of the dark night, Long Yi and Mu Hanyan entered the Imperial Palace without anybody noticing. They planned to enter that secret room from the entrance of the Imperial Study. As for the entrance in the heaven-forbidden prison, They were unable to enter it because Mu Hanyan didn't know the bone shrinking technique. Long Yi quickly found the mechanism to open the passage from the Imperial study and he quickly entered the passage with Mu Hanyan. There was no trace of danger in this long passage and it was completely empty. It was probably discarded after it had served its purpose. Advertisement: what a heavy baleful aura, it's an excellent place to cultivate resentful spirits. Mu Hanyan frowned and said. Long Yi raised his eyebrows. He didn't think of this. Could it be that the purpose of this secret room which had been discarded by the military advisor was to cultivate resentful spirits? The two people arrived at that largest stone room where those dark magicians were casting that spell. Long Yi explained everything which he saw the other day. You are saying that over 100 people were lined up to form a human barricade, along with an incantation muttered by those magicians. Black mist floated towards two humanoid figures suspended in the air? Mu Hanyan asked. She wanted to confirm her own thoughts. Yes, those people then dried up at a speed visible to the naked eyes and they eventually became dried up corpses. Long Yi replied. Long Yi led Mu Hanyan to the place where the dried corpses and skeletons were placed. The dense smell here made them feel like vomiting. The baleful aura in the room had reached a terrifying concentration. It was extremely easy to produce resentful spirits. Mu Hanyan frowned and carefully examined a dried corpse. She suddenly chanted an obscure incantation and a black light shot out from her hand which struck the corpse. After the black light struck the corpse, a hint of smoke rose up from the corpse. In the midst of the smoke, there were actually some indistinct dark magic marks. What kind of magic is this? It had already been a long time since he arrived in this world, however, he had never seen this kind of magic marks before. Mu Hanyan looked at Long Yi and didn't answer his question. Instead, she solemnly said, it seems like my guess is correct. This is the 9 Yin Soul Refining Array. It is one of the most complicated magic arrays of the dark attribute. It is used to refine a very powerful evil spirit. The only thing I know is the dark soul refining magic. I have never heard of this 9 Yin Soul Refining Array. Long Yi stared at Mu Hanyan and said, he had inherited the undead magic of Bite Zhuge. One could say that he had considerable knowledge of dark magic. However, he had never heard of the 9 Yin Soul Refining Array before. Perhaps only the Blue Moon continent, which was on the other side of the Hengjuan Mountains, possessed this magic. Could it be that the dark force behind Longzhan came from the Blue Moon continent? Or could it be that Mu Hanyan taught them this kind of dark magic? Mu Hanyan looked away and softly said, even if you don't know what it is, it doesn't mean that it does not exist. This world is not as simple as you imagine. Yes, for instance, you are also not a simple person, just like this 9 Yin Soul Refining Array. Long Yi shrugged his shoulders and no longer made a detailed inquiry. Although he knew that Mu Hanyan came from the Blue Moon continent, it was not wise to expose her identity right now. Mu Hanyan's heart shook. She felt as though Long Yi had obtained some clues about her true identity. However, when she looked at Long Yi's expression, she couldn't see anything out of the ordinary. Perhaps she was thinking too much about it. Hanyan, since you know this 9 Yin Soul Refining Array, then you should also know how strong the spirit refined by this array is. Isn't that so? Long Yi asked. Once this refinement is successful, the resulted spirit is naturally very powerful. First of all, one needs to use the blood of humans and beasts to cultivate the spirit that is to be refined. 1 year later, it will become a blood spirit. Using 1,000 humans with strong spirit power, one should arrange a special array as magicians chant an incantation to use their vitality to refine and cultivate the blood spirit. After the successful refinement, the blood spirit can be used as it is, or it can also be planted into a human being. Since it absorbed spirit power of thousands of people, it possesses deadly spirit magic and it has an extremely strong resistance. Mu Hanyan explained. Seeing as how she spoke about the effects of this array so clearly, Long Yi knew that she was extremely familiar with the array. Putting it that way, isn't this blood spirit even stronger than the Dark Spectre and so on boss-level undead creatures? If hundreds of them are refined, wouldn't the master of the spirit be the strongest person in the world? Long Yi said, "Do you think that it is easy to refine real blood spirits?" First, the requirement of the spirit is very strict. One also needs 1,000 people with strong spirit power. Do you think it's that easy to find 1,000 of them? Even if the above conditions are met, there is only a 10 to 20% chance of success. Moreover, it takes a huge amount of financial resources, energy, and time. Mu Hanyan explained. Long Yi thought about it. Just finding 1,000 people with powerful spirit power was difficult enough. Naturally, magicians had powerful spirit power. However, using the life of 1,000 magicians to refine one blood spirit wasn't worth the cost. The cost was too great and was harmful to the world. In the past, when he peeped into the room, he saw that the people who were used were ordinary people. They only had spirit power which was stronger than the average person. When he thought about Mu Hanyan's words, Long Yi seemed to have recalled something. He thought of a problem and he hastily asked, "You said that after the successful refinement of a blood spirit, it can be implanted within the body of a living person, is that true?" "Yes, that is the most terrifying part of it. This kind of blood spirit can be implanted within the body of a living person and the person wouldn't be able to notice the presence of the blood spirit. Only when the refiner chants the incantation, the blood spirit within the body would suddenly awaken and kill the spirit of the living person. The blood spirit will be in control of the body after that with no one noticing the difference." Mu Hanyan said. Long Yi was shocked. He suddenly understood the reason behind his uneasy feeling. There was something wrong with King Wu and Piaozu's body. That military advisor racked his brains to arrange such a trap and he even used ordinary dark soul refining magic in order to cover it up. It seemed as though he had already reached the point where he knew how to grasp the heart of people. King Wu and Piaozu reverted back to normal after the dark soul refining magic was dispelled. As a result, no one would doubt them after that. If blood spirits were truly implanted within their body, the consequences would be too ghastly to contemplate. Mu Hanyan had already told Long Yi the strength the blood spirit possessed. It would not be difficult for them to suddenly kill everyone around them the moment they were activated. If he had gotten rid of both King Wu and Piaozu like Zemin Nu had suggested, the blood spirits in their bodies would not be harmed at all. In the future, the Zemin clan would be caught unprepared if the blood spirits were to be activated. Hanyan, if a blood spirit is implanted within the body of a person and the person doesn't notice it, how can the blood spirit be destroyed without injuring the person? Long Yi urgently asked. Mu Hanyan pondered for a long time before she shook her head and said, "I have no solution." Once the refinement of a blood spirit is successful, it is very hard to eliminate it. Even a master archmage or sword saint might not be its opponent. Long Yi anxiously walked laps around this secret room but he couldn't think of any good solution. Do you suspect that someone around you has been implanted with a blood spirit?" When Mu Hanyan saw Long Yi's appearance after learning of the blood spirit, her expression changed. Long Yi sighed and nodded his head. He explained the matter of King Wu and Piaozu to Mu Hanyan. He was sure that they were implanted with blood spirits. There is only one way: lead them to a secret room and seal the room with a powerful spirit barrier. Kill them and use spirit fire to burn their corpse. This way, you can force out the blood spirit. After forcing out the blood spirit, seal it by using spirit magicians. Mu Hanyan said. "No." Long Yi resolutely said. He absolutely would not kill and burn the corpses of the two girls. If blood spirits are truly implanted within the body of those girls, you should be extremely clear about the consequences. Where did the ruthless Long Yi in Blue Moon City go to? Mu Hanyan coldly snorted and said, "I am only cruel to my enemies. King Wu and Piaozu are people under my protection." Long Yi faintly said. Mu Hanyan was dumbfounded and a hint of sadness flashed through her eyes. Was he referring to her when he spoke about enemies? Since that is the case, then think of a way to protect them by yourself. Mu Hanyan gritted her teeth and left Long Yi in the secret room. She went back to the imperial study from the same way she entered. Even she herself didn't know why she was feeling so uncomfortable after hearing what Long Yi said, even though she already knew that she and Long Yi were only using each other. She had an urge to depend on him. Was she tempted by him? Wasn't her actions all decided by herself? Long Yi watched the back view of Mu Hanyan and sighed softly. This matter was really annoying. How was he going to solve the problem with King Wu and Biaozu? How can he destroy the blood spirit implanted within their bodies without harming them? Long Yi didn't return the same way from the imperial study. Instead, he walked to a corner of the secret room and used the bone shrinking technique. He left from the hole in the heaven-forbidden prison. After that, suppressing the worry in his heart, Long Yi went to the prison cell where Murong Shui was staying at. The room was dark, but it was not a problem for Long Yi. He was able to clearly see that Murong Shui was lying on the soft bed. She was sleeping soundly. Perhaps, because her parotid gland was held down, she was drooling from the corner of her mouth. When he saw her cute appearance, Long Yi couldn't help but smile and the worries in his heart lessened. Gently sitting at the edge of the bed, Long Yi couldn't help himself as he reached out his hand towards Murong Shui's face. He wiped the drool off her face and said softly, "Really looks like a stupid little pig." As if Long Yi's voice alarmed Murong Shui, her entire body became tense. However, she relaxed soon after. Listening to that breathing rhythm, Long Yi knew that she was already awake. Her beautiful face was also flushed red. "Well, drooling king, wake up," Long Yi teased. Murong Shui pulled up her quilt and covered her head. She was clearly feeling embarrassed because of Long Yi's teasing. "I am not the drooling king. You are the drooling king, hateful demon." The voice of Murong Shui was low as she scolded Long Yi. "Hee. Take a look at your pillow. It's already wet with drool. Could it be that I was the one who drooled on it?" Long Yi said with a smile. Murong Shui suddenly threw the quilt away and stretched out her hands. She grabbed onto Long Yi's neck and swayed him around. "You are not allowed to laugh. Don't laugh at me." The night vision of Long Yi very good. He could clearly see that Murong Shui was only wearing a pair of translucent lingerie which was bought from beauty shop. She looked extremely tempting and a faint fragrance of a maiden assaulted his nose. The sparkling eyes of Long Yi looked especially bright in the dark. This made Murong Shui realize that her spring scenery was in plain view. She immediately screamed and used the quilt to firmly wrap up her body. "Damned lecher, you entered the secret room the other day to investigate and left me waiting for you the entire day. Now, it's so late at night. Why on earth did you come to my room? What kind of wicked idea do you have? Hurry up and speak." Murong Shui snorted. Do these two matters have any relation to each other?" Long Yi asked in confusion. "Of course they are related. Since you ran away that day without notifying me, I became extremely angry with you. I don't want to see you." Murong Shui threw a tantrum as she blamed everything on Long Yi. "So you are trying to say that if I notified you that day, I could have looked for you with a wicked idea? Is that what you want to say?" Long Yi said with a bad smile. The beautiful face of Murong Shui became red and she turned her head away from him. "Since you are ignoring me, I'll leave. I'm feeling lovesick in the middle of the night, so I ran over to look for you. If you don't want to see me, I'll leave and die from lovesickness," Long Yi said sadly. Murong Shui chucked and pounded the chest of Long Yi with her little fist. She cursed with embarrassment. "So hateful. You devil!" "Devil?" Long Yi's heart became soft. Long Yi caught the little fist of Murong Shui and brazenly took off his shoes. He got onto the bed with her. After that, he pulled off the quilt wrapped around Murong Shui and hugged the beauty who was only wearing underwear. His hands began to move about her incomparably soft and smooth skin. Murong Shui leaned on Long Yi's chest, listening to his rhythmic heartbeat and inhaling his manly smell. Her heartbeat accelerated. Even though Long Yi was in the bed with her, he simply caressed her back. He didn't do anything else. Murong Shui, who was nervous, expected him to do something. She felt somewhat disappointed when he didn't do anything. "Zeminyu, what happened?" Murong Shui asked. "Nothing, just let me hug you." Long Yi's voice had a hint of exhaustion in it. He slid down and buried his head in the soft and full of Murong Shui. At this moment, He was worried about the matter of King Wu and Biaozu. He was in no mood to do the deed with Murong Shuo. The current appearance of Long Yi provoked the maternal instinct of Murong Shuo. She stopped talking and hugged Long Yi as she gently stroked his black hair. After a long time, Long Yi suddenly opened his eyes and muttered, 9 Yin Soul Refining Array. 9 Yin Soul Refining Array. I have definitely heard this somewhere before. Chapter 519. Causing Trouble. Suddenly, Long Yi got up from the bosom of Murong Shuo. He acted as though his butt was burning and he rushed out of the cell. Bang! The thick and heavy iron gate of the prison cell opened and closed. Currently, only the dumbfounded Murong Shuo was left in the prison cell. She didn't come back to her senses for a long time. Was this damned fellow rushing to reincarnate? He ran away without even saying goodbye to her. When she was cursing him in her head, the iron gate opened again. Long Yi rushed in and before Murong Shuo could react, he hugged her and thanked her. With a grateful expression on his face, he rushed out of the cell. This damned ghost! Murong Shuo cursed. Even though she was cursing him, she felt sweet in her heart. Long Yi returned to the Zimun residence and locked himself in the secret room. He took out all of the books he had found in the Shrine of Lost City from his space ring. Initially, when Long Yi first heard of the 9 Yin Soul Refining Array, he had thought that it resembled the Dark Soul Refining Magic. After he thought about it when he was lying in Murong Shuo's bosom, Long Yi felt as though he had seen this name, 9 Yin Soul Refining Array, somewhere before. The books concerning magic arrays had been long lost in the Blue Waves continent. Even those books which had been handed down for generations were incomplete. However, among those books which Long Yi had found in the Shrine of Lost City, many of them were about magic arrays. In the past, he had browsed through them in passing. Long Yi might have seen the name, 9 Yin Soul Refining Array, in those books. Long Yi quickly browsed through the books about magic arrays and he quickly found the name, 9 Yin Soul Refining Array, in one of the high-level magic array books. It was under the Dark Magic Arrays subcategory of Forbidden Arrays. The words were written in blood-red letters and it was obvious that it was an extremely evil magic array. The array recorded in the book was only to be used for reference. Anyone who used the array to refine blood spirits would become the public enemy of the entire continent. In the book, there was a detailed refining method to create a blood spirit. However, there was no method recorded to destroy the blood spirit. This made Long Yi somewhat disappointed. However, when he looked at the pile of books in front of him, Long Yi's eyes started to shine. Even though this book might not possess the method to destroy blood spirits, other books might record the way to do so. Long Yi started to read through all the books about magic arrays. This time, he was reading them carefully. Taking into account Long Yi's memory and reading speed, it wouldn't take him much time. Read, 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 read. Long Yi became immersed in the ocean of books and he seemed as though he was intoxicated. Just the principle of the most basic magic array greatly shocked Long Yi. In the past, Long Yi had read some incomplete books about magic arrays. He felt as though magic arrays were mysterious and complicated. However, after reading so many complete books about magic arrays, he became deeply engrossed in them. He was absorbed by those marvelous structures, lines, and runes used to make the magic arrays. He was practically unable to stop himself from reading more. When Long Yi walked out from the secret room, it was already the next morning. In other words, he had been in the secret room for an entire day and night. However, Long Yi didn't seem exhausted at all. He looked more energetic and he was humming a popular tune. Were you investigating something? When Zimun Nu saw Long Yi, whose face was flushed with success, he subconsciously asked. One should know that this pair of father and son were in deadlock the day before yesterday. They had conflicting opinions about killing King Wu and Biaozu. Yes, there is some progress. Now, I already know what Long Zan did to King Wu and Biaozu. Father can rest assured. Long Yi said with a smile. It's good if that is the case. However, Father is here to tell you something today. Zimun Nu was very familiar with Long Yi. Since he said that he could resolve this matter, then he could definitely do it. Please do tell, Father. Long Yi said. According to the secret report of Skynet, Various forces under Long Zhan are already ready to make trouble. Now, Light City in the north is already getting somewhat unstable. I want you to personally head over. We absolutely cannot let anything happen to Light City. Zeman Nu frowned and said. Long Yi quickly understood what Zeman Nu wanted to say. As the northern border city of the Violet Dragon Empire, not only was Light City a trade center, it was also a city which was important for them to carry out many military affairs. Several hundred li away from this city was the former border of Proud Moon City. After the destruction of Icewind City, the army of the Violet Dragon Empire would definitely pass through Light City in order to return. If the military advisor was in control of Light City, it would be anything but assuring for the Zeman clan. Now, the southern border city of the Violet Dragon Empire, White Cloud City, was already under Long Yi's control. Everything was because Halea listened to Long Yi. If the stability of White Cloud City was guaranteed, in this struggle for power, the Zeman clan would definitely be the last clan laughing. On the bustling street, Long Yi wore a white robe as he casually walked in the middle of a crowd. There were two handsome youths walking beside him and 10 steps beside him. Li King followed as he emitted a bone-chilling coldness. Young master, where are we going? King Wu, who was wearing men's clothing, asked in a low voice. In front of outsiders, it was naturally impossible for her to address Long Yi as young master. As such, she addressed Long Yi as young master instead. 1. Young master, as in son of the boss, young master, as in master but young. You will find out after we arrive. Long Yi faintly said. Unknowingly, this group of 4 people arrived at the famous street of Soaring Dragon City. After they saw the extremely familiar street, King Wu and Piaozu turned deathly pale. Clearly, they were recalling the nightmarish scene of that year. Not long after, Long Yi stood in front of a brothel. It was the Vermilion Jade Cuddling House, which was where the former beautiful fragrant house was. Young master. Piaozu pulled the sleeve of Long Yi. The scene played in front of her eyes again. The scene where blood splattered everywhere, fire burning everything to the ground. The sad and hopeless screams echoed in their ears. It was as though everything happened yesterday. The both of them recalled everything clearly. Seeing as Long Yi's group was filled with handsome men, those prostitutes upstairs waved their multicolored handkerchiefs as they called out to them. Long Yi simply patted the little hands of King Wu and Piaozu before he entered the Vermilion Jade Cuddling House with large strides. A proprietress who was flirtatious to the bones came to welcome them as she twisted her slender hips. The people who worked in this occupation for a living had a pair of discerning eyes. At a single glance, this proprietress recognized Long Yi. As such, she eagerly came to welcome him in person. Young Master Zeman, which wind blew you over here? This proprietress looked very beautiful and voluptuous. When she talked, the huge meat buns on her chest would rise and fall. However, Long Yi's tastes were already extremely high due to the beautiful angels around him. This kind of woman didn't enter his eyes at all. I am looking for Queen Niang. Long Yi indifferently said and went straight upstairs. When he came here in the past, he had directly went up to Queen Niang's chamber. The complexion of that proprietress changed and she hastily followed him and lamented, "Ayo, my young mater Zeman, at this moment, Queen Ning is entertaining a guest. It is really inconvenient now. How about I call Xiang to accompany you?" Long Yi raised his eyebrows. Li King, who was following him at the side, threw the proprietress to the side and immediately raised a ruckus. Chapter 520. The Genius of Magic Rays. Long Yi led King Wu, Piaozu, and Li King upstairs. No one dared to stop him. The moment he walked up, Long Yi saw that there were 2 big fellows wearing leather armor standing upright outside Queen Niang's lady chamber. The moment the 2 fellows saw Long Yi and his group arrogantly walking over to them, their nerves tightened and they entered a battle-ready state. However, a burst of cold chi came out of Li King's body and the 2 of them froze. They were no longer able to move their body and they were only able to move their eyes. There was a terror-stricken expression in their eyes. "Noble Sun Ying, don't be like this. You are drunk." "Ah." Long Yi extended his hand as he wanted to open the door of the room. However, before he was able to open the door, he heard Queen Niang scream coming from inside the room. In an instant, Long Yi's eyes flashed with a strange light, and a smile which seemed as though it was not a smile appeared on his face. Queen Niang, are you still unable to understand how this noble son feels about you?" A male voice resounded from inside the room. It seemed as though the speaker had drunk a lot. "Queen Niang understands. However, Queen Niang cannot accept your feelings." Queen Niang's breathing was somewhat hurried. "Why? Is it because of that stinking kid the other day? What is so good about him? Is he able to match this noble son?" The man roared like an angry lion. Sounds of porcelain being broken soon followed. "No, don't, noble Sun Ying. Let me go." A sound of silk tearing could be heard, and Queen Niang's helpless crying voice could be heard. She was begging for Long Ying to let her off. A hint of sneer appeared at the corner of Long Yi's mouth. Pushing open the door, he looked at the pair of man and woman standing beside the window. Queen Niang was frightened out of her wits. Her beautiful eyes were filled with tears and her clothing was torn at her shoulder. As for Long Ying, his entire body was covered with an alcoholic smell and his face was twisted in anger. "Noble son, noble son." Seeing Long Yi, Queen Niang suddenly pushed Long Ying away and rushed into Long Yi's bosom like a baby swallow returning to its nest. She burst into tears the next moment. Long Yi patted the back of Queen Niang and stared at Long Ying with a sneer. He said, "Your Highness Crown Prince, it looks like you also like to use this kind of means to obtain your girls. Where is the romantic and passionate skills that you were so proud of before?" "Zimenu, it's you again. Why are you always getting in my way?" Long Ying's intoxication seemed to have disappeared in a flash. Nothing was left in him other than an intense hatred. Long Yi laughed and he shook his head. He replied, "You are thinking too highly of yourself. Your current self is unworthy of becoming my opponent. You will die an ugly death." Long Yi snorted and walked out in rage. The moment Long Ying brushed past Long Yi, the blood skull on his left palm vibrated. However, it calmed down in an instant. Long Yi frowned and turned his head to look at the back view of Long Ying. There seemed to be something off about this guy. When Long Yi was lost in his thought, Queen Niang, who had a red face at this moment, lightly pushed Long Yi away. She was feeling shy and extremely uneasy. "Wipe your tear." Long Yi took out a brocade handkerchief from his space ring and handed it over to Queen Niang. After handing her the handkerchief, he found a chair to sit down. King Wu and Biaozu immediately walked behind him and began to massage his shoulders. Queen Niang wiped her tears. When she saw that King Wu and Biaozu were serving Long Yi, she became startled. However, her expression changed back to normal in an instant. Although King Wu and Biaozu were wearing menswear, their slender figure and exquisite face clearly exposed the fact that they were girls. Long Yi let out a moan as he felt extremely comfortable as the two girls serviced him. He shot Li King a meaningful glance. Li King immediately walked out and closed the door behind him. Queen Niang quietly stuffed the brocade handkerchief into her sleeve before brewing a pot of tea beside Long Yi. "Noble son, please have a cup of tea." Queen Niang poured a cup of green tea and placed it in front of Long Yi. She stealthily took a quick glance at Long Yi. To her surprise, he was looking at her with a smile on his face. She hastily turned away and her heart started to pound. "Queen Niang, when did you realize Long Ying's identity?" Long Yi casually asked. "A few days ago. I heard about it from the sisters here. However, I've just learned about Noble Sun's identity." Queen Niang took a deep breath and replied. She had never thought that this man she had seen several days ago was the second young master of the Zimun residence whose prestige and power was soaring in the recent days. "Since you know Long Ying is the crown prince, why didn't you accept him?" Long Yi asked. If a humble woman of the brothel was fancied by the crown prince, anyone in their place would have thought that it was the blessing given to them after 3 lifetimes. Although the identity of the crown prince is distinguished, matters of the feelings cannot be measured by identity. He can obtain the body of this small woman, but the heart of this small woman will always be with the man she likes. Queen Niang softly replied. There was some determination, some pain, and even helplessness in her eyes. "Then, who is in your heart?" Long Yi smiled and asked while sipping the tea. The beautiful face of Queen Ayang became all the rosier and she was unable to speak up. When she finally mustered up her courage and looked up, she saw that Long Yi was lost in his thoughts as he held the teacup. There was sadness, reminiscence, and also a trace of vicissitude, powerlessness in his eyes. It was the exact same look she saw when Long Yi was standing outside her window the other day, with a white robe, unruly long black hair, and sentimental eyes. His appearance instantly made her heart tremble as if she was electrocuted. His figure became engraved in her heart since then. If it was not for that moment, perhaps, she would have already succumbed to Long Ying's advances long ago. Courtesans were courtesans. Even if many people pursued and flattered them, they couldn't turn into a well-bred lady. Their pure body was also just a bargaining chip for the sake of getting a higher price. They were no different from other prostitutes. However, a figure was engraved in her heart. It was the person who gave her a glimmer of hope. Even if it was only her body, she wanted to give it to the person she liked. That was the reason she kept resisting Long Ying advances even though she was powerless. Although courtesans seemed to be unattainable, there were many people in the brothels. Information flowed through the place all the time and basically all the courtesans knew about the current situation in the Blue Waves continent. Now, the power of the Zemin clan was rising and the power of the Imperial Long clan was being reduced. Anyone with discerning eyes would be able to see that something was going on. When Queen Ayang learned that Long Yi was that legendary romantic second young master of the Zemin clan, it was impossible for her to not have some idea at the bottom of her heart. The person that she liked actually had the ability to protect her. This was simply blessing given to her by the light god. Since the opportunity was right in front of her, how could she not think of catching it? "Do you want to become the proprietress of this Vermilion Jade Cuddling House?" Long Yi suddenly asked. Queen Ayang became instantly surprised. Queen Ayang hesitated for only a few seconds and agreed hastily. Originally, she wanted to beg Long Yi to take her along with him. Even if she could only become a maid beside him, she would be perfectly content. Becoming the proprietress of this brothel was another matter altogether. Although she would still have to be busy entertaining guests after becoming the proprietress, at least, she would be able to keep her body pure. No one would dare to cause trouble for her under the protection of the Zemin clan. Furthermore, she believed that she would be able to do something for her sweetheart by being the proprietress of this brothel. She was extremely satisfied with this arrangement. "Soon, you will have your wish fulfilled," Long Yi said with a smile. The temperament of this Queen Ayang was tough and tensile. She was intelligent enough, she would be able to assume personal responsibility. At this moment, there were dozens of corpses lying everywhere on the rockery and woods of the backyard of the Vermilion Jade Cuddling House. Every corpse was frozen and had a very thin wound on their throat. They appeared as though they had just been taken out of a cold storage. Li King walked out from a two-story building of that backyard. His expression was ice-cold and indifferent. In the secret rooms of this building behind him, nearly 100 corpses laid dead as can be. Li King walked forward with the sword in his hand. However, he suddenly heard a scream which came from the proprietress of the Vermilion Jade Cuddling House. She turned pale as she watched him kill everyone inside the store. The eyes of Li King shone with a cold radiance and the ice sword in his hand made a white arc. A head flew into the sky and everything became silent. With the ice sword pointed towards the ground, blood flowed down the blade of this ice sword. When the drops of blood fell to the ground, they were already frozen. In the next second, Long Yi appeared in front of Li King, along with King Wu, Piao Zhu, and Queen Ayang. The beautiful face of Queen Ayang was deathly pale as she looked at the headless corpse of the proprietress. Clearly, she had never seen such a bloody scene before. "Is everything settled?" Long Yi asked. "Yes, young master," Li King answered briefly. Long Yi looked around. After the beautiful fragrance house was flooded with blood, the Long family actually dared to arrogantly build up one of their intelligence strongholds in the same place. They were simply not putting Long Yi into their eyes. Tooth for tooth, blood for blood. This was Long Yi's principle. It was just the beginning. In the eyes of the common people, The Imperial Long Clan was the legitimate party in control of the Violet Dragon Empire. In such a situation, the Zeman clan couldn't make the first move. It was difficult for them to publicly make a move on the Imperial Long Clan. However, by casually finding a pretext to fool the common people, Long Yi could examine the endurance limit of the military advisor. Waiting for the return of the soldiers after dealing with the Proud Moon Empire, he was afraid that he wouldn't have the opportunity even if he wanted to attack. The flowers here are very brightly colored. Long Yi looked at those colorful fresh flowers in this courtyard and muttered, "Yes, I have no idea why, but the flowers in this courtyard bloom much earlier than the flowers outside. However, a lot of them withers at night. This is truly strange." Queen Yang had already calmed down. When she heard Long Yi muttering to himself, she replied to him, "Strange?" Long Yi asked a question in reply. He raised his hand all of a sudden and a layer of faint cyan light appeared around his hand. Afterward, he gently waved his hand and a strong wind swept up, blowing away all the brightly colored fresh flowers. Even the soil under the flowers was blown into the air. After everything settled, the ground was in a big mess. However, he was surprised to see that this place where the fresh flowers were grown actually had a magic array which emitted a thin radiance. Spirit trapping magic array. Long Yi's gaze flashed. Now, Long Yi knew about various kinds of magic arrays like the palm of his hand. He immediately knew the name of this magic array the moment he saw it. Long Yi shot out several true chi around this spirit-trapping magic array and several magic cores that were supplying magic power to this magic array flew up. The moment the magic cores flew up, the radiance of this magic array dimmed. A dense black mist started flowing out of the magic array and a ghastly cold air covered the backyard. In the midst of the dense black mist, a humanoid red figure could be seen in the center of the array. Spirit. Long was startled in his heart. He sensed a powerful specter aura coming from inside the array. In order to avoid future troubles, he had already set up a barrier in order to isolate the entire backyard. "It's Big Sister Yu. That is Big Sister Yu." Seeing this fiery red spirit, King Wu and Piaozu couldn't help themselves as they teared up and shouted. Long Yi was also greatly shocked. The blurred outline of this fiery red spirit was indeed somewhat similar to that of Ruiyu. The thing which shocked him and made him overjoyed was that the spirit didn't immediately attack the moment it saw strangers. This seemed as though the spirit in the array possessed intelligence unlike ordinary spirits. The spirit even seemed friendly towards Long Yi and his group. It appeared as though it wanted to approach them but it didn't dare to do so. "Ruiyu, don't be afraid. Come here." Long Yi tried to use his spirit power to communicate with this fiery red spirit. Generally speaking, spirits were undead creatures without self-awareness unless they were boss-level specter. Their awareness was something which was formed later. They wouldn't remember the time when they were still alive. However, when Long Yi looked at this fiery red spirit, a portion of Ruiyu's consciousness seemed to be preserved. That was the reason it expressed a cordial feeling when it saw the familiar faces. This fiery red spirit sensed Long Yi's call and it cautiously floated in front of Long Yi. A strange scorching aura followed the spirit. It was a kind of gloomy and cold heat which seemed to be contradicting itself in a literal sense. However, that was indeed the feeling. Long Yi also didn't know how this kind of peculiar spirit come into being. Perhaps, when beautiful fragrant house was burned down in the past, she absorbed the heat from the fire magic. That might have been the reason she became a spirit with a very rare attribute. "Ruiyu, do you recognize me? I am your young master." Long Yi asked softly. When Long Yi reached out to this fiery red spirit, that spirit subconsciously retreated. It eventually allowed Long Yi to touch its body. A spirit was a body made up of pure energy. Long Yi covered his palm with his spirit power and he was actually able to touch it. The blurred face of this spirit seemed to be quite happy when Long Yi caressed its body. "Big Sister Yu, we are King Wu and Piaozu." King Wu and Piaozu felt sad in their heart and they even cried when they saw that the spirit didn't seem to recognize them. As though it felt King Wu and Piaozu's sadness, the fiery spirit turned its head to look at them. Then, after some hesitation, it extended its nearly transparent red hands as though it wanted to console them and wipe the tears from their face. However, King Wu and Piaozu didn't have special spirit power. The hands of the spirit passed through their face as though there was nothing there. Long Yi looked towards the sky as he communicated with the fiery red spirit using his spirit power. After some time, he kept the spirit in his dark dimensional space. He was planning to check out the collection of books he had obtained from the shrine in Lost City. He wanted to know what exactly happened. Long Yi lifted the ground below this spirit-trapping magic array. Sure enough, he discovered a large pile of skeletons below the ground. It was just like what he had expected. These were the remains of the Skynet intelligence agents and a number of innocent girls which were in the beautiful fragrance house. They were killed 2 years ago. Long Yi made all the guests of the Vermilion Jade Cuddling House leave before getting people to dig out their remains. He buried them with full honors. After he was done, he called over some Skynet intelligence agents to organize the prostitutes of this brothel. He ordered them to train Queen Yang in terms of information gathering while they were organizing the place. As for the other star of this Vermilion Jade Cuddling House, she was the intelligence agent belonging to the Long Clan. One could well imagine her bad end. Although she begged for mercy and was willing to disclose the secrets of the Long Clan, all the secrets she knew were nothing to Long Yi. Not to mention the fact that the most important aspect of an intelligence agent was loyalty. Even if she really had some ability, Long Yi wouldn't dare to use her. Late at night, the winter which arrived late seemed to have finally gotten on the right track. A cold wind blew through the sky which unexpectedly carried tiny snowflakes. Inside a simple but elegant bedroom, layer upon layer of barriers were set up. King Wu and Piaozu were sitting cross-legged on the bed. Unlike last time, they weren't stark naked. They were wearing a layer of extremely thin underwear. A pair of was standing tall under their underwear, revealing the greater part of their full and deep cleavage. It was an extremely alluring sight. Long Yi sat opposite these two girls. He was staring straight at their globula, which was where their sea of consciousness was. In his mind, complicated lines formed into an exquisite magic array. Those wriggling lines were incomparably clear as if they were carved in his brain. Now, Long Yi was not unfamiliar to magic arrays. In the past, relying on one incomplete book on magic array he had found in the library of the Mi Holy Magic Academy, he managed to make some simple magic scrolls. However, it was extremely different this time. He wanted to use his spirit power and magic power to engrave a magic array in the sea of consciousness of these two girls. This method was not something he had learned from the books. Rather, it was a method he had created after reading those books. When he began experimentation on several dozens of the prisoners inside Heaven Forbidden Prison, the mortality rate was 100%. That was because Long Yi didn't have perfect control over his technique. Later, after the improvement of this technique, the mortality rate reduced to 50%. Finally, Long Yi succeeded in using his technique on 10 people in succession. When he felt that he had finally mastered the technique, he was ready to use it on King Wu and Piaozu. If he hadn't mastered the technique, he would never have used it on King Wu and Piaozu. This was Long Yi's solution to resolve the thorny problem of the blood spirit implanted within their bodies. This was an extremely choppy technique Long Yi came up with. It was a no-name spirit-type magic array he had accidentally come up with. When he rummaged through all the books on the magic arrays, he didn't find a way to destroy the blood spirit. He became depressed and flipped through all the books he had. He saw a spirit magic array which allowed him to defend and attack at the same time, which activated upon contact. This kind of magic array was very complicated. It consumed a lot of magic power and spirit power when used. The success rate was low as well. It seemed as though all the complicated magic arrays were like that. The 9-yin spirit refining array was also like that. In the past, Long Yi had thought about how the blood spirit would attack the host. It seemed as though the blood spirit would attack the sea of consciousness of the host and exterminate the original consciousness of the host the moment it regains consciousness. As such, Long Yi laid out this spirit magic array within the sea of consciousness of these two girls. The moment their sea of consciousness were attacked, Long Yi's spirit magic array would be triggered. It would counterattack and trap the blood spirit within the magic array. After the blood spirit was trapped, Long Yi could inject his magic power and spirit power into the magic array in order to swallow the blood spirit little by little. The blood spirit would be completely swallowed in the end. Slowly, Long Yi raised his hands and pressed on the glabella of these two women. Closing his eyes, he injected his spirit power in order to probe their sea of consciousness. As these two women were not magicians, their sea of consciousness was pitch black. This was very suitable and Long Yi could do as he pleased without holding back. His spirit power changed into a very thin line and formed into numerous arcs according to the magic array recorded in his mind. They formed complicated patterns. In the dark sea of consciousness, these complicated patterns flashed with dim radiance before they started to change. After an unknown period of time, in the sea of consciousness of these two women, a large circular magic array was formed. Anyone who saw the precise and complicated lines and patterns in the array would become dizzy. At this moment, the array was nearing its completion. Finally, when the final line perfectly joined the edge, the entire magic array was completed. After the magic array was completed, Long Yi carefully injected his magic power into those lines made by his spirit power. All of a sudden, the magic array glimmered with a colorful brilliance and those mystical runes seemed to possess the power of the universe. Suddenly, Long Yi opened his eyes. His eyes were shining as though they were the brightest star under the veil of night and they seemed as though they would be able to seize the soul of people. Long Yi seemed to have understood something. However, it seemed as though he understood nothing at the same time. Breathing out a mouthful of chaotic qi, Long Yi realized that his back was completely drenched with sweat. He had spent so much energy that he felt somewhat exhausted. However, his heart was filled with a pleasant surprise. He felt extremely proud. Setting up a magic array in the sea of consciousness of other people was an insane idea. However, he managed to do it. Long Yi jumped out of the bed and changed into some new clothing before pushing open the door. He walked out of the room. The sky was somewhat misty and tiny snowflakes were still floating down along with the cold wind. The snow covered the entire world with a thin layer of white gauze. Inhaling a mouthful of cold air, Long Yi wore a thin robe as he stepped into the courtyard. Stretching out his hand, tiny snowflakes fell onto his hand. The ice-cold feeling made him think about that silvery white world, Origin Ice. He could still clearly remember that time when he went deep into the Origin Ice together with Yu Feng to look for the Ruai Ice Silkworm. It was the only object which could cure Wush Wang's curse. The warmth they felt after sticking together in life and death felt as though it had just been yesterday. However, it had already been more than 2 years. Fenger, are you still in Flames Mountain? Long Yi muttered. Now, the situation in the Violet Dragon Empire had already reached the most critical moment. There was no way for Long Yi to head over to the Flames Mountain to look for Yu Feng. Yu Feng was one of the girls Long Yi had met the earliest. Thinking about the time when he was acquainted with her, Long Yi couldn't help but smile. When he encountered Yu Feng in that small town by chance, she treated him as though he was a rude lecher. After some time, he rescued her from the crowd of 1,000 demonic wolves. Even though he had been quite weak, now that he thought about it, he was indeed proud of himself. Later, there was some ambiguous relationship between them and they encountered each other in Light City. Adding on the life and death promise in Origin Ice, the relationship between the two of them became extremely strong. All of a sudden, a burst of magic power fluctuation awakened Long Yi from his memories. A huge chunk of ice flew towards him. Long Yi simply flicked his finger and this big chunk of ice disintegrated into ice powder. In the middle of the ice powders, he saw a white figure flashing and the figure disappeared without a trace in the next instant. Chapter 521, Yu Feng. The heart of Long Yi trembled and a hint of excitement appeared on his face. Leaving behind an afterimage, he rushed after that white shadow. Using his fifth layer Tianju's internal force to enhance the great cosmos shift, his speed was incomparably fast. In this world, no one would be able to surpass his current speed other than the Dragon King and the legendary divine clans. Of course, the Wind Magic God would be able to reach this kind of speed. Although the speed of the white shadow was slower than him, it flashed for several times before descending into a dense grove located at the western suburbs of Soaring Dragon City. It was standard for someone being chased to not enter a forest. However, All of that was nonsense to Long Yi. Moreover, he could already guess that there was something waiting for him inside the grove. Long Yi slowed down, and with his heart filled with uncontrollable excitement, he quickly flew into the grove. The snow accumulated on the trees fell on his clothes and hair, but Long Yi didn't pay attention to it at all. After a while, an open space appeared in front of Long Yi. At the center of this grove, a circular open space which appeared just like a circular courtyard appeared at an unknown time. Under the hazy light, tiny snowflakes were falling. Among the pure white snowflakes, a fiery red figure stood in the clearing, and she appeared as though she was a burning flame. Fanger. Long Yi called out with a pleasantly surprised voice. That fiery red figure turned around. She had a brilliant smile at the corner of her mouth, and her pupils were sparkling. That incomparably familiar fiery red leather armor, that fiery huge red sword, and that dazzling golden hair. If she was not Yu Feng, who else could she be? After being separated for so many years, they missed each other so much. Ordinary people would never be able to understand the longing they had for each other. Both of them rushed towards each other, and a burst of familiar fragrance fluttered in the air as Long Yi hugged Yu Feng. They spun around in the midst of the snowfall. At this moment, a snow-white snowstorm divine marten was sitting on top of the trees. At an unknown time, it had already evolved. It was staring at this man and woman below without blinking its deep purple eyes. Long Yi ended this spin with a kiss, and the beautiful face of Yu Feng became bright red as she stared at Long Yi's handsome and calm face. He had not seen him for many years, and she was in a daze now that she saw him. All of a sudden, her husband had already turned much more composed and reserved compared to before. However, his cheeky smile and his deep unfathomable black pupils were still the same. "My husband, I am back. When did you return?" Yu Feng reached out her hand and caressed his handsome face. A brilliant and beautiful smile appeared on Yu Feng's face. "Silly girl, I have always been here." Long Yi grabbed the little hand of Yu Feng and kissed it. He felt extremely joy in his heart. Although he had numerous beauties around him, Yu Feng always had a proper place in his heart. The heart of Yu Feng trembled. In this world, there was nothing more beautiful than Long Yi's whispering of love to her. Moreover, together with him, she felt that there would always be whispers of love she would never get tired of listening. If she could, she was willing to stay beside Long Yi throughout her life. As long as he was beside her, everything else to be of no importance. Squeak, squeak. Just when the two of them were in their own world, Snowstorm Divine Marten jumped down from the tree and stood on Long Yi's shoulder. It started squeaking non-stop. At the same time, a wave of fluctuation came from the blood skull mark on Long Yi's left palm. It is saying that it misses its companions. Yu Feng laughed. Long Yi couldn't help but smile. He directly opened the dark dimension space and released Tiger Cub Little 3, Fire Kylan, and Violent Lightning Beast. Naturally, Long Tu, who already had his own consciousness, was released. They had not met each other for a long time. In addition, Violent Lightning Beast and the others had not been out for long either. When they finally came out of the dark dimensional space, they began to play with each other in the grove. The entire grove began to sway, and the accumulated snow on the top of the trees fell to the ground. As for Long Tu, he stood behind Long Yi, and the red lights in his pitch-black eye sockets glimmered. "Big brother." Long Tu's rigid voice resounded, and Yu Feng was caught unprepared. She exclaimed in surprise, "Long Tu, call her sister-in-law." Long Yi said with a smile. Yu Feng became even more surprised when she heard Long Tu address her as sister-in-law. Long Yi actually listened to everything Long Yi said. She sized up this creature wearing strange black-colored bone armor in front of her. The Long Tu she had seen before was completely different. At that time, Long Tu only had an extremely thin layer of bony armor around him. He appeared weak in the past. However, the current Long Tu seemed to be wearing a suit of mysterious bone armor which covered his entire body. The bone armor around him had mysterious purple-colored runes carved on it, and the thick and huge bones which grew out of his back shone with a dim purple light. The bones made Long Tu seem even more oppressive, and the aura he emitted was terrifying. The only thing which didn't change was the blood scythe in Long Tu's hand. "It's too incredible." "My husband, How can Long Tu talk? Can it be that it has a consciousness now? Yu Feng muttered in disbelief. A skeleton with self-consciousness. Heavens, was this still the world she understood? Yes, although his mind is no different from a child who is a few years old, he really possesses his own consciousness. Long Yi said with a smile. He could understand that Yu Feng wasn't able to believe that Long Tu had his own consciousness. In the past, when Long Tu first spoke to him, he had been extremely surprised as well. Yu Feng curiously touched the solid bone armor on Long Tu's body and she couldn't help but ask, Long Tu, how did this bone armor grow on you? I don't know. Long Tu thought for a bit and replied mechanically. How was he supposed to answer such a complicated question? The hazy sky slowly brightened but the snowfall got heavier and heavier. Before long, it turned into a snowstorm. Along with a cold wind, snowflakes flew everywhere, bringing along a bone-chilling cold breeze. Thinking about it, it had been as hot as summer just 2 days ago. Yet, snow covered the ground right now. The weather was extremely terrible and volatile. It might be assumed that this sudden change in weather would make the light priests inside big cities extremely busy. They would be busy treating illnesses caused by the extreme change in weather. This moment, in the western suburbs of Soaring Dragon City, a whistling sound could be heard. Soon after that, a vigorous knee resounded from far away. In the midst of the heavy snowstorm, a red light streaked across the land and in the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Long Yi and Yu Feng. It was precisely Yu Feng's beloved horse, Red Cloud. In the past, Long Yi rode Red Cloud to the Phoenix Inn in Soaring Dragon City. When he left Soaring Dragon City, he released it into the wild. This kind of spirit cult was very intelligent. The moment Yu Feng returned, it returned to its master. Red Cloud intimately used its big head to rub against the bosom of Long Yi. It clearly still remembered its male master. My husband, where are we going? Yu Feng asked. Since there is such a heavy snowfall, the plum blossom at the top of the mountain should have bloomed. We'll take a stroll in the snow to view the flowering plums, Long Yi said with a smile as he jumped onto the horse with Yu Feng. They shot off towards the summit of a mountain far away which had a plum forest. For Red Cloud, this kind of spirit cult, it was not difficult to climb over such a mountain which was only a few hundred meters tall. Not long after, the two people reached the summit. The plum forest was truly magnificent. It was just like what Long Yi had expected. It was proudly blooming in the midst of the heavy snow and that faint fragrance of plum blossom was mentally refreshing. What a beautiful plum blossom! Yu Feng exclaimed. Millions of plum blossom were in full bloom on the summit of the mountain. This place looked so holy and pure that it would not bear any stain of the mortal world. Yes, it is indeed very beautiful. Long Yi hugged the slender waist of Yu Feng and said with a smile, his eyes blurred all of a sudden, looking at the plum blossoms which bloomed in the winter. Long Yi though of Wushwang who left for Origin Ice. Yu Feng looked up and when she saw that Long Yi was lost in his thoughts, she asked softly, my husband, are you thinking of big sister Wushwang? Long Yi came back to his senses and smiled apologetically. He was unable to understand how Yu Feng guessed his thoughts. As if she had seen through the thoughts of Long Yi, Yu Feng said with a smile, now, the world is covered in snow and ice. In addition, we are standing here in the midst of the proud and aloof wintry plum blossoms. Even I am thinking about big sister Wushwang. Of course, you will be thinking about her as well. Long Yi took Yu Feng and sat down. They leaned against a plum tree which was protruding from the crack of a stone. Looking at the several god beasts playing not too far away, Long Yi's thoughts flew far away. Yes, in such a weather where snowflakes were flying everywhere, how could he not miss that proud and aloof snow fairy? Yu Feng leaned on the shoulder of Long Yi and quietly listened to everything that had happened in these past several years. It was like listening to a distant and beautiful legend. Perhaps, all of his achievements were legends. Yu Feng exclaimed again and again as her heart jumped repeatedly. Lightning God Forbidden Area, seizing the power in the Nelan Empire, deep-sea mermaids, the mysterious Dragon Island, not to mention the ups and downs of the situation in Blue Wave's continent. Everything was caused by Long Yi. So many things had happened in the past few years. Unfortunately, she was unable to participate in any of them. She felt a sense of regret as she had been missing all this while. Long Yi also learned about everything Yu Feng been through. Compared to the wonderful experience of Long Yi, the experience of Yu Feng seemed monotonous. In the ruins of the Raging Flames Villa, she found the Phoenix Key's secret cultivation manual of all 3 ranks. However, she was also sealed in the secret room of the Flames Mountain. She had been unable to leave until she cultivated all 3 ranks of Phoenix Key. Only when she had cultivated all 3 ranks of Phoenix Key was she able to cut open the barrier. For a long time, the 2 people quietly hugged each other as they watched the snow fall, feeling the warmth surrounding them. A single thought appeared in their mind: if they could stay like this for their lifetime, it would be regarded as their good fortune. Long Yi looked at the sky and suddenly exclaimed, "I forgot, I have to set out for Light City today." Light City? That's just right. I miss my mother and I thought of going to Light City as well. Now, we can go together. Yu Feng excitedly stood up from the bosom of Long Yi and said, immediately after leaving Flames Mountain, she went straight to Soaring Dragon City. However, the root of her Phoenix clan was in Light City. She greatly missed Light City and she wanted to head back there as soon as she could. Chapter 522, Passion in the Snowland. When Long Yi returned to the residence with Yu Feng, Dongfang Wan and his wives were sitting in the pavilion of the courtyard and they were chatting happily. It seemed as though the relationship between this mother-in-law and her daughter-in-laws were pretty good. When she saw Yu Feng, who had been gone for a long time, Dongfang Wan became pleasantly surprised. She immediately walked over and inquired about her well-being as she introduced all the other women. This saved Long Yi quite a bit of trouble. Hearing that Long Yi was about to leave for Light City, Feng Ling and the other women expressed to follow him in succession. As for Nai she immediately rushed into the bosom of Long Yi as she was afraid that he would leave her. Your mother has a general understanding of your strength. There are only a handful of people that can hurt you in this world. However, Light City is definitely going to be a place where our Zeman clan would fight against the Long clan. Long Zhan definitely has some other trump cards he had yet to use. You have to be very careful and you have to take proper care of your wives. If even a single strand of hair on their head becomes hurt, watch how your mother twist your ear. Dongfang Wan felt a sense of loss. These days, she was very happy as she was accompanied by so many of her daughter-in-laws. Now that they were all going to leave, she would feel extremely lonely. I understand, Mother, I will protect them. If anyone dares to make a move on your daughter-in-laws, I will not let them live. Long Yi gnashed his teeth and said while waving his fists. His comical appearance made all of the women giggle. At the same time, their heart was filled with sweetness. They all knew that Long Yi would never go back on his word. Okay, it is already late. All of you should rest early. The wind is strong and there is a heavy snowfall. Pay attention to your health. Dongfang Wan arranged Long Yi's clothing and she softly sighed. After the children grew up, they would always fly away from the nest. As long as Long Yi would return home once in a while to get some rest when he got exhausted in the outside world, she was perfectly content. Long Yi hugged Dongfang Wan with his heart full of warmth and said with a smile, Mother, you don't need to worry. I'm only going to Light City to take a look. I'll return quickly and bring home more beautiful daughter-in-laws for you. Don't talk nonsense, dumb idiot. Dongfang Wan leaned into Long Yi's bosom and scolded him in jest. Her son had really grown up. His shoulders were warm and wide enough to keep out all the wind and rain. Along with a faint sentiment, Long Yi entered the carriage with his women and left the Zeman residence. Outside the city gate, an ordinary middle-aged man who was entering the city suddenly slipped a piece of paper onto the carriage with his leg. Without anyone noticing, he squeezed the note onto the front footboard of the carriage. The gaze of Long Yi inside the carriage suddenly flashed. He picked up this piece of paper and turned it into ashes after reading it with a frown. Strange. Why is that woman Mu Hanyan hiding herself? Long Yi muttered to himself. After leaving that secret room below the heaven-forbidden prison, she had not appeared even in her beauty shop. What happened, young master? Li King asked from one side. Nothing. Long Yi shook his head. The mysterious identity of Mu Hanyan and the force in the dark gave Long Yi no other choice but to pay close attention to her. However, he still had an intimate relationship with her and they were like lovers. This matter was truly troublesome. Wind and snow blew outside the carriage, but happy laughter and cheerful voices filled the inside of the carriage. It was as warm as spring inside. Yu Feng, who had just overcame her difficult problem, quickly hit off with Feng Ling and others. They all became as close as sisters in just a short period of time. If one asked where was the place where the most stunning beauties were gathered in this world, the answer would be beside Long Yi. Various kind of beauties, including unrivaled beauties, charming beauties, pretty and innocent beauties, aloof and noble beauties, all of them were present beside Long Yi. Regardless of anything, just talking about the beauties inside the carriage at this moment was enough to make all the men under the heavens go mad with jealousy. Having a single one of them was the blessing of several generations. Just look. There was the beautiful Yu Feng with a heroic air around her, Liu Zhu with an angelic face and devilish figure, the beautiful and elegant Feng Ling, a seductive and lovable Nangong Xiangyan, and the pretty and innocent Lai Lai. Not to mention the little Nai Er. With 5 of this woman and 1 small girl present in the same place, a sensation would be caused anywhere they went. With 4 sturdy unicorns pulling the luxurious carriage, after one section of the road, they suddenly broke away from the official road. They entered a smaller path under Long Yi's instruction. Long Yi smiled and it seemed as though he had thought of something happy. Li King, do you know? When I was 18, I took this path in a hurry. Long Yi smiled and said, lost in his thoughts. Long Yi would never forget the events which had happened in the past. That was the first time he had appeared in this strange world and his legendary life had also begun from this small path. Looking at this path he had walked through in the past, Long Yi searched through his memories. At that time, that bare and thick palm tree had sheltered Long Yi from the scorching hot sun. It was also under that tree where Long Yi had read the first book on the foundation of magic of this world. This was also the place where Long Yi casted the fireball, water ball, earth shield, and light ball magic for the first time. His magic journey started from this very place. That small river was where Long Yi had once washed the filth off his body. Looking at his own reflection in the river, Long Yi saw his own appearance in this world for the first time. In the snowy weather, the sun would always set early. As such, Long Yi and his group looked for a place to set up camp. Light magic power fluctuated as Sibai released a few light ball magic to illuminate the area. Long Yi looked all around and he suddenly laughed when he looked at Sibai. When he had to flee from home, he pitched a tent along this river bank. When he was roasting a fire rabbit, he saw a piece of small underwear floating down from upstream. This caused him to go upstream in order to peep at Sibai who was bathing. Following Long Yi's actions, a series of fascinating events followed. Sibai seemed to be thinking about the same thing as Long Yi and she looked straight at him. A beautiful smile blossomed on her face. The fate which brought them together was really miraculous. After eating dinner together, everyone returned to their tents to either meditate or rest. As for Long Yi and Sibai, they walked out the tent at the same time and strolled around in the midst of this snowstorm, hand in hand. Darling Sibai, do you recall this place? Long Yi said with a smile. Sibai rolled her eyes and said, keep talking about it, you pervert. You did such a filthy thing here. She was naturally talking about the time when Long Yi peeped at her when she was bathing. He held her underwear and did something bad in the past. Long Yi laughed hollowly and said, it's all human nature. Under those circumstances, even a celestial being wouldn't be able to control himself. Your husband is just a normal man. Sibai shyly punched Long Yi with her tiny fist, but a hint of dejection appeared on her face. At that time, if she had given her body to Long Yi, then the current situation wouldn't have happened. Even if she wanted to do her part as his wife now, she was unable to do it. When Long Yi saw the expression on Sibai's face, he instantly knew what she was thinking about. He hugged Sibai and said gently, don't let your imagination run wild. As long as we are together, nothing else matters. Sibai was extremely touched by Long Yi's words. Leaning in his bosom reassured her. She knew that she didn't love the wrong person when she lied in his embrace. As long as he was around, She would be fine. After a long time, Sibai raised her head and looked at Long Yi. She said, "My husband, let's go back. Younger sister Finger just came back and you have to properly accompany her." Long Yi was slightly surprised, but his heart was filled with warmth. He was truly fortunate as he had such a considerate wife. He felt as though everything was worth it. "Let your husband hug you again," Long Yi softly said as he caressed the back of Sibai. Smelling Long Yi's dense manly smell, the body of Sibai unconsciously heated up. Since the matter of man and woman was mentioned just a moment ago, she was unable to control her thoughts. "What's wrong?" Long Yi felt as though Sibai was tightening her grip on him and he couldn't help but ask. My husband, let Sibai serve you before you leave," Sibai said as her entire body trembled. She exhaled a burning hot breath. Long Yi was startled. This girl, why did she suddenly get so excited? However, Long Yi was unwilling to see her lose her cultivation, as he knew that the moment she lost her purity, her cultivation would be destroyed because of her pure yin physique. Before he could reply her, Sibai pulled on Long Yi's hand and they flew towards the upstream direction. Before long, they arrived at the pool where Sibai bathed in the past. Along with the gurgling sound of water, spring water fell down from the top of the mountain and a waterfall could be seen. Sibai chanted an incantation and waved her hand. A barrier was set up in an instant. In addition, she isolated the coldness outside and it became as warm as spring inside the barrier. Sibai bit her lower lip. Untying her belt, she threw off her priest robe. Now, she was covered with only a set of white lingerie she bought from beauty shop. This bra and panties had a few pink plum blossom embroidered on them. "Darling, this." Long Yi swallowed a mouthful of saliva. That faint body fragrance and the sight in front of him caused the evil fire in his body to burn violently. "My husband, in the past, didn't you peep at me when I was bathing? Not to mention the fact that you used my underwear to do that bad thing." The beautiful face of Sibai was red when she reminded him about the past. At this moment, a hint of seductive air unconsciously appeared around Sibai. Her cold appearance seemed to have disappeared. The black pupils of Long Yi instantly became deep as he stared at Sibai's snow-white bosom. Little Long Yi also stood up beyond his control and formed a tent in his pants. Sibai extended her little hand awkwardly, undid Long Yi's clothing. She felt as if her beautiful face was burning, but the sudden stirring of love in her heart supported her actions. The moment she undid Long Yi's belt, she pulled down his pants. Little Long Yi, who was standing tall, flicked out and made a show of strength to the timid Sibai. Although this was not the first time she had seen this fellow, Sibai was still embarrassed. "Darling." The voice of Long Yi was somewhat hoarse. He was already very impatient and he was waiting for Sibai's service. Sibai gritted her teeth and she seemed extremely determined. She extended her slightly trembling little hand and she took off her white bra. A pair of full and round suddenly jumped out and swayed, dazzling the eyes of Long Yi. Sibai took a deep breath and unexpectedly used that white bra to wrap around little Long Yi. Long Yi sucked in a mouthful of cold air. This kind of stimulation could make any man collapse, especially when Sibai made the mental connection of him using her underwear that year to do that. He couldn't help but burn with excitement. When Sibai saw Long Yi's reaction, she had a strange sense of satisfaction in her heart. This bedfellow must have definitely thought about the matter in the past. She could feel that the thing wrapped in her bra was still expanding and getting hotter. Heavens, were all his women the reincarnation of a fox spirit? The evil fire inside Long Yi was already burning his mind. "Darling, don't you think the result will be better if you use your panties?" Long Yi said while rubbing her. Sibai's little hand trembled, but she complied with Long Yi's wishes. She took off the last line of defense of a maiden. As for Long Yi, he took out a big bed from his space ring. Slow down a bit, my husband." Sibai bent over on the body of Long Yi with her little hand working non-stop. Her rounded breasts and her maiden's private part between her legs were being teased by Long Yi. "No, ah!" Sibai screamed and her entire body convulsed. She reached the summit of happiness. Her little hand finally made Long Yi spurt out. Her panties was covered by milky white liquid. Only after a long time, Bai came back to her senses. When she looked at her messy panties, she felt embarrassed in her heart. Now that she came back to her senses, she found it somewhat hard to believe that she did something so daring. Was that person really her? Suddenly, Bai sensed something and she quickly kept her panties. Looking at Long Yi, she said, "It seems as though younger sister Fenger is here. We should leave quickly." Fenger? Long Yi smiled and then he disappeared. When he appeared again, he was holding a surprised Yu Feng in his bosom. Bai rolled her eyes and hastily used a quilt to cover herself. She even buried her head inside the quilt, afraid to look out at Yu Feng and Long Yi. "My husband, Yu Feng opened her mouth to ask a question. However, before she could say anything, her little mouth was attacked by Long Yi's. Everything she wanted to say flew away to the highest heavens. The big bed shook violently and the charming moans of Yu Feng reverberated inside the barrier. Under the quilt, Bai gritted her teeth and she angrily cursed Long Yi as her private part flooded again. Finally, Bai was unable to restrain her curiosity. When she raised her head to peek, her heartbeat accelerated and she was stupefied. She saw Long Yi leaning over Yu Feng and he was violently ramming his waist into her. The visual and auditory impact of this kind of were simply as far apart as heaven and earth compared to when she and Long Yi were doing the thing just a moment ago. All of a sudden, Long Yi turned his head and looked at Bai. He pulled the secretly peeping Bai over. After that, his devil claws wreaked havoc on the body of these two women. A whistling cold wind blew snowflakes all over the sky. The entire soaring dragon city turned into a world made from snow. Late in the night, in the midst of fierce wind and heavy snow, wide streets were deserted. Even streets which used to be bustling were now all quiet. It was an extremely rare occurrence. In this terrible weather, no one was stupid enough to leave their homes to seek amusement. Soaring Dragon City, in the imperial study of the Imperial Palace, Mu Hanyan wore a black gown as she sat on the dragon throne where the emperor would usually sit. She was coldly watching Long Zan, who was wearing the imperial robe, on the opposite side of the desk. "You are very daring. You actually dared to conceal the matter of killing Long Zan and replacing him from me. If I hadn't discovered it, were you thinking of hiding it from me?" Mu Hanyan coldly said while frowning. She emitted a powerful pressure at the moment. "Xianyun doesn't dare. However, the situation is really getting too urgent. You were always together with the kid from the Zeman clan." Xianyun had no chance to inform Mu. Long Zan bowed without the slightest fluctuation in his expression. "Don't play tricks with me. Since I can raise you up, I can similarly destroy you." Mu Hanyan stood up and leaned forward and supported herself by placing both her hands on the desk. Long Zan immediately retreated 2 steps. It would be a miracle if she believed his BT. Xianyun is well aware of this point. "Honorable Envoy doesn't have to be angry," Long Zan said. "What a person with good awareness. This secret room had been made since a long time ago. Don't think that you can conceal it from me." Mu Hanyan coldly said. The eyes of Long Zan glimmered and said, "This secret room was established long ago because it existed before the Violet Dragon Empire. This imperial palace was built by my dynasty. It's not unusual for Xianyun to know of this secret room." "Oh?" Mu Hanyan raised her eyebrows. "This secret room possesses a shocking secret which belongs to my dynasty. Today, since Honorable Envoy discovered it, Xianyun doesn't dare to conceal anything anymore. Please follow me, Honorable Envoy." Long Zan opened the entrance of the secret room and took the lead. Mu Hanyan slightly hesitated and followed him in. That shocking secret of the previous dynasty spoken by this military advisor greatly roused her interest. This secret room was no different from the previous one. Long Zan brought Mu Hanyan to the place where the 9 yin spirit refining array was laid out. "Stop, what are you planning to do with these materials?" Mu Hanyan tilted her head to one side and suddenly that there was another small secret room which was filled with yellow and black ores. There were also crystal jars full of materials powder. If she remembered correctly, these materials were used to arrange forbidden magic rays. In the past, she hadn't noticed them when she came here with Long Yi because she had left in a fit of anger. "Honorable Envoy, There is no need to ask if you already know the answer. These are the materials required to arrange a forbidden magic array. Xian Yun has already finished laying out a magic array around the Zeman residence. As of right now, we are only missing some cores. However, Xian Yun will obtain enough cores soon enough. Honorable Envoy doesn't need to worry. Long Zhan indifferently explained. Although his tone was calm, his tone had a hint of suffocating madness. The eyes of Mu Hanyan glimmered. She naturally knew that it required a large number of cores to lay out a forbidden magic array. It was definitely reasonable for the military advisor to be mission cores. However, the unexpected thing was that this madman was actually able to lay out a formation around the Zeman residence without alarming Zeman Nu. This was beyond her expectation. Could this be done by Liu Shi, who was monitored day and night? It seemed as though she had to find a way to notify the Zeman residents about the magic array. Mu Hanyan entered this largest secret room with her heart filled with worries. Long Yi was right. This fellow whom she had viewed as a pawn all along was already starting to break away from her control. If she wanted to kill him. At this moment, Long Zhan quickly rushed to one of the walls and urgently knocked on it. Another concealed passageway appeared on the wall. Chapter 523, Trap. Steamed Dragon Claw. The pitch-black entrance was so deep that no one was able to see the end. It was as though the entrance was a mouth of a mythical beast. Moreover, a cold aura came out of the entrance which added a bit of mysterious horror. The pupils of Mu Hanyan shrunk and she subconsciously became alert. Honorable Envoy, please enter. Long Zhan looked at Mu Hanyan and a hint of strange light flashed through his eyes. Mu Hanyan took 2 steps forward and stopped right before this entrance. Coldly looking at Long Zhan, she said, "You enter first." Honorable Envoy is too cautious. Since that is the case, Xian Yun will enter the passage first. Long Zhan indifferently said and entered that secret passage with large strides. For an unknown reason, Mu Hanyan's heart suddenly jumped violently. She could instinctively feel that something dangerous was approaching her. However, she didn't have much time to think. She quickly reached out to grab Long Zhan, who was walking into the inner room. A strange purple light flashed through the room and Mu Hanyan's hand bounced off Long Zhan's shoulder. It seemed as though there was a strange power stopping her. Ha ha ha, Honorable Envoy, you can slowly enjoy the sumptuous meal respectfully prepared for you by this Xian Yun. Long Zhan complacently laughed wildly. All of a sudden, the entire secret room was shrouded by a layer of purple light. A strange magic array suddenly emerged from under the ground and countless mysterious magic runes appeared on the walls. Forbidden magic array. Looks like this is really a trap you set up. Mu Hanyan suddenly understood. It was basically impossible for him to set up such a large-scale forbidden magic array all around the Zeman residence. He had set it up here in this secret room and his plan was to lead her into this trap since the beginning. Correct. Unfortunately, Honorable Envoy realized it a little too late. Speaking of which, Xian Yun had yet to thank Honorable Envoy for imparting this forbidden magic array to me. Ha ha ha. The face of Long Zhan was twisted with a complacent expression. He looked even more abnormal. We are from the same side. Why do you want to harm me? Mu Hanyan calmed down and asked coldly. Same side? Honorable Envoy, did you take Xian Yun for a fool? You have already changed sides to the Zeman clan. Those dark warriors and dark magicians behind Xian Yun were refined using the method you imparted to me. Perhaps you could annihilate all of them with a single move. You must die here. Long Zhan had a ferocious and bloodthirsty expression on his face. The heart of Mu Hanyan sunk. She had underestimated this fellow. She had never thought that he would dare to deal with her openly. Do you think just this forbidden magic array can trap me? Mu Hanyan coldly said. No need to scare me. In the past, it might not have been able to trap you. However, your soul is injured and it has yet to recover. Why else will I dare to make this move against you? Long Zhan smiled. Now, everything was within his control. This kind of feeling was thousands of times better than being controlled. The complexion of Mu Hanyan finally changed. The matter of her soul injury was not known by anyone else. Maybe Long Yi knew about it. However, how did this Xian Yun learn about it? Want to know where I got the information? Ha ha ha. I'll let you die after learning everything. I learned about your injury from the Red Sleeves boat in White Cloud City. You should be able to guess the identity of the person who told me." Long Zhan roared with laughter. At this moment, he was so proud of himself that he wasn't able to describe it in words. The expression of Mu Hanyan changed again. She already knew who that person was. It should be none other than Jingjing, who had a bitter hatred for her. Presumably, Long Yi talking about her injury to Jingjing. Jingjing should have been the one to tell everything to the military advisor. If she knew about this earlier, she would have killed Jingjing long ago. "Don't be so complacent. Did you forget that we had a blood contract? If I die here, you'll die as well," Mu Hanyan faintly said. Long Zhan laughed harder and there was a strange expression on his face. He looked at Mu Hanyan as though he was looking at a dead person. Shaking his head, he said, "How were you unable to realize it? The person who signed the blood contract with you wasn't me." "Of course. It wasn't strange for you to overlook the fact that I had a twin younger brother who felt extremely indebted to me. As an intelligent person, you should know everything now, right? Well, enough talking. Honorable envoy, you should be on your way now. This Yan Yan would part ways with you here." Long Zhan closed his mouth and looked at Mu Hanyan with a peculiar gaze. Turning away, he disappeared into that secret passage. The moment he left, the entrance instantly closed and disappeared without a trace. In the midst of the purple light, Mu Hanyan's strong and indifferent expression collapsed. A painful look appeared on her face. Forbidden magic rays. In the legends, even gods had to restrict the usage of such magic rays. Only the incomplete version of the magic ray was passed down. Although the magic ray had forbidden in its name, it was not forbidden in reality. The moment the magic ray was activated, it would directly erode the person's spirit power, consciousness, and soul. If Mu Hanyan's soul wasn't injured, then she could have easily broken through this forbidden magic array. That was the only reason she dared to teach the magic array to the military advisor. However, she had never thought that she would be spinning a cocoon around herself when she thought that way. Mu Hanyan gritted her teeth and quickly chanted an obscure incantation. A thin layer of dark mist slowly flowed out of her body as it kept out the invasion of purple light into her body. At the same time, Mu Hanyan took out a magic scroll made from golden silk and she began chanting another incantation as her entire body trembled. Suddenly, a strong magic fluctuation appeared a few meters away from Mu Hanyan. Space distorted all around her and the golden silk magic scroll in her hand transformed into a hint of golden light as it disappeared. As for Mu Hanyan, she vomited a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground. A phantom began to appear in front of her eyes. That phantom was a handsome man with shiny black eyes with a hint of a cheeky smile on his face. He was watching her with his affectionate eyes and he had a warm smile on his face. There was no suspicion in his eyes and he wasn't scheming anything. She could see that he only had a pure tender feeling for her. The snowstorm was still going strong and it seemed as though it wanted to vent all of its anger after being suppressed by the heat for so long. The entire world was wrapped in silver and white and everything was covered in a thick layer of snow. Numerous ice ridges hung upside down on branches, forming a spectacular view. Under this hill, turn to the public road on the right side. We'll reach Light City in 2 hours. Yu Feng was brought up in Light City and she was extremely familiar with the surroundings. Is there roasted chicken in Light City? Nair slightly tilted her head and asked. Of course. Yu Feng replied with a smile. What about the roasted pig? Nair asked again. Yes, there are roasted pigs in Light City. Looking at Nair, whose eyes were shining, Yu Feng said with a smile, since the god beasts were released from Long Yi's dark dimension space these few days to fight against the cold wind, all of the food supply had been eaten clean. What about simmer fried raging flame lion's paw? Nair swallowed a mouthful of saliva and asked. Yu Feng was speechless and all the other women chuckled. Raging Flame Lion was a knee-ranked magical beast. Did Nair think that it was the same as the F-ranked Fire Rabbit? At this time, Long Yi entered the carriage and grabbed Nair into his bosom. He rubbed his beard stubble against Nair's tender and fair face. Nair cried loudly in protest. Little plump girl, there isn't any simmer fried raging flames lion's paw. However, we have the ingredients to make steamed little dragon claw here. Long Yi smiled and grabbed Nair's little plump hand. Ah, don't eat Nair, father should eat big sister. Nair retracted her little hand and sold out Liuxu without loyalty. Liuxu was so angry that she glared at Nair. She had doted on this little girl for nothing. Your sister's hand isn't as fleshy as Nair's. If I want to eat, I'll naturally eat Nair's hand. Long Yi teased. Nair pouted and stared at her plump little hand for quite some time. Suddenly, her eyes sparkled and she said, then father should eat big sister's chest. It's much fleshier than Nair's hand. Tough. Long Yi nearly choked to death on his own saliva. He saw the Liuxu's beautiful face was darkening and he hastily turned away. He was afraid that he would be unable to control his laughter at this moment. If he made this Shiti.Rex mad, it wouldn't be a joke anymore. The rest of the women also reacted in succession. All of them were coughing lightly like Long Yi as they clearly held back their laughter. Liuxu gritted her teeth and pulled Nair over to herself. She felt wronged and angry in her heart. This younger sister of hers really would be the death of her. She immediately pulled down the pants of Nair without demur and firmly spanked her little buttocks. She unconsciously used her dragon power when she smacked Nair's buttocks. As for Nair, she immediately cried out and tears filled her face. Mucus flowed out of her nose and her little face seemed extremely pitiful. Okay, Liuxu, Nair is still young. Don't use so much force. Long Yi caught the hand of Liuxu and he hugged her crying Nair. He found it extremely funny and sad at the same time. Everything is your fault. If not for you, how can Nair become like this? Liuxu angrily said. Long Yi had a bitter smile on his face as he touched his nose. Taking out a paper towel, he wiped the tears off Nair's face. He said to Nair, Nair, big sister is your closest family member. She can put down her life down to protect you. Nair should also protect your big sister. Don't let any harm fall on her. Do you understand? Nair stopped crying. Although she didn't understand what Long Yi was saying, she nodded her head. Staring at the calm Liuxu, Nair jumped into her bosom and pulled her sleeve. Big sister, Nair is wrong. Don't be angry. Nair will not let father eat the meat on big sister's chest. Puchy. Long Yi was unable to endure it any longer and he laughed heartily. Fingling, Lai, and the others also giggled. Nair was truly too cute. Seeing as Liuxu was about to fly into a rage from shame, Long Yi escaped from the carriage in order to escape Liuxu's fury. All of a sudden, Long Yi's eyelid twitched. His eyes shone with a fierce light. Li King stood up and he was ready to fight. A gust of strong wind blew snowflakes everywhere and not far away from the carriage, a hint of a black shadow could be seen. Chapter 524, Demonic Dragon Appears. Strange stone room. The four robust unicorns simultaneously trembled and neighed. If they weren't suppressed, then they might have already turned around and fled in fear. The abnormality outside was immediately noticed by the women inside the carriage. They immediately jumped out of the carriage and stood in a row at the snowland, those bewitchingly charming women who could cause the fall of a state. Under snowflakes fluttering all over the sky, they look all the more beautiful as if they were not from this world. Sensing that fierce and swift momentum, the nerve of Liuxu suddenly collapsed, and a terrifying cold radiance glimmered in her beautiful eyes. Should be Dragon Aura, a dark attribute one. Lai said, as one of the people who stood at the top of the pyramid of Blue Wave's continent's human world. Long Yi's perception was deeper. This fella should belong to Demonic Dragon Clan and he was very powerful. Even after a long time, that shadow was still looming not far away. That figure was nearly transparent, which clearly appeared very strange. Purposely making a mystery of small things, come out for this father. Seeing that shadow was blocking the path and still was not moving even after a long time, Long Yi couldn't help shouting. But, when his voice was still reverberating in the air, His figure had already disappeared. In the vicinity of that shadow, the air instantly stagnated, and those snowflakes in the air also became static as if a frozen picture. After a few seconds, explosion sounds suddenly resounded, and two figures simultaneously shot out from the midst of Frost Blast. From extreme movement to extreme still to extreme movement again, although only a few seconds had passed. That hair-raising feeling, however, was so intense. This was the clash between two peak experts. FCK, this layer of dragon skin is truly hard enough. Long Yi waved his somewhat aching and numb hand while cursing. Just now, he had used 5th layer Aotianju internal force to attack that dark demonic dragon who was purposely making a mystery of simple things, but he didn't have even a bit of advantage. Ha ha ha, kid, you are good. When did human world give rise to such a freak? A vigorous laughter resounded, and that shadow revealed his true features. He was an old man with long white hair. He looked no different from a human, except some black dragon scales were on the right side of his neck. Your Excellency, is it possible that you are the elder of demonic dragon clan? I wonder why you stop us. Long Yi saw that this old man doesn't seem to have any ill intention, so he couldn't help but relaxed a bit. This black-robed old man looked at Long Yi with surprise and said, "Your understanding is very good. My demonic dragon clan has disappeared from Blue Waves continent for more than tens of thousands of years, but you are still able to recognize." Old man looked at Lai Yuxu, who was behind Long Yi after speaking, then he suddenly understood and said, "You also have a person of my dragon race beside you. No wonder you have such understanding. I don't have any ill intention for stopping you. I am just looking for my stubborn and obstreperous grandniece, and I came here because I sensed a dragon aura." Long Yi nodded his head, expressing he understood. Most probably, just now, when Lai Yuxu was spanking Nai her dragon power must have leaked, and this elder of demonic dragon clan just happened to sense it. But at this moment, this elder of demonic dragon clan took some steps forward and began to curiously stare Lai Yuxu up and down as if he wanted to make out something from her body. "Grandpa, don't bully my big sister." Seeing this elder of demonic dragon clan was staring fixedly at her big sister, Nair immediately implemented the teaching of Long Yi, which was protecting her big sister, and stood in front of Lai Yuxu. "Big sister?" This elder of demonic dragon clan was dumbfounded. The speed of Nair of just a moment ago greatly surprised him, but what surprised him even more was Nair calling Lai Yuxu big sister. After a moment, he seemed to have thought of something and he suddenly appeared excited as he looked towards this pair of sisters with burning eyes. But the complexion of Lai Yuxu changed, and her momentum reached the peak as if a leopard that would attack at any time. "Don't be nervous, little child. I don't have any ill intention." "Are you two sisters the children of Fandaluxia?" This elder of demonic dragon clan asked with excitement. "Yes, do you also want to capture us back?" Lai Yuxu coldly said. "Of course not, I and your grandfather are brothers. Looking at our relation, you should call me great-grandfather." This elder of demonic dragon clan sighed softly and said. Long Yi was somewhat stunned. This world was truly small. They bumped into cousin brother and cousin sister from Heavenly Dragon Clan, and they again bumped into great-grandfather from Demonic Dragon Clan. Truly was very coincidental. "I only have a father, mother and younger sister. I don't have any great-grandfather." "Where were you when Divine Dragon and Demonic Dragon clans jointly chased to kill my father and mother?" "Where were you when my parents were caught by Divine Dragon clan and brought back to Dragon Island?" Lai Yuxu's beautiful face was covered with frost and her words were also bone-piercingly cold without any emotion. The elder of Demonic Dragon Clan wasn't able to answer Lai Yuxu. He opened his mouth but the words turned into a helpless sigh. This matter was very complicated, and he basically could do nothing about that. Merely, what the use of telling them now? Seeing the situation was getting bad, Long Yi suddenly interrupted. "As far as I know, there is an agreement between Divine Dragon Clan and Demonic Dragon Clan, which states that both of them cannot take a step into the human world. What is your purpose for entering Blue Waves continent by violating this agreement?" "Yes, there was such an agreement. Merely, two juniors were too eager to leave the territory of Demonic Dragon Clan and they came to Blue Waves Continent. I am here to find them and bring them back. This elder of Demonic Dragon Clan said. Long Yi shrugged his shoulders and seeing Liu Yuxu appeared as if she was very unwilling to see this relative of her grandfather generation. He said, since that is the case, you can go continue to search for your juniors. Our Blue Waves Continent is already chaotic enough. You should not let your dragon race get warped in this mess. This elder of Demonic Dragon Clan was in a daze as he looked attentively at Nair at the side of Liu Yuxu. Then, he suddenly emitted a powerful aura, and a very powerful dragon aura pushed Liu Yuxu away and shot towards innocent and artless Nair. Long Yi didn't move as he knew that this old man didn't have any intention to hurt Nair. In addition, this level of dragon aura was not strong enough to hurt Nair. Sure enough, Nair neither advance nor retreat. Her entire face was filled with excitement and she opened her little mouth, instantly absorbing this dragon aura. And then she stared fixedly at this elder of Demonic Dragon Clan without blinking her eyes, ardently hoping him to give her more delicacies. This elder of Demonic Dragon Clan however trembled and exclaimed in disbelief, "It's real, unexpectedly is devouring dragon physique, this." Nair curiously looked at this elder of Demonic Dragon Clan and suddenly rushed into the bosom of Long Yi, then said, pointing at him, "Father, does this great-grandfather want to eat Nair?" "Nair is not roasted pig." Long Yi just smiled without saying anything. He could clearly see the thoughts of this elder of Demonic Dragon Clan wanting to forcibly take away Nair. This was understandable as from the beginning of the history of dragon race until now, only two had appeared who possessed this devouring dragon physique. Now, with Nair, it's three. This elder of Demonic Dragon Clan calmed down his state of mind, and forcibly suppressed his thoughts to forcibly take Nair away. This smiling human youth in front of him was far more powerful than his imagination. In addition, there was Liu Yuxu and several other women who didn't seem to be ordinary. If he acted recklessly, then he feared that he wouldn't have any advantages. Take good care of them. After a long time, this elder said to Long Yi and disappeared in the midst of this snowstorm. The smile of Long Yi gradually vanished. Since Demonic Dragon Clan has set foot on Blue Waves Continent, who knows what kind of variable would this incur? Moreover, there was Divine Dragon Clan that check and balance with Demonic Dragon Clan. With the appearance of Demonic Dragon Clan, perhaps, this would draw out Divine Dragon Clan too. Blue Waves Continent will certainly be lively. In the midst of the snowstorm, Light City was plain and white. From far away, one could only see that tall towering light church. This was the place where the legendary light god had descended, so the numbers of believers and devotees were highest in this city. Therefore, even though it was regarded as the northern trade center of Violent Dragon Empire, its commercial economy was very flourishing. But, unlike other places, vulgar fumes didn't cover this place. Instead, a bit of solemn and respectful aura could be seen everywhere, no matter if that was architecture or people's clothing and style of speech. Long Yi and Li King sat in the front of the carriage, sizing up the scenery around. Despite the wind and snow, the streets of Light City still had a busy flow of people and lively. This was the second time Long Yi had come to Light City. It was also the city from where he had started his adventure. It was the mercenary guild of this place where he had registered himself as a mercenary, and as the lowest F-rank mercenary, he joined a mercenary group to enter Huangming Plain. Moreover, it was here he met little elf Luzia and Hell Saintess Leng Yuiu, of course, also Yu Feng. Driving the carriage, Long Yi arrived in front of Phoenix Inn, which belonged to the property of Phoenix Clan, taking a familiar road. This was also the largest inn in the entire Blue Waves Continent. Since Phoenix Clan was the largest clan of Light City, the main inn located in their lair should naturally be largest and best. Suddenly seeing the appearance of Yu Feng, that busily bustling about manager didn't dare to believe what he was seeing. "Uncle Fu, don't you recognize me?" Yu Feng said with a smile. Originally, the arrival of these beauties had already attracted the gaze of everyone in the hall, but this smile of Yu Feng completely captivated their souls. After entering the seclusion for 4 years, The immature air around Yu Feng had already disappeared. Now, her entire body emitted a mature air. In addition, this mature air greatly complemented her heroic aura. This increased her charm geometrically. "Miss, you are finally back. In these past few years, Matriarch missed you to the utmost." This manager grew up in Phoenix Clan and was very loyal to Matriarch Phoenix. "Where is my mother?" Yu Feng asked. 2 months ago, Matriarch went to Kai Principality, but it is almost time for her return," A Fu said while leading the crowd to the best luxurious suite of this Phoenix Inn. As the most luxurious suite of Blue Wave's continent, the decoration inside was very luxurious but also appeared very stylish. Long Yi entered the room and took out 2 bottles of first-rate good wine from the liquor cabinet with the superb collection, and gave one to Li King. Then, after drinking a mouthful of this wine, he regrettably sighed. Compared to 100 Flowers wine of Elven Forest, it is very lacking. Unfortunately, the inventory of that 100 Flowers wine was completely consumed a few years ago. Elven Forest is a fairyland-like place. I truly miss it. Long Yi muttered regardless of the silence of Li King. In that beautiful forest, there was a person he cared the most, Lucia, Her Highness the Queen and Nika. He wondered how they were doing. Are they missing him? Recalling that poison-like taboo feeling towards Elven Queen, his heart involuntarily became burning hot. It was fine to tease ambiguously, merely, this rising possessive desire within his heart made him struggle in the face of morality and ethics. Knock, knock, knock. A knocking sound startled awake Long Yi. He threw those wild thoughts to the back of his head and opened the door with a flick of a finger. Then, beautiful and elegant Sibai walked in. "My husband, accompany me to Light Church. It's been a long time since I saw Holy Priest Karen," Sibai said to Long Yi. The eyes of Long Yi flashed. Last time, in the big explosion of Blue Moon City's church, Light Pope Charles had died. This matter had not spread yet and Light Church was also very calm. It seemed Karen and Judith had properly concealed this matter. The 2 people walked out of Phoenix Inn holding hands. They turned back and didn't see Li King behind them, but they knew that it was not that Li King hadn't followed them, rather he had concealed himself outside their line of vision. Presumably, he feared that he would affect their mood. They too can only sigh for Li King. The Light Church of Light City was standing tall in the midst of the snowstorm. The huge light god statues stood at the top of this light church, seemingly overlooking all beings. There was still an endless stream of people coming to pray here. Naturally, there were more people that came to see a doctor. Entering the Light Church after revealing their identity, they asked where Holy Priest was. Then they went upstairs. "Saintess Sibai and my husband ask Holy Priest Karen for an audience." Sibai stood outside the door and said, "Greek." The door with the picture of angel slowly opened, and a soft and warm aura blew out from inside, making people feel like a spring breeze. Karen, wearing pure white priest robe, had a smile on her peerless and elegant face. Seeing Sibai, a hint of affection flashed through her eyes. "Holy Priest Karen, it has been several months since we parted in Blue Moon City. I was longing to see you, Holy Priest Karen, again," Long Yi said with a smile. He still didn't have a proper tone. Karen had long been accustomed to such tone of Long Yi, so she didn't care much about it. She just looked at Sibai and said softly, "Sibai, come here and let me take a look at you." Sibai let go of Long Yi's hand and walked over to the front of Karen. Then, Karen waved her hand and a soft white light entered the forehead of Sibai. Then, after a long while, she sighed softly, "I fear your physique is very hard to change. Do you hate me and your master in your heart?" "No, I will not hate anyone because this is the path I have chosen." Sibai shook her head and said, "If her physique was not like that, then her strength wouldn't have increased so fast." "Sibai, come with me and chant a gospel of light God with the most sincere heart with me," Karen said and entered the inner room with Sibai. That was the place where Karen cultivated. Other than several praying mats, there was only a light god statue. After entering the room, Karen didn't close the door. She and Sibai devotionally kneeled on the praying mats while chanting obscure syllables. In any case, Long Yi didn't hear clearly, but he felt that this chanting tone was somewhat similar to that elementary light magic, spirit defend magic, of priests. Hearing them, he felt refreshing. When these two people were chanting, they began to emit a milky white soft radiance. It was holy and pure without any stain. After listening to them for a while, Long Yi felt bored, and seeing these two wouldn't finish in a short time, he left the room. Recalling all decent-sized light church had a stone room at the top where light Pope Charles would stay. Long Yi sneaked past several light warriors and arrived at the top floor of this church. Long Yi secretly pushed open the stone door and entered, then looked all around. He discovered that this place and that stone room of Blue Moon City's light church didn't have any difference, and it was empty. After strolling one lap around this stone room, Long Yi thought to leave. But at that time, Long Yi instinctively felt as if a pair of eyes was peeping on him secretly. His nerve tightened and he suddenly turned back, but the room was still empty, and there was only a stone wall behind him. He saw nothing strange. Long Yi muttered and began to look around very carefully. He carefully looked inch by inch, but he still didn't find anything strange. Could it be that it is just my misconception? Long Yi thought, then shaking his head, he walked towards the stone door. But when he was just about to push open the stone door, that feeling as if someone was peeping on him appeared again. Long Yi looked around with his sharp eyes and said, "Who is there? Roll out." But he just heard his echoes as his reply. This time, that secret gaze didn't disappear. At first, he felt that that peeping feeling was coming from just behind him, but now, he however felt as if someone was peeping on him from every direction. Still, he couldn't find any trace of anyone. Long Yi took a deep breath and suppressed his chaotic feelings. This was absolutely not his misconception, so can it be the legendary clairvoyance? That would truly be f***ing ridiculous. Long Yi frowned and he suddenly hit the nearby wall. Along with a muffled sound, the entire stone room shook and a palm-shaped hole appeared on that wall. Long Yi looked into that hole but was disappointed as he discovered that the other side was an empty room with only a light god statue. The only thing that was strange was, this room appeared as if it was never opened. That light god statue had accumulated a thick layer of dust. Light god? Fart light god, just an untrustworthy fellow. Long Yi snorted. At that time, that so-called light god possessed the body of Charles and said that Charles wouldn't cause trouble for 10 years, but the result, before 2 days, he had to recklessly fight against Charles and 5 magic gods. And Dongfang Kexin also disappeared in that ruins. Thinking of Dongfang Kexin, Long Yi lost spirit. He sat down, leaning on this wall as he suddenly felt a throbbing pain in his heart. These days, Long Yi had always been dodging this fact. He had a scar in his heart which he didn't dare to touch, but today, this scar was suddenly ripped open and became bloody. That tearful face of Dongfang Kexin along with those heartbreaking words she had said appeared in his heart. "Cousin, now I proved that no matter how much I try to forget you, even after I willingly let His Majesty Pope use a curse that suppresses feelings, I still could not forget you. You said I don't understand love, but I feel this exactly is love. I love you cousin, I love you. Kexin, everything is my fault." Long Yi shed tears. In that day, after he was safely transferred to the secret room of Nelan Imperial Palace, he lied still on the ground for the entire night. On the second day, he appeared as if nothing had happened, but who knows what kind of pain was in his heart. At this moment, a burst of strange wind blew over from an unknown place. This wind spun around Long Yi and dispersed. But, the tears on the face of Long Yi was blown away by this wind, and Long Yi even felt a kind of warmth from that wind. Long Yi was startled. He came back to his sensed form, that sadness as if everything was a dream. This secret room is surrounded by walls and the entrance is also closed securely. How can there be wind? Long Yi frowned and felt that this place was somewhat strange. Ghost? Impossible. This world had souls, specters and so on, undead creatures, but with his spirit power, he could sense all of them. Kaka, the stone door of this secret room suddenly opened, and Karen and Sibai appeared at the entrance. "Young Master Ziman, what are you doing? Do you want to tear down this light church?" Seeing that hole on the wall of this secret room, Karen said, just now, when she and Sibai were chanting Gospel of Light God, a light warrior came to report. He said that there was a movement inside the stone room where Pope rested. She immediately guessed that everything was the work of Long Yi, and the result was also as she had guessed. Long Yi pointed at the hole and said, "First, take a look inside." Karen looked into the hole and was also startled, then said, "Strange. How come I don't know there was such a room here?" That empty room inside had only walls around it. There was no entrance. "How old is this light church?" Long Yi asked. "It is said that, several thousands of years ago, when light God descended here, it was built." "I also don't know the specific year," Karen replied. "Several thousands of years ago, this light church was truly sturdy enough." Could it be that light God truly descended here? Long Yi thought. Something is wrong with this stone room. I just felt that someone was peeping, but other than that stone room there is nothing else here. In addition, my spirit became somewhat abnormal at that moment. Long Yi thought for a bit and said, thinking about it now, his will was too weak when he recalled Dongfang Kexin. It was impossible for him to break like that. Thus, there must be some problems with this stone room. Both Karen and Sibai became somewhat nervous hearing Long Yi. Both of them knew how powerful Long Yi's spirit power was. He would never fall into illusion. Could it be that there was something wrong with the light god statue in the other room? The three of them coincidentally looked at that light god statue covered with dust at the same time. Chapter 525, The Pursuit of Dark Church. Late at night, a cold wind whistled and heavy snow flew all over. At the foot of the remote mountain of Proud Moon Empire, heavy snowfall had already lasted for several days in a row. Compared to Violent Dragon Empire, this place was much colder. A figure was fleeing at lightning speed in the midst of this cold winter night. DNit, a group of mad dogs. Leng Yue endured the weakness caused by the large consumption of her spirit power and hatefully cursed in her heart. It had already been several days since she was chased by the elites of Dark Church. Just like dogskin plaster, they continuously stuck close to her. She was unable to throw them off. Leng Yue clearly understood that, because of emerald magic bird sealed within her body, those pursuing troops behind her could know her approximate position. Swish. Leng Yue fled into a barren village. Due to the war and natural disaster in successive years, the people of this village had either fled or died, leaving only dead trees and overgrown thickets. Perhaps, because many people had died here, this village had gloomy and ghastly air. Leng Yue looked all around and without thinking much, she used a magic at the center of the street to make a hole that could accommodate only one person. Then hiding inside it, she set up a barrier. Very quickly, the street restored to the original state without any trace. Not long after, dozens of black-robed figures who were covered from head to toe arrived at this gloomy village. All of them had a dense dark aura around them. The leader of this group was a woman with an exquisite figure. Other than she and her 4 trusted aides behind her, the rest were dark warriors without any feelings who only know how to carry out the orders. With such a luxurious lineup, it was nothing surprising for Leng Yue to be in such a sore strait. "You all, lead 10 dark warriors each and begin searching from the east, west, south and north of this town to the center. Don't leave even a single stone unturned." I can sense that little SLT Leng Yue who live off one person while secretly helping another is hiding in this village, that leader woman hatefully said. If Long Yi heard her voice, then he would have realized that this was the voice of that mysterious beauty who claimed herself to be the mother of Shuruoyan. "Yes, madam." The 4 trusted subordinates took orders and left. As for this beautiful lady, she also led remaining 10 dark warriors, slowly walking through the streets of this village. She walked all the way towards the place where Leng Yue was hiding. This made Leng Yue feel very nervous. Although she had set up this aura isolation barrier, she had never thought that Pope Lady would actually participate in person in the pursuit of her. She was very clear about the strength of this dark Pope Lady, and her opinion had a heavy weight. But, some strange secret magic spells that were only passed down among the main bloodline of Pope made her endlessly terrifying. In addition, There were her 4 trusted subordinates as well as 50 dark warriors. With such lineup, even the legendary magic god would have some misgivings against them. The footsteps got closer and closer, and reaching just above the place where Leng Yuyu was hiding, she stopped. This made the nerve of Leng Yuyu stretch taut. One slight carelessness and she would fall here today, but she didn't want to die here. Even if she had to die, she wanted to see her lover before she died. Soon, 4 trusted subordinates who went to search in 4 directions gathered around this Pope lady. What? Didn't discover that SLT? Pope lady angrily asked. Reporting to Madam, we subordinates searched all around this place, but there is no trace of Saintess. One of the trusted subordinates respectfully answered. Pa, a crisp slapping sound resounded, and the hood of that trusted subordinate was uncovered by the slap of Pope lady, revealing a deathly pale face which resembled a face of the dead person. Saintess, that little SLT is no longer the Hell Saintess of my dark church. Whoever addresses her as Saintess, don't blame me for being impolite. Pope lady coldly snorted. This subordinate admits my crime. That trusted subordinate bowed and said without any temper. Pope lady looked around and coldly said, the hiding magic of that little SLT is better than I expected, but did she think that I will not be able to find her just like this? Pope lady raised her hand and a wisp of dark chi curled up from her fingertip as she chanted an obscure incantation. Leng Yuyu, who was hiding under her feet, shook as she felt stabbing pain in her heart. She was shocked in her heart as this damned old hag wanted to summon emerald magic bird sealed within her body. Once emerald magic bird broke out of her body, her hiding place would be exposed immediately. Should she run away now? Leng Yuyu immediately denied this idea. As long as emerald magic bird still existed within her body, her trace would still be exposed. After thinking so, Leng Yuyu gave up the thought to suppress it and she felt stabbing pain to her bones. Then, a hint of emerald shadow broke out from the chest of Leng Yuyu, and at the same time, Leng Yuyu suddenly used all her power to jump out from underground. Boom, pieces of earth and snow flew all over as a huge black-colored lotus appeared out of thin air, and a radiance that was darker than the dark night spread in the air. Black Lotus, Soul Addiction. Along with a charming voice, the huge lotus began to spin rapidly. Everyone shrouded by the aura of this black lotus felt their sea of consciousness agitating, and unexpectedly, they felt as if their souls were being pulled out from their body by a powerful suction force. The body of those dark warriors emitted a black mist, which was absorbed by this black lotus. In an extremely short moment, Leng Yuyu had already jumped out of her hiding, and taking advantage of the moment when Pope Lady was retreating in sore straits, she casted a powerful offensive move, Spirit Claw, and a huge dark claw shadow appeared in midair which headed towards Pope Lady. Pope Lady was shocked in her heart, and using Ninth Heaven dark magic with all her strength, her figure instantly disappeared, leaving only some blood and bits of clothing fluttering in midair. At this moment, the trusted subordinates of Pope Lady as well as surviving 30 dark warriors counterattacked. Several rank 10 dark attack magic as well as dark sword slashes headed towards Leng Yuyu. Leng Yuyu just gritted her teeth and with a thought, she instantly created a barrier with her spirit power and those strong attacks exploded 1 meter away from her. But she vomited a mouthful of blood on the Black Lotus. After that, Leng Yuyu was absorbed inside the Black Lotus, and that Black Lotus flashed with blood-red radiance and unexpectedly disappeared into the thin air. Split up and chase, she cannot run far with such severe injuries. Pope Lady said, feeling utterly discomfited. Now that Leng Yuyu no longer had Emerald Magic Bird within her body, if she succeeded in escaping this time, then it would be very difficult to find her again. The 4 trusted subordinates and remaining dark warriors went different directions. Only after that, this Pope Lady took off her little hand that was covering her chest. There was a long and thin cut, precisely was the wound caused by the attack of Leng Yuyu. Little SLT, when I capture you, see how I will cut you to pieces. Pope Lady gnashed her teeth and said, and when she saw that 7-colored scar beside the wound, she became even angrier. That was the mark left behind by that Bdziman Yu. which was also an eternal humiliation. The snowfall was getting bigger and bigger, and the wind was blowing stronger and stronger. In this entire world, it appeared as if there were no other sounds except the whistling sounds of the strong wind. Several figures whose entire body was covered with black robes streak across in the sky and landed beside this grove covered with snow and ice. The nose of the leader black-robed person twitched and his eyes under the hood flashed as he could smell blood here. Following that smell, that black-robed person carefully led several dark warriors inside the grove. And after walking for a bit, they saw Leng Yue on the verge of death lying under a tree. There were bloodstains everywhere on the white snowland around her. Leng Yue opened her eyes with great difficulty, and seeing these shadows slowly approaching her, her heart trembled. She didn't fear death, only felt great regret that she was unable to see her sweetheart for the last time. Leng Yue had already prepared to die. If the other party wanted to capture her alive to threaten Long Yi, then she was ready to use all her final bits of strength to kill herself. She absolutely cannot fall into the hands of Dark Church. A black-robed person slowly walked over to the front of Leng Yue, then squatted down and instantly injected dark mist into her body. Leng Yue felt the severe pain she was feeling had subsided a lot. In addition, the wounds on her body began to heal. At this moment, this black-robed person suddenly shook and waving his hand, he dispersed the bloody smell in the air. Soon after that, along with several dark warriors, he rushed out from this grove. Dry Bones, did you discover anything? Another black-robed person descended from the sky and asked, looking at this black-robed person coming out from the grove. No. Dry Bones replied with his hoarse voice, the northern part is all mountains, so I came to your side. It seems, Saint, that little SLT has fled to either south or east direction. Let's go and meet with other teams. This black-robed person nodded his head and said, but just when he was about to fly away, he stopped. This black-robed person took a few steps forward and squatted down. Then, pushing aside the surface layer of snow, he discovered a small patch of blood-stained snow. Fresh blood, it must be that little SLT, Dry Bones. It is very likely that that little SLT is hiding her aura. We should go and check this grove again. This black-robed person stood up and said while walking towards this grove. The complexion of Dry Bones changed and a hint of killing intent flashed through his eyes. Immediately after entering the grove, this black-robed person saw Leng Yue who was lying under a tree. He was happy to discover this, but immediately afterward, he felt something was wrong. Leng Yue was lying here without hiding, but how come Dry Bones didn't discover her? Merely, it was already too late for this black-robed person. Death God had already descended to claim his life. Two golden armored corpse kings appeared behind him without any warning and instantly tore him to pieces. And when emerald magic bird sealed within his body flew, 5 sharp claws flashed and this emerald magic bird didn't even have time to cry before turning into a corpse under the hands of Dry Bones. Dry Bones cleaned up this place. Then setting up a barrier to cover Leng Yue, he hastily left. Pope Lady was very shrewd. If he was late in returning, he feared that she might doubt him. Leng Yue looked at the leaving back view of Dry Bones, and her consciousness became all the more blurred, eventually losing her consciousness. Due to the pursuit of Dark Church, she had already spent all her energy, and finally escaping from this disaster, she relaxed and fainted in exhaustion. The sky had already become bright, and the heavy snow that had been falling continuously for several days finally become smaller. Merely, the northern wind was still swift and fierce. 2 figures suddenly rushed past from the direction of Hengjuan Mountains. They were women wearing a blue magic robe. One was a beautiful lady who appeared to be 30 or so in age, and the other was a beauty who appeared just a little over 20. Both of them were flying in the sky, and looking at their speed, one could easily discern that they were at least mage. Ra Yuo, this small groove in the front was the border of Proud Moon Empire, but now, it has already become the territory of Violent Dragon Empire and Nelan Empire. That beautiful lady said, "Grandma, how far is the place of my father from here?" The beauty asked. If it was not for this form of address, No one would have guessed that this beautiful lady who looked like she was just in her 30s was the grandmother of this young beauty. At our current speed, we will reach in 6 to 7 days. There is a hint of hesitation and melancholy in the tone of this beautiful lady. The beautiful face of this young girl immediately began to shine. Clearly, she was looking forward to the arrival of that day. These two women were Water Master Archmage Shui Linglong and her granddaughter Shui Ruoyan of Mi Holy Magic Academy. This was the trip to go to Proud Moon Empire to look for the father of Shui Ruoyan, the only son of Shu Linglong. Soon, the two women reached above this grove. At that time, Shui Ruoyan suddenly stopped and said, "Grandmother, I have urinary urgency. Wait for me outside. I will go into this grove and finish my business." Shui Ruoyan descended and laying out a water protective screen, she took off her pants and did her business. While doing her business, Shui Ruoyan looked around and suddenly saw a white little hand not far away from her. Her heart suddenly skipped a bit and she jumped up in surprise. Shui Ruoyan hastily pulled up her pants and walked over, then she couldn't help exclaiming in surprise, "Hell Saintess of Dark Church." After that, she brought Shui Linglong with her and said, "Grandma, take a look at her, what has happened to her?" Although Long Yi had one sentimental night when Lang Yui had came to Mi Principality, Shu Ruoyan however had not met her. Merely, seeing the black lotus mark on the forehead of Lang Yui, Shui Ruoyan knew her identity. After all, a few years ago, on Extreme Yin Day, when Light Church had heavy causalities, Dark Church had fought with Light Church for territory. At that time, the reputation of Lang Yui had soared, and the black lotus mark on her forehead had become the symbol of her identity. Her physical injuries are nothing serious, merely, her sea of consciousness has received a serious shock. I don't know if she can completely recover or not. Shui Linglong said and used an advanced healing water magic to stabilize the injuries of Lang Yui. "Grandma, how about we take her together with us? In any case, she is also the Hell Saintess of Dark Church. She can be regarded as the subordinate of father and mother. We cannot let her die like this," Shui Ruoyan said. Shui Linglong didn't speak, just frowned. "Grandma, since it is unlikely for her to wake up for several days, if we leave her alone like this, then what if she encounters a villain or magical beast that came out to look for food?" Shui Ruoyan hastily said. Shui Linglong looked at Shui Ruoyan with a smile yet not a smile and said, "Are you truly concerned about her safety or only because she is the woman of that stinking fellow Ziman Yu?" The beautiful face of Shui Ruoyan became bright red and said, "Grandma, how do you that she is his woman?" The reason why Shui Ruoyan knew was Long Yi had mentioned about her before. "You don't need to worry about how Grandma know that. If you truly want to let her keep her life, then we should not take her to Dark Church," Shui Linglong said. "Why?" Shui Ruoyan asked in surprise. "Just looking at the injuries on her sea of consciousness and physical body, they are caused by dark magic. In addition, from the latest rumors, Grandma suspects that she was injured by the people of Dark Church." Shui Linglong sighed and said, "How can that be? Why would people of Dark Church harm their own people?" Shui Ruoyan said in disbelief. Shui Linglong shook her head without explaining further. Although this granddaughter of hers had already reached peak Archmage realm with only one step away from reaching Master Archmage realm, unfortunately, she was extremely lacking in the ways of this world. Even Shui Linglong also didn't know whether taking her to Dark Church at this time was good or bad, but if she didn't make the best use of her time, then she was afraid that she would have no chance in the future. "Let's take her to the territory of Barbarian Bull Clan of Hengjuan Mountains. Isn't there a beastman who is a brother with Ziman Yu?" Shui Linglong changed the subject. 2 days later, Barbarian Bull, who had already assumed the position of the patriarch of Barbarian Bull Clan, received still unconscious Lang Yui. As for Shui Linglong and Shui Ruoyan, they didn't remain there for long and left in a rush. Even after these past several years, the outward appearance of Barbarian Bull had not changed, merely the aura he unconsciously emitted was a lot more valiant. In addition, he had a kind of prestige of a superior. Looking at Lang Yui, who was lying unconscious on the bed, A bloody ominous look which had not seen for a long time flashed through his bull eyes. As far as he believed, Lan Yu was not only the wife of his boss, she was also a friend who had suffered life and death tribulation together. After a long time, Barbarian Bull turned around and left the room, then sitting alone in front of the door while wiping Greenstone Rule that was emitting sparkling green radiance, he muttered, "Brother, it is time to fight side by side. My husband, are you planning to leave?" Eva calmly asked, standing in front of Barbarian Bull. She understood Barbarian Bull very well. "Eva, I must return to the side of boss," Barbarian Bull gently said, watching his wife. Eva nodded with tears in her eyes and said, "I understand. Please accompany our son more these days. I will prepare your things." Seeing Eva entering the house, Barbarian Bull tightly held Greenstone Rule and executed a demon vanquishing rod technique, and faint green light dispersed all around. Barbarian Bull roared loudly and a layer of golden light shot out from Greenstone Rule which enveloped the vicinity of 100 meters, then along with exploding sound, sand and stones flew all over the sky as everything within 100 meters turned into broken bits. In the midst of clouds of dust, Barbarian Bull stood tall, and he seemed to have returned to the adventuring days beside his boss.